It's just support, Tom! Hey everybody, thanks for being with us. My name is Optimus Tom, joined by Eric here for CardArt's first RCQ of the season. We're going to have 5 rounds of standard action, and I would love to introduce us and talk a little bit more, but we had some camera troubles, and games have already started. So Eric, why don't we catch up on who we have on stream right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have player camps today. A little bit of technical difficulties. We're working through it, but we do have Brandon Chen rocking the new Rakdos Mayhem deck coming out of Spider-Man, up against Ethan Kong, who is one of our Papa regulars. Started his foray into Standard recently, rocking blue-white control. Looks like Brandon has already gotten underway with his Monument to Endurance coming down early.
Yeah, Monument to Endurance and Mayhem are basically like peanut butter and jelly in here. Also, apologies to everybody as we've picked the Spider-Man heavy deck for this one because the Mayhem mechanic synergizing with basically a sort of pseudo madness style of mechanic, working with Monument to Endurance to do things on both your turn and your opponent's turn. It kind of turns this deck into an aggro deck that has a pseudo different angle of attack.
Yeah, definitely some fun stuff coming out of that side. We're both going to be a little bit hard-pressed to figure out what is what, unfortunately. But let's see here. One of the new cards we would probably highlight here is Multiversal Passage on Brandon's side of his land mana base. That is the Shock Basic land. Coming out of Spider-Man, you get to choose a basic land type, and then if you want it to enter untapped, then you pay 2 life and shock it. And the land is the chosen type, so it definitely works with a lot of the Verge mana base that we have here in Standard right now.
Yeah, so this Multiversal Passage is basically going to be a pseudo Blood Crypt, but you only get to choose one or the other. We've also saw Brandon playing a card that is not a Spider-Man card, but it is a very powerful discard enabler, which is Bloodthorn Flail, where you can just discard a card to equip it. So that's basically, on your turn, a way that you can just continuously discard cards to this Monument to Endurance to keep doing things.
Oh yeah, there's not many people in the store today so far, so we're gonna be a little bit quieter than normal. But let's see here. I think I saw Brandon play a FOMO earlier. I have no idea what the top 2 cards that we can't see right now.
So these top cards all the way with the die on top, those are treasure tokens.
Okay.
Those have been created from discards off of the Monument to Endurance. And then the other card, I want to say it's the Spider-Man cat card.
Meower?
Yes, the Masked Meower. I think that's what the card is. Unfortunately, we also are at the point where we have a glare on the screen. This is all sorts of issues with our first matches today, but this is basically just a insolent neonate or insolent meowonate. All right, I'm not going to try that one again. But we have had Brandon just taking chip pot shots away at Anton this entire time, as we do wind up having Anton down to currently 12. Brandon has basically just shocked himself with that Multiversal Passage, and that is the only amount of damage he's taken so far.
Yeah, it is, like you said, quite an aggro style deck. I'm hoping we'll see some of the sweet plays out of Brandon's side, actually. You get to do a lot of fun things on turn 4 and turn 5 where you actually have the mana to pay for the Mayhem cards. Where you're able to say go FOMO into discard Carnage, pay 2 for Carnage, bring back another 3-drop, and just take over the board from there.
Yeah, in the meantime, though, Anton has just been able to just do exactly what Blue-White Control wants to do. We've had a couple of stock-ups being cast. We had No More Lives get cast. And I actually am going to correct myself. Those aren't treasure tokens. Those are map tokens from those pair Get Lost that Anton had shot Brandon's way, getting rid of those Mayhem enablers. And that is one of the downsides to the Mayhem deck is besides the flail, everything to really enable your Mayhem is a creature.
Yeah, or an enchantment like that Shadow of the Goblin right there. Which actually is another sweet card that Brandon has been testing since I think literally Friday.
That may have been the card instead of the Spider Cat, then Masked Meower.
Yeah, this card is really impressive because part of the testing we were doing this week was trying to figure out how to discard cards but also not give your opponent any priority to eat up whatever you just discarded off of Mayhem. And so this card is actually really good because it's at the beginning of your first main phase. You discard the card if you do draw a card. There is no reflexive trigger for this, so as soon as you discard it, you have priority again. You can cast whatever you discarded. And the fact that you get to ping off of just doing your game plan is also very sweet.
Well, it looks like there's yet another card being played by Brandon here that we all turned our heads at. However, it does look like that it is going to be worthwhile to counterspell.
Oh, it's a Scarlet Spider. It's a Kane. This is yet another one of the... Yeah, Scarlet Spider Kane. There's a 2-drop 2/1 Menace. When it enters, you may discard a card. If you do, then you put a +1/+1 counter on him. And it does also have Mayhem as well. You can cast it for 1 for Mayhem. And if you do like a 1-drop 2/1 Menace, it's just really good rate.
And then I guess technically you can chain other Mayhem cards off of this as well, right? Because if you Mayhem this one and then you Mayhem another card, this is now a 3/2 for 1 mana. So the deck is very synergistic, but like we said, in the face of a blue-white control deck that is very well set up to deal with a bunch of creatures. We even have Anton casting Essence Scatter to get rid of that Scarlet Spider Kane. So just Anton is sitting here playing land, playing go, and while Brandon is spinning his wheels and doing a bunch of different things, it's unfortunately not having much effect on the blue-white control deck now that the blue-white control deck has kind of crested like that turn 4, turn 5, I have all the board wipes in the world area.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing for Brandon here is that Monument to Endurance used to be kind of a nail in the coffin in the control matchup. But blue-white control does get to play Ultima now, which is a very clean answer to that. But Hardcast Carnage being countered here, which is very good for Ethan.
Yeah, more importantly, being countered and having the second mode of 3 steps ahead there. So we're going to wind up having a couple draws, a discard, and unfortunately the discard is something that Brandon would have wanted.
Yeah, not a good showing for Brandon here, unfortunately, but let's see what we can get going, because it looks like he has 2 cards in hand. We are waiting to see what Ethan is doing.
Just pass into the turn, just letting go. Looks like Demolition Field was played, so it could potentially hurt Brandon's mana base here. We talked about how much those multiversal passages are crutching for his mana base to be fixed.
Oh, Cycling Mako.
Yeah.
So Marauding Mako, kind of a standard all-star recently thanks to Vivi Cauldron. But the second mode of being able to just discard and draw via cycling is also very important in this deck as well. Because the hard part, I did play a couple games on this deck. The hard part is just when you start to discard a bunch of cards without being able to replenish your hand, you just run out of gas really quickly. So having little things like this to help you filter and slowly churn through your deck even more, very important.
Right.
But consult the star charts, right?
Yeah.
Now from blue-white control.
This consult the star charts is going to be pretty powerful here. Getting the kicker is going to be able to have Anton look at the top 9 cards and choose 2. So it's like dig through time, like on steroids at this point. So that's just basically going to set Anton up to basically find whatever they need to finish the game. These blue-white control decks have definitely changed the types of win conditions that they have. Sometimes they're on the Beza plan, sometimes they're on the Overlord plan, but Elspeth Stormslayer is yet another powerful card that works very well with that Fountain Port land there.
Definitely. Blue-white control, I think, has had a little bit of a rough patch this season. Everybody thought it was the deck to try and beat out VV Cauldron, but you know, it's had its times, it has its ups and downs. But I do think it kind of showcases why it's still here in the meta, right? Why people do still play it.
And it is very important to note that blue-white control in the face of a Quantum Riddler is not where you want to be. That Quantum Riddler definitely kind of turned that matchup on its head. We do see it looks like a fish being created, and Brandon is going to bitter triumph that just to get a discard coming in so that that monument's going to be able to generate some card draw.
Yeah, Brandon's probably digging for his other monuments to try and slam down another one and try and end the game quickly here. He is ahead on life total. Ethan does have a grip full of cards, but it doesn't seem like he's doing anything right now.
There's a Fountain Port and 2 Restless Reefs on the side of Anton, so we can potentially start animating and turning things sideways in a couple of turns, but this Monument to Endurance is continuing to draw Brandon a couple of cards, so despite everything else, Brandon still has 2 cards in hand. There it is. So now we get the Masked Meower, and that one's actually going to resolve. So this is basically Insolent Neonate with haste.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon's going to explore on the Meower. Going down to 3 maps now, getting a Restless Vents in hand. I think it's funny that he still has this card in the deck, considering how much he was complaining to me about it the other day.
The Vent or the Meower?
The Vents.
Oh, okay.
The Meower does everything it needs. We ended up putting it in testing, and it was performing very well. Looks like he is exploring again been the tragic trajectory.
Yeah, that's not doing much in this matchup.
No, okay.
Yet
Third
another Explorer.
Oh, FOMO.
FOMO's a pretty solid one. I mean, a lot of these red cards, you're going to be like, hey, I've seen that in Vivi Cauldron. Well, there's a reason why it's in that deck. Not just because the deck is very good, but because the cards themselves are very powerful.
Yeah.
This discard synergy is also going to be very powerful. We're going to wind up drawing 2 cards if we discard, if we play that FOMO and it resolves. And ooh, we're casting an Abrade or discarding an Abrade in order to equip the flail onto the Masked Meower. And since that's an activation cost, we are going to get the Monument trigger before Anthen has an opportunity to respond.
Yep. Okay, equip does resolve. I have no idea what mode Brandon picked. I think he drew a card.
I think he drew. Oh no, it looks like he drew a card, and there is going to be Anthen blocking with a fish from this fountain port. So the Masked Meower trying to get in the red zone.
Yeah, it is really funny because the creature itself is not really one that you want to try and spend removal on because you get to just blink it. And discarding a card with the monument on the field right now is not actually the worst for Brandon. So
looks like we did have a Shadow of the Goblin revealed off of that last map token too. So this Masked Meower is now a 4/4. The Shadow of the Goblin can threaten to come down next turn, as can the FOMO. I think Brandon got rid of the FOMO.
It's a 6/5 now with the flail.
Yeah, so this is a pretty powerful threat. I do believe there's a Get Lost in Anthen's hand, though, so it'd be very interesting to see if that's what he goes after. Oh, looks like never mind, that's double Beza, no Get Lost.
Yeah, let's see what our players have for us. I think there's another Meringue in hand too, kind of scary.
Meringue River Regent being able to do something along the lines of like bounce the Monument to Endurance and bounce the cat, maybe forcing the cash in, would be pretty interesting if there's a counterspell to follow up. Because if you can counterspell that Monument to Endurance, you get rid of Brandon's engine and Brandon's alternate angle of killing you.
Yeah, pretty much. Akira, I thought you're supposed to be at work.
Well, Akira just can't stay away from the stream.
He sure cannot.
All right, we're stocking up.
We're stocking up, folks.
Probably not the worst thing in the world. We're going to look at the top 5, put 2 in our hand, wait for our Scryfall to load to remind everybody what stock up does. I'm pretty sure everybody knows what stock up does at this point. Oh, and we do wind up seeing, okay, so Anthen has basically all of the win conditions and answers in their hand.
Yeah,
it looks like
the Elspeth.
Elspeth and Get Lost, Meringue River Regent, and there's some Bezas in hand that are on the bottom there. So it looks like Get Lost and Elspeth will be what gets taken.
Let's see here. Because he only has 7 open mana. If he slams Elspeth, it does leave him very open to dying.
Well, slamming Elspeth does still keep Get Lost open, right? Or is Elspeth 6?
Elspeth is 5,
yeah.
I think. No, it does keep Get Lost open.
So you can answer the cat, but that's still Get Losting the cat. I guess it does. If you Get Lost the cat, Brandon doesn't get the maps. Big brain. But then again, whoever thought that the cat was going to be the 6/5? This is normally the spot you would see Marauding Mako in.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think he hates blanking it, though, by triggering the cat.
Ooh, looks like Anthen had to discard the hand size.
Ooh.
And did not decide to play a card. Because you could have also played that Beza. You would have just gotten life, gotten some tokens, and then basically that is about it.
Yeah, I do think this is kind of the problem that, maybe not a problem, but I guess it's a strict difference between the different play styles of blue-white control players, where, yes, in general, you're supposed to try and just, like, hold up as much interaction, removal, etc. for your opponent and then slowly choke them out. But, like, these very decisive key points of, like, oh, should I jam? Should I leave up this interaction? Should I try and get ahead on board state? How is the best way for me to get ahead on board? I think highlights the differences between how different control players approach each matchup. But that is Ultimate Green Goblin, sorry.
Yeah, we had that Ultimate Green Goblin getting discarded to the FOMO. And then So this is going to have Mayhem, so we can cast it from the graveyard whenever during our turn. We don't have to do it at the time it gets discarded like Madness, which is one of the upsides to the way that Mayhem is working. However, timing restrictions apply, so you can't cast this creature as an instant like you could with sorceries and such as with Madness. We are going to see that Restless Vents getting animated here. So Brandon looks like they are just going to go for the angle of attack that is activate Restless Vent. That gives you a rummage effect, so you can discard and then draw. The discard is then going to trigger the Monument to Endurance, so we'll see what mode Brandon decides to do off of that. I'm assuming it's going to be Drain 3?
I think it should be Drain 3, because he doesn't need to draw here immediately. If he's getting Get Lost, then like he should just sack the Meower and draw cards off of that.
Yeah, so we get the Get Lost on the Meower, so that means we can discard it if we want, but it looks like, no, we're just going to take the maps. Brandon might like those cards in hand a little bit too much.
Yeah, depending on what they are, right? Oh, no, he
he did sacrifice, okay.
He is sacking and discarding. Discarding a land, trigger the Monument.
It's probably going to be a draw
treasure
card.
this time.
Oh, treasure. Okay.
Which makes sense to me, because that actually gives them 3 mana to be able to cast Ultimate Green Goblin.
But we are still going to have an attack in for 2. And we'll have to see if Anthony decides to do anything about this Restless Vent.
Yeah, because the funny thing is that thing has menace, so he actually can't just go make a fish block. But Ethan going down to 5.
I remember playing this card a couple of rotations ago and being a little sad about how underpowered it was compared to the rest of the cycle. But then I played it with Inti, and I was okay with that.
Yeah, it is very much of a synergistic kind of man land, unlike the others that do just kind of filter and work by themselves.
Looks like Brandon wound up playing an additional card from hand instead of playing that Ultimate Green Goblin. Again, unfortunately, with the glare on our screen currently, cannot exactly see what that is.
I think it's a Meower.
Another Meower?
No, there's a
it was
Meower,
2 mana.
And then there's something else. Is it the Shadow we thought?
Oh yeah, he did have a Shadow at the top, on the top of his library from before. All right, so
Mesa, Bounding Spring.
So at this point, we are going to gain 4 life. We are going to create 2 blue fish, and then I think that's it.
Yeah. Oh no, Brandon's gonna sack the Mass Meower so he doesn't get fish tokens.
Ooh. Is he going to draw? It looks like he drew a card off of that trigger as well.
So Ethan gaining life, but let's see what they have here. It's so funny looking at Brandon's lands because I have to remember that those are multiversal passages. But
So
that one with the 3 people is also a multiversal passage.
Yeah, that does not look like a land. That looks like a Titanic ultimatum.
Yeah, basically.
All right, we're cashing in our treasure. We're tapping a swamp, and we're cycling Mako. Probably drain 3?
Yeah, I think so. So Ethan going back down to 6. If Brandon's able to drain him at instant speed here, then he can go discard, drain, go to Ethan's upkeep, discard, drain. That should be lethal.
Yeah, and this is what specifically Akira was talking about in chat, is just the fact that this is extremely powerful interaction here, where this monument is basically the win condition for the discard synergy decks, and the thing that the blue-white deck specifically has such a hard time dealing with. We see discarding a land to equip that flail. It's going to wind up going on over to FOMO. We're going to activate our Restless Vent, and do we maybe discard again so that we can just drain, and now our Vent has extra power so that
well,
Anthony would be pretty close to dead with that menace.
Let's see. I do think putting it on the vent might be putting all your eggs in one basket, which is a little bit rough. Ooh. Scarlet Spider Cane.
There's too many cards named Kane. You know, when I was talking to somebody about this card yesterday, I completely thought it was like the Treacherous Dragoon from Final Fantasy because I kept calling it Kane, and I was like, well, yeah, that's the Kane that I remember because I'm a video game nerd. So
that is true. No, we are live right now. Unfortunately, our player cams are having some issues today. The unfortunate downside of not streaming for 6 to 8 weeks.
Although the store is now larger, so we definitely had had a reason to not be streaming as frequently as the store was expanding. But it looks like Brandon's board is not going to expand. This is the second cane that is going to get countered this game. We are going to cycle a marauding Mako, however, although. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, is this on Anthon's upkeep? It looks like his Anthon has untapped. So yeah, I was gonna say this would be the killing blow.
This does seem like the kill. Because with the flail on board, Brandon didn't even have to attack. He could have just flail equipped to Bomo again, discard a second card, drain.
All right, so Brandon Chen on a brand new Spider Brew, Rakdos Mayhem, gonna take game number 1 over Anthon, who is playing the blue-white control deck. However, this is all right. Let's talk deck theory very quickly. So, blue-white control, very powerful metagame deck. However, Rakdos Mayhem, literally not a deck until yesterday.
Yeah.
One of the big weaknesses of control decks is not being able to prepare your tools for the metagame that you anticipate. So, knowing that Anthon probably came into today expecting Vivi Cauldron, mono red, and then like a very small finger up of Dimir. Do you think that the blue-white control deck has the tools it needs to deal with this Rakdos Mayhem deck?
To an extent, I think Monument to Endurance is going to be the big bad in this matchup, unfortunately, that I don't think Ethan is quite prepared for. Like we did mention before, Ultima is one of the easier ways to try and deal with the monuments. It does just blow up artifacts as well. The only problem is I don't know if Ethan is going to be packing that many. A lot of decks have been going to more Day of Judgments in an effort to not die. Because if you try and wait for 5 mana for your board wipe, there's a good chance you are not untapping next turn.
It does look like that just from taking a cursory glance at Anthon's sideboard, there are Tishana's Tidebinders.
The Tidebinder should definitely cut in. Another thing that would probably be helpful is High Noon / Rest in Peace. Tidebinder I would like to highlight though, because if he is able to stick it on the board and have it stay, it does effectively shut off the Monument to Endurance. Because Artifact, Creature, and Planeswalker are the 3 types that Tidebinder will actually just turn into a nothing burger if it stays on the board.
And then, of course, the combination of 1 mana counter spells, if the control deck is packing them, normally they have access to No More Lies, they have access to 3 steps ahead, so you're not necessarily thinking like, oh, I'm going to run a Spell Pierce or a Null. However, the power of a Null, as Akira points out in this in the chat, is something that is very strong right now when it can both counter Cauldrons and it can counter a lot of the enchantment-based like interaction and removal spells in the format.
Yeah, and actually this is a great matchup to bring in Nulls if Ethan is packing them. I'm hoping he just remembers to to bring it in this matchup, because we did see Shadow of the Goblin as one target, FOMO is another obvious target, and then obviously the Monument Endurances. So between all those, you probably have about 8 to 10 viable targets for that, which I think is more than enough for your 1 mana counterspell.
Oh yeah, definitely.
To be good. Yeah, Ben K was doing work with Spider-Man 2099 yesterday. We did some theory crafting on that on Friday. I'm glad that worked out for him. Hopefully we can get him on camera today.
Yeah, Alex in the chat there had to play against both Hubbard and Ben, so he kind of ran the CardArt gauntlet at the RCQ yesterday, playing a bunch of Vivi mirrors.
Violent Outburst, I was told, is Eric Nita, is that correct?
Oh, if it was Eric, then Eric also believe played Ben. Honestly, because I know that 2 people from the store yesterday, Eric and Alex, said that they would tune into the stream. So maybe Run Out and Spider-Man. Okay, so that's Eric. That's Eric.
For sure. Good to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to have RCQ season in full swing. A brand new set is definitely breathing a little bit more life into it, regardless of your feelings on spiders, if you're arachnophobic or not. The format is changing subtly, and this is the first weekend with the cards that we get, so it's going to be interesting to see if players have made any sort of adaptations or if players have made brand new decks like Brandon is doing here with his Mayhem brew.
Yeah, I mean, I'm working on Gruul Spiders right now. I'm just waiting to get the cards from the store because I think I really want to play Spider Punk and I really want to play Spider Ham. And I'm like, okay, well, these just go together. I might as well just play green red spiders. It'll probably be fine.
All right. Well, in this game, there are going to be spiders on one side of the field, although Marauding Maka was the start here from Brandon. And Seamrip is a very good sideboard card coming out here, although it won't necessarily hit the monuments. It basically hits a lot of the enabling creatures from Brandon's side.
It will hit a lot of other things. And while we're talking about enablers, it does also hit the flail, which is very important.
Yeah, the flail being the repeatable discard outlet. I mean, you could wind up, and it also hits the shadow of the goblin here, so that could potentially be something that you really need to interact with.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what Brandon has here. So discarding a card to shadow. Ooh, discarding a Bitter Triumph. Gonna draw a card and playing Starting Town.
What do we got? All right, FOMO.
Yep, FOMO coming out nice and early. No response from Ethan here. Discarding a Spider Cane. Casting Spider Cane off of Mayhem here. Let's see if Brandon's going to discard another card to Cane. Doesn't... Oh, just a land.
Just a land.
Looks like he's got a grip full of lands, unfortunately. But, yeah, Cane now becoming a 3/2 menace.
Basically, Riot. It's like building your own Spider-Punk at home.
Basically.
Oh, and because Mayhem was used to cast the Scarlet Spider Cane, that means that the Shadow of the Goblin is going to deal 1 damage.
Yeah, I think our players are backing up a little bit, though. It looks like Ethan wanted to respond to a trigger.
Or maybe just not realizing that that would trigger the Shadow of the Goblin.
Wait, I don't think our players remember the Shadow of the Goblin.
Well, that's unfortunate.
If Brandon loses by 1 damage, I'm going to make fun of him for this.
I mean, 20 is on a multiple of 3. So if you would have to do it twice because you'd only be able to get to 18 off of your monument triggers anyway. So, just doing some quick math there.
Right. Dice on a card, usually it's for counters and stuff. In this case, it is for the +1/+1 counter on Scarlet Spider Cane. Because when it enters, you can discard a card. If you decide to discard a card, you are able to put a +1/+1 counter on it.
Yep, so then Cane is going to be a 3-power creature here, attacking alongside the 2-power creature in FOMO. So that is going to be 5 damage that is coming across. And unfortunately, it looks like
I think I kicked it.
It looks like our camera broke because of the power that was being thrown at our players here.
Yeah, we lost.
But we could very easily get that back up. As it does look like after taking 5 damage here, turn gets passed back over to Anthon with 4 untapped mana available.
Take one, give me a second.
And we did unfortunately also lose our life total tracker on our side, so we are just going to take 1 second here, get that back.
Control Windows Shift.
Does look like just a stock up getting cast here by Anthon.
What was the keys? I don't remember.
So it looks like it was just a stock up, a land, and a passing of the turn. All right, so we have our life totals back up. And it does look like there's a little bit of gameplay that have been done in the meantime. Brandon going to get a duress off, it looks like here. Immediately goes for that get lost. Does not want any of his creatures to hit the bin in this case. It looks like now just that Scarlet Spider Cane is going to be the main creature that is being attacking right now, so getting Anthem down to 12.
Yeah, I would say Menace is actually surprisingly relevant in this matchup, just because a lot of time Fountain Port does so much work against single attackers. You're just like, oh, what, you have a 5/5? No, I'm taking 1. Oh, but Beza coming down, gaining a 4 life, going back up to 16 here. But most notably, that Beza still can't block the game.
Yeah, it's not getting the extra fish, so we're not going to wind up having that create the tokens that it needs. So, unfortunately, just 16, just 4 life. But here's double monument now. So this is like a huge thing for Brandon. The flail is online. These monuments can deal 6 damage. You can draw 2 cards. The world is Brandon's oyster.
Yep, so double activation on the first one, single activation on the second one, so drawing a card here.
And draining for 3.
Yeah, Scarlet Spider coming in for 5.
Oh, so this is super dangerous now. Brandon just needs to have a creature on the battlefield to basically win at this point.
Yep. Oh, discarding Shadow of the Goblin.
So that's going to drain for
another
3.
3, putting Ethan to 5. I don't know why that's a 6 on the monument now.
I guess because he activated every mode and just did not find the 3, but creates a treasure off of that one. Now, Anthony, yeah, as Eric says in chat here, needs an Ultima in order to really pull through on this one. But Brandon did see the contents of his hand, but that duress the turn before, no Ultima there, and all lands for Anthony. That means that Brandon Chen, Rakdos Mayhem, Spider-Man, and more Spider-Man is going to wind up taking the match here and going up 1-0 at the beginning of the RCQ.
Yeah, it kind of does show you the power of Spider-Man. I know a lot of people weren't that excited for the new set just because, I don't know, just a little bit of like release fatigue, I guess.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I do think there are a lot of interesting archetypes to be explored again with the new cards. Like currently I'm looking at synthesizer lists again because of Lady Octopus and Peter Parker's camera. So
oh yeah,
I think there's a lot of room to be brewing right now. And so if people are feeling a little bit tired of VV Cauldron, maybe come out and play something else, you know?
I mean, even outside of like the spider decks in general, there are a lot of cards that are very interesting to play around with.
Mm-hmm.
I was on the receiving end of Ben K's Hide on the Ceiling yesterday, which at the end of the day was just a way to scam Quantum Riddler, which already makes me saying, you know, like that in and of itself has been an archetype that has basically been trying to be brewed around. We had Splash Portal in like a Azorius style deck. That was the way that we were doing it originally. But hey, look, I get a hat now too. All right, so I get to match. There we go. Kyle coming in clutch, fixing our life totals, fixing our cameras, and fixing my hair, I guess. So coming in clutch for that. But yeah, there are a lot of different things that are kind of floating around with the now legality of the Spider-Man cards and things that you can do that you can kind of test out.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, when we first looked at Hide on the Ceiling, we were like, you know, this is kind of funny in the mirror because you just get to like blink your opponent's stuff in response to them trying to Cauldron off.
Yeah,
but then we're like
Cauldron and they lose the ability.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, exile my Vivi with Cauldron. Okay, blink your Cauldron.
Yeah, it's basically like the Abrade tech, right? And it just costs the same amount.
Exactly. And like while you're doing that, if you happen to have a FOMO or a Riddler or something on your own field, you just add 1 mana, blink your own thing, get extra cards. But the fact that it does actually synergize really well with Riddler. It does actually do a lot of what you need in the deck, and it's not just able to target your own stuff like Splash Portal. I think just the additional utility there makes it a really impressive card. And Ben and I have been looking at trying to explore that one a little bit more, maybe trying more in the sideboard as well. And the other card being Spider-Man 2099, which we're both like, this card is sick, but I don't know how sick.
It was very sick. I played against Ben in the finals of an RCQ yesterday playing Mono Red, and that was a stonewall against everything not named Screaming Nemesis or Sunspine Lynx.
Oh, definitely.
It's just a 2/3 double striker.
2/3 double strike vigilance.
Yeah, why does the blue-red card have vigilance, man? Come on.
I don't know, man. But the fact that like you can also actually trigger the bottom half of 2099 pretty effectively in Vivi Cauldron is just really impressive. Because it's not like, oh, you have to dome creatures, you have to dome face. It is actually just, hey, take out anything. Attack for 10.
Exactly. Oh man, so there's a lot of different things that you could be doing in standard right now, even though Vivi Cauldron and Mono Red are still kind of up there. There was an uptick of Dimir at the event that I played yesterday as well, so people are definitely kind of going through like the rock paper scissors style of matchup. You play red into Vivi, you play Vivi into Dimir, you play Dimir into red, and there's a plethora of other decks out there. We've seen the Azorius control deck on stream right now, although it didn't wind up coming out ahead in that matchup. I know that there are a couple of other control decks in the room. There's like the Jeskai Black Mystical Teachings deck that is out there as well. I think 2 players specifically are playing that one. I think Alex and Sudam have both brought that one. I know Alex was looking for the Mystical Teachings last night. So if he found them, I'm sure he's going to be playing that one. But there's a lot of different things that you can do in standard right now, and a lot of different things that are changing, which is basically the same here at CardArt as well. If you haven't been paying attention recently, we haven't been streaming for like the past month or so, and that is because the store has expanded. There is an empty store next door. CardArt took that over, so we have legitimately doubled the size of the store here.
Yeah, we have been moving on to bigger and better things. Side B is now officially open as of last Friday, so the store is expanding into more games as well. I know they were talking about trying to do Warhammer. There will be Warhammer paints and accessories available in the store. There are also video game accessories now being sold because we have more space to stock more goods now as well. Hololive OCG is officially being supported. We are looking at Riftbound support as soon as that officially releases. There's been a lot of demo events being held by our former PT competitor and current Riftbound TO Ting Feng Huang.
Ting has just been like goading people into coming and playing in between rounds of the other Magic events. But the store has expanded. There's a lot more to do, but there's still multiple events going on throughout the week. Most importantly, there's a ton more space, so you're not going to be packed into the same room specifically. So we have a lot of tables here for the RCQ today. We have other events going on this weekend. There's still 7 days a week worth of Magic, multiple days of Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Weiss, Shadowverse, all the different card games you can kind of think of, we probably wind up having at the store. So you can head on over to svcardart.com to see the full event schedule, or when we cut to a commercial break, like we're going to be doing in the next couple of seconds, there's a QR code that you can scan so that you can get some more information from the store in and of itself. Now, we are going to be taking a bit of a break. We don't have a backup matchup for you, and round 1 is still continuing. So what we're going to do is take a small extended break, try to figure out some more of like the little shenanigans that have been going on with the stream setup, getting back up in order for round number 1, make sure that our life pad and our camera and everything are working pretty well, and we're going to be coming back in just a couple of minutes to update on the state of round 1, and then hopefully jump into round 2 of 5 here at CardArt's first RCQ of the season. So stay tuned. Hey everybody, Tom here, just to give a quick update on what is happening in round number 1. Time has been called in the round, and there is a single match that is still ongoing. It is a Jeskai Black deck going up against what I thought was an Izzet Cauldron deck, but didn't necessarily see a ton of the cards that were on the table. I just wound up taking a quick look throughout the room to see what was still going on. So we are in turns, which means that we should be about 5 minutes or so away. I say that because there's only 5 turns left, but we know that in turns there's no exact time limit. But there should be games ending fairly soon. We are going to be swapping out casters all throughout the event. So we're going to have our good friend Kyle Mendoza joining me on the microphone for round number 2, which should be starting from the sounds of what's going on outside any minute now. So I just wanted to give a quick update for everybody that is still tuning in and staying near the stream. If you need to use the restroom, you need to grab yourself a drink, go on for it. You make yourself a microwavable bag of popcorn. That's probably enough time to come on back and get back in time for the next round of standard action. So we are going to take a quick, like I said, take a quick break before we get back, and then when we come back, we'll be jumping right into round number 2. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. Tom now joined by Kyle here to take us through round number 2 of the RCQ. It's been a very interesting day so far. We saw 2 decks that were not Vivi and not mono red, but it's going to be a little bit different this time.
Yeah, a little bit different here. We got a little bit of mono red action here. Well, with a little wetness and
a damp red.
A little bit damp red. We also got Bismon on stream, which is his crazy brews are back once more.
Yeah, the Bismon brews are definitely something that we always want to check out here, as we do wind up having Bismon going to be over on the left, is going to be playing a Rakdos Dragon's Brew, going up against Tanya, who is going to be playing that wet red deck, which, as you mentioned, is basically mono red splashing for the blue for Scalding Viper.
Yeah, I mean, Scalding Viper is very strong, but good. A lot of these anti-Vivi cards would be great versus Bismon, because I don't think Bismon's be drawing a lot of cards here.
Yeah, I don't think Bismon is going to be drawing a ton of cards whatsoever. I do think that Bismon's deck is going to be trying to just smash face, and I'm not entirely sure if what the wet red deck is going to do is going to be able to defend too much against that.
Yeah, I mean, if the red deck can just go draw 1, 2, 3 on curve, and then if Bismon does break out, I mean, game plan's still very solid.
Yeah, so let's see what players decide to bring to the table. See, this Rakdos Dragons deck I'm very interested in. I didn't get a chance to see the full deck list from Bismon, but when you think of like the Boros Dragons list, you're thinking of basically Sarkhan, and you're thinking of a couple of extra dragons, maybe Taurine Mauler. That screams like a Bismon card to me. But the Dragons theme is kind of like a light splash, and you're usually playing Boros for like the burn spell. So like, what are you getting out of the black splash?
Maybe Bismon values a little bit more with the removal package, maybe mainly for strategic betrayal. I know he's very high on that card. So also maybe some nice Spider-Man action can be coming out here, because
could see some Spider-Mans.
I do know the list of cards he did gather from Diverse.
I say multiversal passage is probably something you have to run in these Rakdos decks since you don't have your Blood Crypt. We did see a bunch of Rakdos Spider-Man cards that were being played.
Is it?
Oh yeah, it's a Geological Appraiser in Bismon's hand here.
Oh brother, we're back in Pioneer.
I wish. Geological Appraiser, though, is definitely a card that is more powerful in sort of like the fair mid-range decks here, because it's basically Bloodbraid Elf in Standard. You have the ability to put it back into your hand if something you don't want to cast immediately, but in general, it's a value engine. But that means that Bismon's probably looking to play things that are much smaller than this.
Oh yeah, looks like Bismon with the Sunnyvale passage should be passing going, and Tanya is getting the perfect curve of Higher Claw turn 1.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is basically what the mono red deck wants to do.
Bailmerk comes out on Bismon. Alright, so we got a little bit of milling action here. So I wonder what we're going to see from the mill.
Yeah, the Overlord of the Bailmerk is not what I anticipated this Dragons deck playing. It's definitely something that I would associate more with more of the Pixie style decks and things. Like those are some of the decks that have been playing Overlord of the Bailmerk, flickering it and then just getting pure value off of it.
Nova Hellkite from the mill.
No, okay,
Nice.
Well yeah, that is definitely a dragon in the set. It seems like both of these players may be playing that card though.
And it looks like turn 2 Emberheart Challenge here, so really actually kind of the perfect start here. So we're going to be taking, looks like 4 damage here, going down to 16, and Bismon does have the Hellkite, which is not too bad, but not going to be killing anything. Are we just going to play the Hellkite just to get in for 4, or do we have any type of removal here? It looks like we might, but we're rolling it a little bit back.
I think Bismon needs to do something to develop the board this very quickly. Next turn, Screaming Nemesis is a big threat, so you need to kind of think about that. And it looks like Sunset Saboteur is going to hit the table.
Sunset Saboteur. What exactly does this card do?
Oh, this is a 4/1 menace that is going to start putting counters on your opponent's creatures, so it's not the greatest in the mono-red matchup. However, Ward Discard a card is pretty huge, and this can effectively trade with almost everything in mono-red's deck just by being a 4-power creature.
Let's see, we got coming out is the Nova.
Oh.
Oh god, no! So much value is coming out here from this Hellkite. Discarding card, this is not a worse value because you're discarding Nemesis, which interesting, but oh my god, Nova Hellkite getting all the value here. Something for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. This one is potentially facing lethal next turn.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the Dragons deck. It's losing to its own card. But yeah, this is going to be just a quick little poke. And like we were saying, the Sunset Saboteur with the low toughness, not the greatest in this specific matchup. But now Bismon, big draw step here. Being a Rakdos deck, I can't really think of any like board wipes here, but here's the Geological Appraiser we saw before. Now it's time to spin the wheel.
Slasher.
Ooh, okay, that's a good blocker
that's
here.
Good. So like so far we're seeing only one dragon in this deck, but Slasher, very good card that can turn the corner very quickly.
I was actually surprised to see, like, okay, we saw the Geological Appraiser in the opening hand, then we saw Overlord of the Balemark and Nova Hellkite, which are things you cannot discover into with the Geological Appraiser, but if you're playing value cards like Slasher, I would not be surprised if Bismon has, like, a sneaky Cruel Claw on this list as well, because I know he was a big fan of that previously.
I'm trying to think, like, what's a Bismon card that we know is he would like to cook up in a Rakdos standard deck?
I mean, Fires of Invention is not standard legal anymore, unfortunately. All right, double Hired Claw, and here's the Scalding Viper to bounce.
Hey, that's what the blue's for. But looks like so much damage to coming in once more. It looks like I'm swinging for this a little bit for blocking the Hired Claw, taking 2 down to 6. And this actually does not look like he's in a bad spot right now.
Well, the thing is with these Hired Claws here, by blocking the one Hired Claw, we are going to get that pinging trigger off of the battlefield. However, if there's a third Hired Claw or something else along the lines, being able to...
Lightning Strike.
Yeah, Lightning Strike would be here. We're not in kicked burst lightning range quite yet, but...
Ooh, Multiverse Passage.
All right, that one has to come into play tapped, unfortunately.
I think we should shock it. Screw it.
All right, Bismon just putting the black mana there, so we know that this is representing a swamp.
There we go.
That's one way to deal with covering up some Spider-Mans, but we are going to wind up seeing Unstoppable Slasher come down again.
End step pass. Alright, so we do have our 2 blockers here. Now, luckily, Talia's been missing some land drops here, so we can't hardcast Nova Hellkite. But, man, looks like we do have, we have a Hellkite in hand.
Ooh, being able to just warp this would be pretty big, because that is lethal, correct? There's no flying blockers.
There's no flying blockers. We are going to be playing the Hellkite, I'm pretty sure, and presenting lethal.
You got it.
Oh, yep, and Bismon's scoop it right up immediately. So, Bismon not getting, actually looked like he had a great start here, but sadly not good enough.
Yeah, the Rakdos Dragons list, which only had one dragon that we saw, was unfortunately just not doing enough things to kind of present lethal, like not lethal, but present threats that the red deck really had to care about. We saw Tanya being able to just kind of play their game the way that they wanted to, curving out 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, and then a bunch of hasty creatures to kind of follow up, or impactful creatures like the additional copies of the Hired Claw there. So Tanya's deck was just kind of doing exactly what red wants to do, whereas on the side of Bismon, unfortunately, it does look like that Bismon's deck kind of petered out a little bit, and I'm interested to see what sideboard options Bismon has to kind of deal with the more aggressive red angle. I'm looking at Bismon kind of fanning through his list there. I'm seeing Cecils, I'm seeing all these really good 1-for-1 value Rakdos cards. But when the mono red deck is going to be able to do things like warp in a 4/5 on turn 3 and being able to cast a removal spell for that Cecil and pump their prowess creatures, it's a little bit harder for Bismon's deck to really set up to get that discover value.
Oh yeah, and then also seeing the power from the blue splash with casting the casting the adventure side of Scalding Viper.
Oh yeah,
actually mattered a lot because usually most of the time the bounce effect doesn't really matter that too much.
No, normally you would be thinking that the bounce effect is just kind of cheeky and cute to like reset some counters for like the Vivi Cauldron matchup, which isn't necessarily even the biggest swing of advantage. But here, when you're playing fair magic, air quotes, fair magic, and you're playing one thing per turn, or in that case, you played a Geological Appraiser and then it gave you a second thing. When you were able to undo one of those things, we saw Akira in chat saying, OMG, she just casted Time Walk. Like, yeah, that is exactly what happened. It set Bismon's fair game plan a turn behind. And as much as I like the Overlord because it lets you find those pieces and set up your next couple of plays, the downside is if Overlord is your turn 2, you need to have like Cecil on 1 or your board just does nothing against mono red for 3 turns.
I mean, Alright. I wonder what's going to be in Bisman's board here because I'm not really paying too much attention. I never saw the deck list, but I'm assuming there's going to be a little more spot removal on the side, hopefully.
All right, so spot removal is definitely something. However, spot removal can be very hit or miss against the mono red decks, especially when they start going a little bit wider. One card I am looking at that may be something that Bismarck wants to use as a kind of like 2-for-1 is Harvester of Misery. If that is a card that Bismarck has in his sideboard, this can stop a threat a little bit earlier on, but it also can wind up just being a board wipe against all of the low drop creatures from the mono red deck. If Bismon's able to have some sort of way to get this card out earlier than turn 5, that's very powerful. Otherwise, I'm thinking of cards like Deadly Cover Up. I'm thinking about like all these like
Malicious Eclipse.
The Malicious Eclipse could be one. That's a 3-mana one, which is very good. But a lot of the black things that have the ability to deal with the board as a whole don't really start until turn 5, which Bismon was dead by in that game.
Yeah. The deck has been very good
I
for
guess
a while now. It's actually interesting to see how the deck is going. Just see how the deck is going to adapt with the Vivi decks with all the new Spider-Man cards. But he's been on the play again. Let's see if he can survive a little bit longer than turn 5.
Yeah, the one issue with Bismon wanting to sideboard into more removal is the fact that a lot of his own cards are going to die to the board wipes that black and red have access to. I was just thinking off the top of my head as well, Slagstorm had a reprint Foundations. Being able to deal 3 damage to each creature is very powerful against the red deck. It can, of course, trigger their Screaming Nemesis, which you may have to deal with, but it also kills your Unstoppable Slasher, which I guess comes back, but it kills your Geological Appraiser, it kills your Cecil. The only thing we saw that it didn't kill was Overlord and Hellkite, which are also late game plays.
Looks like we are gonna have another Fable turn 1 just to get swamped. So it should be signal to Tanya that this might be a little bit of danger to be walking into here, but do we have a turn 1 play potentially? What's that one? Is Bastronaut? Is that what it's called? The goblin guy.
Burnout Bastronaut was such an all-star when I played this deck yesterday, but it looks like that Tanya, keeping a bit of a slower hand, does not have the turn 1 play, which does allow Bismon's Overlord of the Baelmerk on turn 2 to be a little bit more effective. Is that a Terror of the Peaks? No, that's a Stingerback?
That's Stingerback and over Hellkite. It looks like we're already taking the Stingerback. Oh my god.
Okay, so we can plot this card, right? This is pretty
Yes.
powerful. So, okay, so Bismon is basically going to be playing to empty his hand to make this thing as big as possible, as quickly as possible.
Tanya needs to double check what this card does too, because
So did we.
yeah, but like Mind Trample for 3 mana potentially is very, very strong here. If you get rid of it, you can blow your whole hand, which it seems like it's very possible for Bismon. There's some type of discard effect, but but Razorkin Needlehead coming out here, a current all-star in the mono red deck, but we're gonna be taking 1 on draw now. We're playing the Verge, and we're gonna be playing the Unstoppable Slasher once more.
All right, we're playing Duskmourn Limited here.
Actually, yeah, everything but Duskborn. Don't mind the dragon in the hand. Bismon, 5 cards in hand. Tanya, potentially missing 3rd land drop here.
That'd be pretty big for this red deck too. Hitting 3 lands when you start sideboarding in a bunch of your removal is pretty important for this deck to be able to kind of play removal plus something.
I do see a Shoot the Sheriff in Bismon's hand here. Unfortunately, Razorkin the hit is an assassin.
Did you know that today, I mean, I knew this beforehand, but it was made very apparent to me today, villains are not outlaws.
Yeah. It's very interesting, right?
That's a flavor fail. Somebody needs to
wrap up.
someone needs to call Morrow and let him know.
Oh, Nova Hellkite is going to come out here. So we do have their lane drop. We're just going to touch the slasher with the ping, and we're going to go down to 13 for Bismon.
Yeah, that's a pretty heads-up play here, too, from Tanya, because that means that Bismon doesn't have the free block on the now first striking Razorkin Needlehead, so that's not going to be able to trade effectively with the Unstoppable Slasher, and since Bismon doesn't have anything else on the board, tapping that down and keeping it stunned for 2 turns might spell death.
Hitting our 4th land drop here for Bismon. I think we do have a Geological Appraiser in the hand, so let's see what we can try to hit if we do decide to cast it. Just like we are going to be tapping for it. It's going to be that Geological Appraiser we saw in the hand before.
There we go.
It's time to discover.
Spin the wheel. Do we get removal spell for the needle hit?
Slasher 2 is pretty damn good as well.
That means that this slasher is going to get aggressive. That's going to deal 2 and then cut Tanya down to 9.
Yo, Mother Red thought you were fast. Slasher, I'm about 20 to 9 real quick.
Oh yeah, and this is all of a sudden things looking pretty solid for Bismon with this giant flip of life total. Now Tanya has to not deal with just one slasher, but 2 slashers before both of them connect. So that means that Tanya might even have to play defense here at the mono red deck.
Yeah. Going to a more defensive side on the mono red deck is not really one to be. Because you don't really have a lot of removal unless I'm trying to think of removal on the sideboard as you were telling, maybe some obliterating bolts.
I think there's a Witch Stalker's
Stalker,
Frenzy
yep.
in Tanya's hand there, yeah.
It's not the worst, but like these slashes can be so hard to deal with because they just come back anyway.
Obliterating Bolt, definitely the one that Tanya wants to see here, since that exiles, that would make the slashers stoppable as opposed to unstoppable.
But let's see a tiny decision here because this is probably the penultimate turn for her, and looks like a lot of lands and not too much happening.
Yeah, as I say, it does look a bit of a land-heavy hand here, and Tanya just going to say pass after playing that Soulstone Sanctuary, so...
This one's down to 11 now from that Razorkin, so we have a blocker, but we have to block at least one slasher here.
The good thing about Witch Stalker's Frenzy is it just cares about attacking creatures, so Bismon jams with everything. Tanya's going to get a 1 mana removal spell off of the Witch Stalker's Frenzy, which is pretty nice.
Oh yeah.
But then we may wind up having to trade away our Needlekin as well. Here we go.
I'm going to go combat swing all. Let's see if Tanya has any response or tries to go to blocks. Let's see. Because you can just, before you even block yourself, you can kill one, then side blocks after, see if there's a response from Bismon since he has all this open mana. But it's a really hard decision here.
If Bismon has any sort of pump spells too, that would be pretty powerful. I don't know. It looks like Bismon only have the Stinger back in hand though, unless he's picked his cards up off the table.
He's picking his cards up.
So like, I don't know, a Dreadmaw's Ire or something would be pretty interesting. Okay, yeah, Bismon still has plenty of cards in hand. I don't think this style of deck is playing pump spells though. It's like the worst thing to discover into with your geological appraisal.
Hey, if Monster Changer is still legal, Bismon would play it.
I mean, yeah, that's basically Lightning Bolt. You play that sucker at instant speed. Doesn't matter if that's in your hand right now or not.
Oh yeah.
But Tanya taking a double check here, because what would wind up happening is if you were to take the full damage from the Unstoppable Slashers, you take 4 damage. That would put you down to 5, and then you're going to wind up losing half of your life twice, which would kill you. I think. I said that with so much confidence, but you would think that the person that plays the mono black decks would know about this stuff.
Is this your specialty?
Yeah, unfortunately for me, most of my slashers are stoppable.
Let's see what we have here for Tanya.
So this is probably the Witch Stalker's Frenzy, because Tanya has let attacks happen. So this Witch Stalker's Frenzy is going to be discounted down to just 1 mana. But let's see what else is in Tanya's hand. Lightning Strike. So that's going to have to be 2. So we have an ability to get rid of both slashers this turn if we want to, but Tanya is just going to wind up taking the damage here. So that's 5, and then we're cutting our life total down to 2.
2 to 11 here. Does Bismon have any way to drain? No, we're just gonna plot. Oh, actually, we're just gonna hard cast this terror.
Oh yeah, and this terror currently is a 5/5 flyer, so it's going to wind up tussling with basically everything that Tanya has. And ooh, Tanya actually holding on to this Witch Stalker's Frenzy, again, only cares about when creatures attacked this turn. So that discount is still available until end of turn, and that is going to deal exactly 5 to the Stingerback Terror.
Very disciplined play from Tanya. But let's see, can we turn to corner this turn? Looks like we are going to get that. Oh, actually, it's a River Pirate. My bad. I thought it would be the dragon. What is the dragon? It's the. I forgot the name of the creature.
Nova Hellkite?
No.
Or.
With the adventure.
Oh, Scalding Viper.
Scalding Viper.
Alright, so we can bounce the Slasher, block the Geological Appraiser, but then there's an Overlord coming off of impending next turn as well. So Tanya is going to have to basically runner to get herself out of this one. It's going to be a very difficult situation. So we do wind up seeing Viper coming on down and then bouncing that one. Oh, although technically it's going to bounce it and then come down because you have to cast the adventure side first.
I'm trying to debate if she wants to swing with this Ryuzukin, because swinging with this is probably not worth it. And yep, looks like we're just gonna pass. Bring Bisman down to the 10 with the draw. And I think it was laying off the top. So also the Shoot the Sheriff is not alive for Bisman.
It is, yeah. The Scalding Viper is not an outlaw. So we can shoot the Sheriff, the Scalding Viper, and force the block with the Needlekin.
Oh, but Hellkite actually instead is pretty good.
Yeah, we're just going to wind up warping that one. And then Tanya has been hoisted by her own petard there.
Oh, yeah.
The Nova Hellkite works out for Bismon this time around. And double dragons coming into play for Bismon, putting the dragon in Rakdos Dragons that game.
Yeah, so we're seeing a little bit of more dragons coming out here. So that's a good thing to see. Well, Tanya did not have the greatest of starts.
A little slow.
A little bit anemic. Like, they could have got there potentially, but unfortunately the draws were not there. And it looks like we're all going to be making a little bit of sideboard changes after what we saw from game 1, which looks like Bismon may have some play draw. Looks like 1 card.
Yeah, I mean, this might be something along the lines of, like, if I'm on the draw, I'm taking out some of my discard spells. I think that might have been the duress right there that accidentally got flipped on the table. But, yeah, it's very interesting because the mono red deck does play, even though it's very creature dense, it doesn't necessarily, like, the spells that it does play are very impactful. Obliterating Bolts, Scorching Shots, Witchstalker Frenzies, these removal spells that can deal with Bismon's big threats. Bismon's able to put up like a Unstoppable Slasher wall of defense and then get rid of those cards before the big things hit. You may not necessarily need to play a bunch of, board wipes and those kinds of things.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think the biggest part for Bismon here is he just needs not to have any draws to just be in the game, which is kind of hard ass, but maybe it's all Rakdos good stuff. It's probably fine.
So one of the things that Tanya may be thinking about here from her sideboard option is the mono red deck does play a couple of different active treason effects. There's like Twisted Fealty and Vengeful Possession are the two that come to mind. One creates the Wicked Roll token to give it an extra power or an extra damage, and then one winds up giving you the option to discard draw. So there are a bunch of different types of these 3 mana active treasons that could come into play. Stealing an Unstoppable Slasher from Bismon's side to half his life total when you're playing a bunch of burn spells as well.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty solid line of action. So Tanya may be thinking, do I actually take out some of my lower drop removal? Do I wind up not playing like Abrades and stuff and just playing these active treason effects instead to steal away some of those cards? Of course, if you can steal away like Stingerback Stalker might not be the greatest, but if Tanya's just throwing cards out onto the battlefield already, your hand is going to be very small, so the Stingerback will wind up being large, and if you're able to just steal the opposing Nova Hellkite, not that shabby either. It could just be the extra 4 or 5 damage that you need to win one of these races.
Hear me out.
Hearing you out.
Steal Overlord Realmlurk. Swing. Trigger. Get back. Any creature named Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, the Screaming Nemesis is something that we saw Tanya discard it when basically she had the game already wrapped up in game number 1. But Screaming Nemesis is also something that would be pretty powerful because you're going to be able to kind of... There are a lot of 3 toughness or 2 toughness threats on Bismon's side. We haven't necessarily seen any sort of life gain. However, the 3 damage going to Bismon's face after a 1 and 2 drop have started things off is a very impactful thing that Bismon's deck has to keep in mind, especially if Bismon is playing, Shoot the Sheriff is fine. It's going to have to go after the Screaming Nemesis. But if you're playing things like Abrades or Torch the Tower, or not necessarily Torch the Tower, but like Abrades or Scorching Shot type effects instead of playing Tragic Trajectory, or I guess maybe Bismon might have access to Caustic Exhale, as Akira pointed out in the chat. This Screaming Nemesis could just wind up killing you.
Oh yeah, looks like Tanya is very happy with her hand. Looks like you have Ryuzukin, looks like you have 2 lanes hand, looks like a little bit of Burst Lightnings, and Bismon, I thought his hand looked pretty fine, but maybe he thinks not good enough.
One of the biggest issues with the Rakdos decks right now, from talking with Brandon, who was on stream just the previous round, as well as just in general being a Rakdos enjoyer myself, is your lands suck right now. Like, You have Multiversal Passage as your Blood Crypt, but you can only choose one or the other. You don't have access to Blackleaf Cliffs. You have a Verge, but it creates I believe it's red on when you don't own a swamp. I'm gonna just double check that right now, but your land base is one of the worst right now.
Ooh, is that Scavenger region?
Yes, it is. Sorry, it creates black on turn 1, but doesn't create red until later, so it's good enough to play like Duress or Tragic Trajectory.
Scavenger region. Kind of talked about this card many times with Bismon, and we think it's very, very bad, but it's kind of like an evil you have to play.
I kind of forgot about this card as a board wipe too. I mean, like if you cast this for X,
Costly Exhale.
there we go. All right, so we got the combo.
Getting a nice little 1 mana, honestly, might say is pretty strong here, but also showing a face-up board wipe is actually pretty scary for Tanya to be a little bit more reserved with her play.
I was gonna say if you wind up casting this for 3 or 4, it's your stopgap, and you can untap and then do it again. But it looks like Tanya missing land number 3 as well, just playing Needlekin hits Bismon for 1, but this is playing into like that turn 4 of Bismon setting up to then cast the Regent the next turn.
Looks like we had, let me go here for Bismon. Tanya having the chance to get another land here, and it looks like it will be a Bastronaut.
There we go.
Here we go. This little guy looks not menacing at first, but gets pretty scary as the later the game goes.
Yeah, Burnout Bastronaut has been a house, especially once you get up to 4 speed, which is surprisingly easy in the mono red deck.
It's very, very easy. A 1 mana, 1/1 with menace, but also gets pumped for a while, and max speed gets double strike. Pretty concerning here, but Bismon paying attacks of, you know what, we have to deal with this board right now. It's a bit scary here, and also, it looks like we might have that. What's that -1/- from each turn in your hand, dragon in hand?
Oh, the Stingerback Terror?
Stingerback Terror.
All right, so yeah, this board wipe here from the Scavenger region is like backbreaking when Tanya is missing land drops here. Most importantly, Tanya is on a rock face village in addition to the 1 land, which means that double red spells like Scorching Shot or even later in the game like a Sunspine Links are just not available, right? Or Sunspine Links will be available, but like Scorching Shot and those types of effects are not available.
The Soulstone?
That is the Soulstone.
A little bit more Spider-Man action here in CardArt RCQ, which
I didn't know Bismon had it like that.
this one having Soulstone, pretty interesting. I mean, nice game there, but it's a 2 mana, add 1 black, and you can 7 mana exile a creature control to harness. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, return to a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield is pretty strong here, and it looks like we'll have a another dragon card that's
Oh, that's the red version, the red caustic card. It's not breath. It's not exhale because exhale's the black
it
one.
has to be some type of breath, and it looks like we're going to be playing the Scavenger region.
Either that or it's just Dragonfire breath. We lost internet. There we go. We are back. Unfortunately, we had a small hiccup in the stream there, so apologies for that. But we did wind up having Bismon just cast a removal spell and then immediately be able to play a Scavenger Regent as well. The Soulstone hit the battlefield, Scavenger Regent came down. It looks like we are just going to get a removal spell over here. It looks like it was Scorching Shot and then the ward being paid here by Tanya.
We can't cast Scorching Shot.
Or not Scorching Shot, that was might have been Obliterating Bolt. Because the Regent got exiled, so.
It looks like another Discover into another Slasher. It looks like Bismon might take this game away with Tanya missing land drops for
days.
So many turns.
Yeah, okay, we wind up finding land number 3, although it's
it's fine.
So
Nemesis, here we go.
This would have been such a great curve to have Needlekin, Nemesis, backup removal. Tanya, unfortunately, I think this game is slipping away from her at this point. We're about to get an Unstoppable Slasher swing, the Geological Appraiser as well. Bismon really doesn't have to play any other creatures at this point. This is like a 3-turn clock on Tanya.
Tanya is going to be taking going to 9, going to 7, I'm pretty sure.
Down to 6 actually, because we took 5 down to 15, then we
Oh, yes.
lose half of that. So damn. All right, at 7. And then another scavenger regent hits the battlefield. So now not only does Tanya have to deal with these 2 ground threats, but there's a 4/4 flyer with ward, discard a card.
Tanya hitting the land drops now, but it's a bit too late. What's so anything in the deck that can potentially get you out of the situation is
I
pretty
mean,
questionable.
so we see there's a bunch of lightning strikes and a screaming nemesis in hand. So we can lightning strike the 2 creatures, go down to 3. But then Tanya needs to have a way to deal with this regent. There is a Nova Hellkite in hand, which could buy a turn as a blocker. But that's assuming Bismon has stone cold nothing left in his hand.
Oh yeah. So I would rely Tanya hitting that 5th land drop.
Yeah, that's also pretty big. So here we go, going to attacks.
We're going to
Lightning strike 1.
yeah, Slash Strike has 2 stun counters. And looks like we're gonna lightning strike the other one. Just a little bit of praiser. So we'll be doing the 4, taking 4, down to 2. Those are down to 3.
Yeah, Tanya is on the edge of literally a stiff breeze from Bismon.
First passage, choosing Swamp. Can we hit a land drop here? Tanya needs to hit the land drop for that. Nova Hellkite looks like we do.
Okay, so we have blocker. We don't have
A blocker
damage,
that
we just
doesn't
have blocker.
die to Regent, which is important.
Yes. So we see a 4, and most importantly, Nova Hellkite is a 4/5. So Nova Hellkite is actually a really solid wall against Scavenger specific until it gets shot as a sheriff. So that's going to be
All right. Looks like Bismon so take it 2-1 versus Mono Red, where like a little bit of a murder, but Bismon's deck showing what it does best and just outvaluing over time.
Yeah, that was just a case of Tanya's deck. Unfortunately, in game number 3, the mana for the red deck. That's why the red decks are usually running like upwards of 24 lands, because even though you only really need 3 to 4 lands to really make the deck hum, if you don't hit them 1, 2, 3, the deck stumbles like that. Even when you have double Lightning Strike, double Razorkin Needlehead, and a Hired Claw or Bastronaut, you need to keep playing spells as the red deck, because if you ever stutter, decks like these mid-range decks will just completely run you over.
Oh yeah, maybe if Tanya was using dual spec sleeve, she might have been able to top deck a little bit better there.
Are you saying that dual spec sleeves will help you play your game?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
dual spec enhances your gameplay.
But yeah, so that was Bismon's Rakdos Dragons deck. Interestingly enough, I mean, we saw game number 1, we saw Nova Hellkite as the only dragon. Game number 2 and 3, we saw multiple dragons, and kind of earning the namesake of the deck.
Oh yeah.
I guess the Caustic Exhale is a very powerful reason to be in Rakdos for your dragons.
Yes.
And then the only other real black mana payoff that we saw from the dragons list was the Scavenger Regent. So interested to see what else Bismon kind of has in that list besides the multitude of removal and hand disruption that is making the Rakdos version more appealing than the aggressive shells like Boros.
Oh yeah. I mean, I actually want to wonder, how does Bismon's deck play into the control decks?
Oh yeah.
Because obviously, the removal package you have for all the exhales or all the caustics are not too good at all. So
not super great.
It's the type of gameplay he has, but maybe we see that in the future.
I mean, so if I'm building a Bismon deck like this, first off, I have no idea, because Bismon's brewing process is 10 times bigger brain than I am. But if I'm looking at a Rakdos list like that and I am playing Unstoppable Slasher, that means that in my sideboard, I'm thinking about putting in things like Unholy Annex for those more controlling matchups. So I might be bringing in Duresses, Unholy Annexes, and then I need to kind of think what my card advantage engine is going to be. Geological Appraiser into Unholy Annex is a slam dunk in those matches. And if you have any sort of room in your mana base for a Cavern of Souls for either dragon or human, that means that now you have an uncounterable Discover card. Sure, they can still counterspell the Unholy Annex that comes into play, but having that 2-for-1 value of Appraiser / or Appraiser Unholy Annex, I think that's the plan of attack against control. It just depends. Can it survive, a split up Day of Judgment or something along those lines?
Yeah, I mean, having. I'm trying to think, like, doesn't do much. I'm trying to think, is there a way to be able to play the slow game plan without being punished too hard for this one in control? I think Temur seems very strong in that matchup. I think actually having the warp creatures matters a lot.
Oh yeah,
The
definitely.
plot. Actually, I think this actually has a lot of game versus control. When I think about it.
Yeah, it could have a lot of game, as mid-range decks with black in them tend to do. And then from the flip side, if you're thinking from like Tanya's deck, the red decks are usually trying to kill the control deck before the control deck does control things.
Yep,
so
vibe check every time.
Just gotta try to do things as quickly as possible. So that was the final game of that match. I don't believe we have anybody that is ready for a backup match whatsoever, since that did take a little bit of time, which does mean that we are going to be gearing up for round number 3 in just a little bit. We did unfortunately have a bit of an internet disconnect there, so thank you for everybody who stayed tuned to the fact that that was that happened. We do have to, just make sure the internet, there's a lot of people coming in the startup play. There's 21 people here today specifically for Magic, and then there's also now the second side of CardArt as well. So there's 2 stores using the internet connection.
I don't know, maybe try fix into that a bit, maybe get a little bit of that advanced.gg,
No, there you go.
Little that advanced.gg.
Do you got code SV CardArt for that one?
No,
not yet.
CardArt to that checkout with 10% off.
All right, so we are going to be taking a short break. In the meantime, we do have a breakdown of all the different decks that are here. There are 21 different players with 21 lists of cards completely handed in. Judge Abi gave us access to those, so we have all the different archetypes for a metagame breakdown that will be available on your break graphic. If you're wondering how you can play Magic or other card games here at CardArt in Sunnyvale, you'll be able to either scan the QR code on the break graphic or just go to svcardart.com to see a full schedule of events. So while we gear up for round number 3, we'll be right back. Stay tuned even though you disconnected.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to round 3 of our Standard RCQ here at CardArt in Sunnyvale, California. We don't have Tom this round.
No Tom.
I'm bringing to you.
We're done.
Yeah, bringing you round 3 will be myself, Eric, and Kyle will be joining me for the first time today.
Oh yeah, I'm bringing the boom.
He sure is living up to 6 Big Boom's reputation. But I do not know if our players are ready for us. So let's hop over and see. It looks like they're shuffling up.
Looks like we have Ben K with Vivi Cauldron and Martin with Dimir Midrange, and Ben is playing a lot of Spider-Man cards.
Yeah, he really is. I actually helped him test some of this stuff on Friday just before his RCQ win yesterday, playing Spider-Man 2099 from the new set, as well as Hide on the Ceiling.
Oh, nice. I wonder if I know any of the Spider-Man cards besides Hide on the Ceiling, because, I am totally oblivious of what most of these cards do, but I know that Spider 2099 is a real beater in this format.
Oh man, our internet is slowing down. This is what happens when we share the same Wi-Fi across 2 stores now.
Oh yeah. But from the future, you can cast Spider-Man 29 damage on your first, second, or third turn. Wow, you know what? This card's pretty cool. A 2-mana 2/3 double strike vigilance. Always have vigilance.
Yeah, we gave a lot of funny reasons for it, but ultimately the vigilance does matter a lot, especially in a deck that plays FOMO primarily. But it looks like Ben is mulling down to 6. Martin keeping his hand, it looks like. I mean, what did you think about this matchup? I know you played Dimir mid a little bit. You are primarily a Dimir middle player, though.
I mean, I'm not too sure how it is for Spider-Man. These Spider-Man cards, generally, if you do mid-range, you're kind of happy about this matchup with Usually, you don't really care too much of what's happening. You just naturally have a lot of answers. But I don't know, maybe Spider-Man puts a wrench in that plan.
Yeah, definitely, because I feel like a lot of time you have a hard time getting through on board, especially with the Death Touchers that Dimir usually plays, Cecil being one of them, another one being our fan favorite, Preacher of the Schism.
Oh yeah.
But, I mean, if you just make Spider-Man big enough, you just punch through them, no problem, right?
It's like, ooh, is this like a potential one-lander? Not too sure.
Oh no, it looks like our OBS is disconnected temporarily.
Yeah, it's been doing this all day.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think our internet is a little bit unstable today.
Something.
Ooh. Okay.
Hey, it looks like we are now back live on the air.
Hello.
It's actually very keep because we have starting town. We're bottoming in starting town. Hold up.
Okay, so Martin leading off right here.
Restless
Restless.
Reef turn one.
I'm sure they'll come out
I
and
can
punch
see
us.
that, and it looks like we're gonna have a Riddler as a draw. Well, not too bad, but we saw where the failed passages can go. I wonder if Martin knows what a lot of these new Spider-Man cards do, because they're a little bit tricky, a little bit of like massive lines of text. Looks like we have our Azorius binder going to be coming down here for Martin, which alright, a great start. Doesn't die that much. Also, it does get rid of, turns off the Cauldron, which is kind of the most important part.
Yeah, Azure Beastbinder bringing it up on screen here. When attacks, turns one artifact, creature, or planeswalker an opponent controls, and it makes it lose all abilities. So this card, I think, was kind of a sneaky tech last season, but this season has been coming back a little bit in full force, especially with people playing the Lord Skitter version. It being a rat is actually kind of actually kind of relatable. But it looks like Ben is thinking real hard about his turn too. I wonder what he's got in hand. I see.
We have Prof, we have Promo, we also have Riddler.
And a Vivi.
Yeah, so many lines you can go here. So it looks like we're all going to go the Vivi route. Not Vivi, the full route with discard Vivi. And we draw into Win tonight, which is not bad, but we are missing third lane drop, which is kind of important for this deck to really go off.
Yeah.
And having this Beast Binder can try to make it to a nice little 2/2 creature with vanilla text.
Yeah. Unfortunately for everybody, it does have vigilance.
No, yeah, so Ben's gonna get another 19 here.
Yeah. Wait.
And Martin's gonna be playing the Soulstone. Not too sure what's really in his hand, but Martin here, not too unhappy with the board state.
Oh.
We're gonna be playing that Preacher that we did talk about before.
Preacher of the Schism. I am disappointed he's not playing the Muscle Preacher.
You know, he didn't really play much of Sand Season, if I remember.
Right? Like this guy, you're like, oh, he's like a priest or a cleric or something. And the other guys, you're like, oh, man, he benches like 250.
Oh, yeah. Looks like we're going to be playing the Prof here from Ben to get that land drop, which we do hit the land drop, which is nice, but no 1 minute play. We're just going to put potentially a counter just on the FOMO. Oh, we do actually.
He does have a Mako.
We have Mako, actually. Ooh, Mako with Winter in the hands, pretty strong. Put the counter on is a real question.
Yeah, he does have a Prost trigger here, so let's see where he's going to put it. Because obviously even with the counter on FOMO, he can't attack through the Preacher, so he doesn't have any good attacks right here. Maybe the plan is to actually just make the FOMO bigger and try and get through next turn, because Martin is inclined to attack with the Preacher next turn. But let us see what he's got. Fourth land coming down means that there's likely an Enduring Curiosity, but
If I was running here, I wouldn't be afraid. I would just swing out.
I think you just jam because
I
Ben.
think you make the Mako into a 2/2.
Yeah, I think so because
There's no blocks in general.
Well, you have to target with this, right? So what are you targeting? On target.
yeah. So Preacher trigger, Martin losing 1 life. Oh, looks like he's turning the FOMO back into a 2/2 again with no abilities.
Looks like
No box.
looks like we did draw a card from this Preacher. And yeah, we did the Curiosity, so we're going to be taking 3 damage and drawing 2 cards.
16. Draw 2.
Yep.
So a lot of card draw here for Martin. Looks like we have a bit of Triumph as well, looks like. Oh, so we have some removal, which is nice. And
Yeah.
just remembering not to turn it back into a regular FOMO. But
Yeah. The good thing right now for Ben is Martin is tapped out. He had to go shields down for the curiosity. He
Drew
has
Cauldron.
a cauldron in hand. And also, if he can make the mana for it, he can play the Winter Night stories that we saw earlier. So this is a really big turn for Ben here.
Cauldron.
So Cauldron coming down, Martin having no response, obviously. The Vivi in the yard already. If I was Ben, probably counter on the Mako.
Well, it looks like Ben's looking to ask a question to the judge, like, "Hey, Beast Binder on FOMO. If
Yeah.
I Cauldron give it count, does it gain the
I haven't
abilities?"
activated
I
or anything yet, but
think
I'm asking when I
so.
activate this, will
Let's.
this
If you look
have
at probably on timestamp layers, you probably do.
Yeah, because I think also I got the Soul Cauldron.
It gains it.
Yeah, afterwards.
So we're gonna remove all abilities here, and then we're gonna grant the ability.
Yeah, because this is a much worse turn if Ben can't make mana with the FOMO here. But if he can, then I think he plays out. He's able to jam out his hand by putting everything on Mako.
I love how Ben does this before clarifying with the judge.
Right.
It's like, oh, he does actually look at that.
Well, because the thing is, I think he has to do it here regardless, because otherwise he's not getting ahead on board at all.
Yeah, so it looks like
But-
eating the Vivi.
So Vivi getting eaten as we do in Vivi Cauldron. We're stewing the Vivi.
I just played this turn.
You just played the Agathos?
Yes.
And then the Beastbinder was the.
Because I think, okay, so our judge coming back, and it does kind of sound like it's going to be a timestamp thing like we were discussing. Because he was asking when he played the Soul
The
Cauldron.
ability is removed, and then this ability is granted.
So he only has the VV ability.
Yeah. So the only ability it has is the VV.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so Ben still has not put a counter anywhere yet.
Activate this. I'll use these to denote.
Ah, there we go. Wait, no. Ben!
So you're missing a counter?
Yeah, we are missing a +1/+1 counter, but he's going for it, so he makes 3 mana off of the FOMO, cast Winter Night Stories.
It's a reflective trigger, right?
It is a reflexive trigger, so it is missable, unfortunately. Oh, looks like there's the Spider-Man 2099 we were looking at in hand.
Didn't take like as it.
Can he? Wait,
Watch the quick count. He's gonna discard a Mako, and then this is turn 4.
this is turn 4. You are correct, because Enduring Curiosity is on Martin's side. And Martin went first.
What are we gonna be discarding here? We could discard second VV, but I don't really want to. This turn, I think.
Yeah, because in this matchup, there's actually a lot to be had from hard casting VV. Your opponent, looks like he's discarding Land Riddler. So triggers on the Mako, 2 counters there.
We are getting that additional counters. We have 3 more mana. Guess what? You can just go to combat.
I mean, I think there's an argument to be had for harmonizing the Winter Night again. Or you can go to combat, you get the 3 counters, and then go ahead and get that. Looks like Ben is mathing it right now.
He's trying to figure it out. This deck is way too complicated.
Yeah,
Too many lines.
there are a lot of lines to be had. Ben does still have his land drop here, though, so that might make the difference here.
Make 3 mana, and then I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna spend
So 1, 2, 3. Oh, actually, we activating.
Oh, Warp Riddler.
Riddler.
loading, and then I'll have a mana here.
So activating Mako, he should have 1 floating mana.
Triggers.
Yes. I like how we brought the mana counters where we got tracking the mana. which is fine.
Yeah. Ben, no!
Looks like we're playing.
Oh, is he warping another one?
Spider-Man 20.
Oh, it's Spider-Man.
Spider 2099.
Holy wait, does he have the wild right?
I think he's only doing this to see Battlecrier, right?
Well, you still have to cast it regardless, I think. And the fact that he can pump Spider-Man up to a really big number right here means that he can just block basically anything.
Oh, not just anything. He can even block the creature.
He can block the Preacher
Oh, his
unless...
first- his
yeah, it has
first-
double strike.
It's double strike and vigilance. Whoa!
Yeah, which means Martin is actually priced into trying to turn off the Spider-Man here, which means Ben will get his FOMO unlocked, which means he can start trying to clock in with FOMO and double combats.
So we're getting the mana floating here. So we're playing 3 blue and 3 red.
Yep, so this is off of Spider-Man 2099, which is now a 6-power creature. Very impressive, very impressive. Oh, looks like he has a Flood Mod in hand, too. Oh, hard cast Vivi.
Oh,
So spending 3 mana here.
Spending 2 red and 1 blue. The results.
this is kind of an absurd turn, but
I'm
we're gonna start harmonizing.
blue.
So harmonize, Winter Night Stories.
Trigger.
So
Might
I'm
take
gonna
one.
draw 3, or so I'm gonna cast this. This triggers pings you.
we go.
It is happening. So Martin taking 1 down to 18 here.
Wait,
Vivi
sorry,
getting
that's
a
you're at 18.
counter,
Counter on it.
and then resolving Winter Night.
Yep, we're gonna be drawing 3.
Yeah,
Storm Chasers?
if Ben was able to play 1 more card that way, he actually could have drew 4 there, which would have been very awesome. But it looks like he did draw a Verge, though, and he still hasn't played his land for turn.
Nope, we also have a Storm Chasers talent here.
Discard a Steam.
Yep, discarding Steam Port Scholar, notably the one of in his deck.
Still have 2 mana floating.
Let's see, so we're gonna be doing a potential. I think we'll play Sword Chase Trigger, the second VV trigger, then we're gonna play the land, and then we're gonna probably just pass the Flood Maw.
Play a river.
I think so, but then you do get to make 4 more mana off of Vivi, so if he has anything else to do here, this would be the time to do it. Trigger Vivi, paying for 1 more, bring Martin down to 17.
You try and build the biggest board stakes you can before the Cauldron potential gets turned off.
Yep. Hey man, we have real otter token.
Hey man, it's the weeb. We have Flood Maw and
Lemon in hand while still holding an open
we
mana.
have Riddler. We're Riddler.
I mean, he could just double activate Vivi and then.
Wait, Hardcast Riddler here, draw 3.
Oh, wait, is he gonna Flood Maul something now and
Flood
then?
Maw to get VV trigger.
Vivi trigger, he gets 6 mana from Vivi.
Goes up, pings you down.
Goes to 16.
16 even for our opponent. Spider-Man will end of turn dealing
Make
6
7
down.
this turn.
Wait.
You make 7.
Oh yeah, because he harmonized. So actually, Spider-Man will dome for 6.
I'm
You
gonna
can
use
make 3, which is acting VV once, seems like.
1 activation plus
Yeah,
the red
so
mana.
first Vivi activation plus the red floating.
I'm gonna buy
Oh,
back.
leveling up Storm Chasers. Getting Flood Maul back in hand. Is he gonna do it again here? Because he can actually bounce the Beastbinder, kill the Preacher, I guess?
Yeah, Chip has the Beast Binder is pretty important.
I'm gonna move to my
Yeah, because no matter what, as long as Ben remembers his trigger, he does have a 29-9 trigger end step here, which is pretty sick.
Spider-Man trigger is going to target your Beastbinder. Sure. After this ability resolves, I'm gonna make
Spider-Man
3 mana,
29.
I'm gonna cast Hide.
Are gonna be. This card looks pretty good. And at the beginning of your next end step, if you're. At the beginning of your end step, if you played a land or cast a spell from the turn.
From anywhere other than your hand,
Oh.
it deals damage equal to its power to any target.
So you just do kill the Preacher.
Yep, because off of the Harmonize. But it looks like Ben will be taking that Martin, seeing no way to win off of that insane turn that Ben had.
Yeah, so a nice little turn 4. little turn 4 from Ben here. Looks like Ben will be bringing a couple of these new cards. Unedited Scheme. Would you bring out Unedited Scheme in this matchup? Or how's the sideboarding would be if you're Ben?
I think it's a little bit hard to tell because most of the hard sideboard stuff is dependent on which version of Dimir that Martin is on.
That's true.
So if Martin's playing a bunch of bats and stuff, you're inclined to bring in Fire Magic. But if he's only playing stuff with big butts like, Beastbinder, Preacher, etc., then the damage-based board wipes are a little bit harder to get ahead with on board, which is a little bit rough. But if Ben has like Obliterating Bolts, I definitely bring them in here. Unable to Scream actually wouldn't be too bad because you just turn your Beastbinder into an O2.
Yeah.
Getting the little bit of pressure off like that is really how Cauldron is going to get ahead in this matchup. What else? Probably the Broadside Barrage. You're really afraid of Kaidos in this matchup. We would probably assume that Martin has like strategic betrayals and stuff like that, so probably boarding out some of the more graveyard reliant stuff. You may actually start to trim VVs. Because this is one of the matchups where hard casting a Vivi actually might be more relevant than trying to go for the Cauldron line.
We're bringing in how many cards for Martin?
Looks like 8, 6, 7, 8, oh 9.
9 cards from the side. It's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think is coming in from Martin's side? Strategic betrayal, like we mentioned earlier.
Probably bringing into your show or I don't know what's inside for Martin because it could be so many different things.
Yeah. Some people run Tidebinder. I don't know if that's actually good in this matchup.
Time is not amazing at all into this matchup. But like, if anything, it feels more like a detriment to play it because it kind of is a dead card. Maybe he's playing Lord Skidder in the sideboard.
That's true. Lord Skidder. Let's bring that up as well
Yeah, I
here.
guess he's definitely more up on package from the graveyard package from the side, only playing a little bit in the main. But
Yeah.
not much you can bring in though. It's not just the same thing, but like
Yeah. Oh, annuls.
Oh no, yeah, no Nulls from the side for Unal Spore, but I'm not sure how much Nulls really gonna matter that much.
Yeah, because you start to think that probably your Cauldron opponent is going to start to board down on a lot of the combo pieces. So at which point you're like, okay, is Annul worth it to take down just FOMO and props? And maybe the answer is yes, because those cards are very impactful after all. Looks like Ben is done sideboarding. Martin finalizing his sideboard as well. So Martin will be on the play for us here in game number 2.
Another uphill battle, even on the play, once more for him.
Yeah, it's just difficult, right? Because I think the hardest part in the Vivi Cauldron matchups is that people have to remember you can get ahead by tapping out and, you know, enduring curiosity, draw 2, you feel really good about yourself. But there's a lot of times where when you tap out, you're just telling your opponent, okay, I have nothing, kill me or have it, you know?
Yeah, kill me this turn or else I will be really far here, which is sometimes you have to do that a lot, especially in the Dimir.
Yeah, unfortunately for Martin, it did not pay off the other way there. Because if he had actually, instead of drawing 2 cards, left Curiosity in hand and maybe flash it in and stuff, then Ben maybe would be a little bit more cautious about like, oh, okay, maybe I can't go for this line. Maybe I can't go all in right here. Because Martin's holding up 4 mana for some reason.
Yeah. Especially if you present like a Flood Pit genre is pretty detrimental.
Yep.
Just presenting a lot like anything with open mana is pretty important.
Yeah, because the Dimir deck is very good at playing at flash speed. So I think Martin does need to play a little bit more into his strengths with the deck there. Our players looking at 7.
Judge, Ben is cheating. I see his watch is digital.
I don't know. He's resetting the life pad for us. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, looks like we do have a Cauldron in.
Cauldron
Ben's
and
hand.
props.
Pretty strong. Looks like we have a no. So look at both players, Cap and Spyglass Siren. Pretty good turn 1 play.
Yep. Spyglass Siren, everybody's favorite siren pirate, bird pirate, whatever it is.
Well, he also has a shark. There's a shark pirate over there. I don't know.
I know, right?
Siren pirate versus shark. Bird and sharks. Who's better? It looks like Martin's been using that map token immediately on Siren into a
Kaito.
Binning it because we actually probably are missing lands.
That's a little rough considering.
Oh, we're missing black mana.
Yeah, Martin keeping that 7 without black mana is a little bit sketchy, I would say.
Especially if you've been like, wait, is the floodgates open? Like, are you gonna be able to do anything I want? And it looks like we're gonna be able to jam that prof pretty freely and drawing that Spyman 2099, swinging for 2, bring down the 18 for Martin.
Yeah, because it looks like unless Martin draws the absolute nuts here, I don't think we're afraid of. Yeah, we're not afraid of Kaito coming out at all. This is just him telling Ben, okay, I don't have it. Can you kill me soon?
Well, it's like us right now because we do have 2 mana ups, but Ben can't really just jam, so she open blue.
Yeah.
But I think Ben can probably assess his options here and probably just swing out. Don't have to do anything. You're really pushing the advantage pretty heavily, and if it's Flip John, he probably does have an answer for it.
Yeah. I'm a little curious if Martin is playing like Essence Scatter in his sideboard.
I think so, yeah.
Because this would actually be the perfect matchup here. Alright, vibe checking the annul.
No!
Oh.
Skits through.
So no annul here. Martin thinking really hard, so Oh, he did hit the third land
Swamp,
drop.
here we go.
Okay, okay, okay. No Kaido, no Kaido.
I think you won't be jamming Kylo right here when the Cauldron is facing you.
Probably not. It goes back to what I was saying before. You kind of at least bluff to your opponents that you might have something, because otherwise they just have free reign to go about their turn and solitaire. But Ben coming down on his fourth land drop. We do see the Spider-Man in hand. Is that the play? Ooh,
Riddler.
Warp Riddler. This is actually really cool because since we're seeing the Riddler here, as long as Ben has a fifth land drop for next turn, he's able to spend his other 2 mana, play Spider-Man this turn. Next turn, cast the Riddler out of Warp, trigger Spider-Man. Yeah, because whatchamacallit, Riddler, Winter Night Stories, and Wild Ride are the ways to trigger Spider-Man 29/9 in this deck right now. And so when you cast it out of Warp, it's not casting from your hand. So you also get enough to trigger off of Spider-Man for that.
Is that hide on ceiling?
That might be hide on the ceiling.
Oh my.
Our fan favorite card.
High on the ceiling is pretty. Is 2 high on ceilings in hand, so I think maybe Ben's a little enticed to keep this. Actually play Arg and play Spider-Man 99, and actually just warp out the Riddler.
Yep. I think. Are we a little bit off on the life totals?
I feel like
It should be 1 more.
313. Right?
Yeah. Let me see if we can get our lovely table judges to confirm.
Alright, let's see. Martin.
Oh, no, yeah,
getting
there we
that
did.
4th land drop there.
I have to say the Siren is doing work though.
Yeah, sorry, putting in a lot of work. Taking Ben down to 12 is pretty impressive in itself, but not really doing much here. Do you have a curiosity? We do. Looks like we not have many answers. I think. 2 what's on
Yeah.
board, which is a bit concerning.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just the strength of the Vivi deck, right? Sure, you have the really cool
Oh.
Vivi Cauldron lines.
Double trade though.
Ooh.
But that good? Because I think.
I mean, you
we're
just
gonna
sack the Mako.
Yeah, sack Mako.
You have nothing in yard, so it doesn't really matter. Is Martin going to jam out something else here?
Hey, the way that Martin tapped his mana is pretty interesting because
Ooh,
we tapped the dual land.
Yeah, instead of the basics.
But like, okay, that's fine. But Cecil coming out and only 1 blue minute up, kind of. And we eating the Kaito, I think.
Yep.
Eating the kind of like. This kind of gives free reign to Ben here now. Sure.
It sure does. So if Ben has land drop, I think he wants to go land Riddler. Triggers props. It means that Spider-Man can attack into Cecil very profitably.
We did draw into Winter Night.
Ooh, that's sick.
Wait, is that 3 high on the ceiling? Yeah, 3 high on the ceilings. Come on, bro. We can push a lot of damage here. High on the ceiling. Bounce the Cecil. Actually, pretty good.
Flicker the Cecil. Flicker the Spyglass Siren. Yeah, I know.
Not the worst, but we are going to look like we're doing the win tonight. Drawing a bunch of cards.
Looks like
Maybe
he
a
is-
Vivi.
Yeah, casting Riddler from
Follow,
exile would
Mako,
trigger Spider-Man.
Vivi?
Ooh,
Vivi?
oh, he's gonna pop off here.
Vava de Vivi. Oh,
Discard Vivi.
better lucky than good.
Yeah, better lucky than good. Activate.
Target Vivi. Put counter on Spider-Man 2099.
So he has effectively 3 mana right now. He can go to combat and then put the counter's attack in and then make mana afterwards, which I think he is probably inclined to do. The only thing he's afraid of off of 1 blue mana here would be into the Flood Maw, maybe.
Warp in a Riddler here?
Does he have more Riddlers?
No, I don't think so. Actually. Can play the Mako. Go away, FOMO.
Let's see, because Ben hasn't played his land drop
You
for
can,
turn
you
yet.
can Mako into FOMO here.
You can Mako into FOMO here, which would be very good as well. Because then you can start making mana off the Mako. Because what? Counters on Spider-Man, attack. Martin probably has to block with Cecil.
FOMO first? Interesting.
Oh.
I mean, we can probably discard the high on the ceilings later.
Discarding the Mako. Draw a card.
FOMO.
kind of like this line because then he can put the counters on the FOMO.
Well,
Attack with
how much
Spider-Man.
damage is 2099 gonna do this turn? Like even
Well,
like
Martin has to block.
well, even like end step trigger as well.
End step trigger. If he puts the counters on Spider-Man, then it's gonna be 6. Oh, which he is gonna go for it.
Oh, we just
7. Sorry,
7.
I was still on the 3. So Cecil chomping and just pass. Wait, ain't no way he's passing the turn, right? He has 7 mana.
7 mana with FOMO. We're gonna be activating, I think.
Yep. So I'm making 7 mana. Cast Riddler. He gets to dome for 7.
And draw.
So 2 mana still.
Another Riddler?
Oh, he can warp another one.
I don't think you want to do that though.
Probably
You
not,
can
probably
either
not.
FOMO instead. Discard
FOMO.
Random Ceiling. Oh,
I knew we just scream.
that's fine. Into another FOMO.
Yeah, this is just Ben setting up his board very well. He's gonna take the 7 damage from Spider-Man and shoot down the Spyglass. Slowly choking out Martin here.
Not like we took up a Martin at all.
It really is not. I think Martin's confidence was a little high going into this round. He did beat another one of our team members, Oliver, last round, doing what Dimir does best, jamming creature 1, 2, and 3 and swing in, draw 3 cards. But
Let's see here.
unfortunately for him, Ben has got his number a little bit, I think.
Ben's 2099 is going to put in a lot of work in all these games.
Let's see. Enchantment creature, sorcery. So Ben does not have. Okay, it's dead. There we go. He now has Delirium with 2 FOMOs on the board. 3 FOMOs. Oh no, he just cast the 3rd one. Warping Riddler.
Draw. Counter on Prof.
Yeah, so 2 right now for props. Moving to combat.
2 counter.
Putting the counters on Riddler.
Combat swing. Triggers.
Untap the FOMOs. That is Giga
Yeah.
Lethal, and
And-
that will be the round for Ben K.
Ben K showing the power of the brand new Spider-Man cards, and also this Vivi deck seems pretty good. I don't know.
I don't
Somebody
know.
tells me about it.
Tier 0 deck. I think that's good. Zero is good, right? Or 0 is bad.
I don't know. I give it a T out of 10.
Yeah. I am very glad that our meta today is actually quite diverse. Thank you, Tom, for totaling up all the archetypes in the room. So Vivi is actually only about 14 or 15% of our field today.
Only.
Yeah, comparatively to some of the other RCQs we've been, which have been about 50 or 55%.
I was saying most RCQs here in the Bay Area are going to be mainly 50% Vivi.
Yeah, so having this diversity and being able to show you guys a lot of what is going on in Standard, I am very appreciative of. But Vivi's still showing why it is the top tier deck right now. There definitely are a lot of new cards that we do have to be wary about. Like actually, Ben and I were talking about Hide on the Ceiling as a anti-mirror tech.
It is.
But I mean, we saw Dimir kind of take down Vivi in one round, lose to it in another round. Like, what can you do about it, right? Oh, looks like we are disconnected again.
Disconnected. Well, good time to go for a break, I guess.
Yeah, we do keep kind of DCing every now and then, but hopefully nobody goes anywhere. We will go check on what's happening with the next round and have something for you guys soon.
See y'all for round number 4.
Hey everybody, Tom here again, jumping on the microphone just for a moment to let you know that there are still matches going on in round number 3. I believe there are at least 3 more still going on, and there is still a little bit of time in the round, so we are going to be on a little bit more of a extended break. Just hopping on the microphone to let you know that this is a 5-round RCQ event, which means that these players that have achieved a 3-0 record can technically wind up double drawing against each other so long as they play against another XO player in that round to secure themselves a spot in the top 8, which means that when we are picking matches for the next 2 rounds to feature, we are going to be featuring players that are in the X1 bracket that do need to play in order to still lock up their top 8 berth. That means that we could potentially wind up having a match in round number 5 that is literally a lin and in for the top 8 matters. So it's going to be interesting. There's 21 players altogether, and currently there are, I believe, 3 X and O players. There was a paired down in this round that did unfortunately wind up losing their matchup. So that means, 5 XO players. That's how mathematics work. With a pair down player losing one of their matches, which means that there is not going to be a clean amount of double draws going into round number 5, which means that we are going to have potentially an X1 against an X2 that could potentially be for top 8, or 2 X1s that need to play because they could wind up getting leapfrogged by somebody who then winds up being on higher match points than them because they have a draw which only gives them 1 versus 3. So the mathematics are going to be all over the place in the upcoming rounds here for CardArt's first RCQ of the standard season. However, we are going to be going back to our short commercial break. When we come back, it is going to be time for round number 4. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Eric and Tom back on the microphones here at CardArt. It's round number 4, which means that we are getting into the rounds that really matter. People are trying to fight for top 8. Well, I guess all rounds matter, but these are the rounds that matter for top 8 qualification. The XOs can draw, the X1s need to play, and when you get a pair down matchup like we're about to see, it forces the XO to potentially slip up.
Yeah, it does. So we have Ben and Brandon, who are already XO, so they drew in. Our unfortunate third XO is our lovely buddy Charles, who is facing off against Sinway right now, who is 2-1. So he is not inclined to draw in, unfortunately. Ooh, wait.
I say, there,
Already
I
frozen?
swear.
There.
Haha! We've already gotten a couple of turns under our belts here. Charles is going to be playing his patented Azorius control deck, which is 3-0, not 2-1. So that's just me jumping the gun as to thinking who we were getting on stream this round. Going up against Sinhui on the right-hand side. And Eric, I heard some unfortunate news about Sinhui's deck, which is actually more Boros than straight red with these lands on the play. But
Yeah, you lied to me.
I hear that there is no ball lightnings anymore in Sinhui's deck.
Yep. Can we have a moment of silence, please, for Ball Lightning? All right, anyways, moving right along. Looks like we got an Emberheart Challenger and a Bolt Wave coming out of Sinway's side. So Charles is going to take that Bolt Wave damage here down to 14 as we are catching up a little bit. Wait, this is reversed, right?
I believe, yeah. Charles should be on that side. So let's bump up Sinhui's life a little bit since it was just a shock land, and we'll bump down Charles's life because he's been being attacked by a couple of mice here, including the second Emberheart Challenger. One of those got get lost, but the other one is now here and ready to swing, although it looks like map tokens getting popped first. Ooh, Boros Charm. Yeah, these are the innovations that the Boros deck is running as opposed to mono red. You get an upgraded spell package with things like Lightning Helix, Boros Charm, and you definitely get more of a burn angle to this deck.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if we're supposed to intervene there. I think that's just a miss trigger for Sinway off of the Emberheart Challenger.
The No Valiant trigger?
Yeah, I don't think, because it's just exile off of Emberheart, so it should just be a miss trigger because he just did the Explorer part. Yeah, unfortunately, the lights in the shop are a little bit bright today.
However, we do have the ability to pop them up on screen for you because we can see them in their players' hands, and if we catch them, we can bring them on here. Like this Elspeth Stormslayer. That one's just bright because Charles likes to bling out his deck.
Yeah. Good old Charles is a foil enjoyer. He's also foreign card enjoyer, so a lot of confusion whenever we have him on stream. But
So
Elspeth coming down to block the Emberheart Challenger.
Yeah, we had a consult the star charts that was played earlier. There's a get lost and what looks like to be an essence scatter, which is something that Charles was running at least one of in the main deck. Meanwhile, we have Bolt Wave, a pair of, I believe, mice in Sinhui's graveyard, and then it looks like one more burn spell. We did forget to remove the 3 damage from Charles that the Emberheart Challenger did wind up doing last turn. Now we'll see what Sinhui wants to do. Token in hand could potentially pump up this Manifold Mouse again. See if he remembers the Valiant trigger.
Yeah. Unfortunately for him, we do have the Boros Charm that we saw earlier still, so it could be a potential 4 damage or it could be double strike, although Charles did see it as well, so I think he is more than inclined to block here.
Oh, yeah. I think Charles is just going to wind up blocking regardless since these tokens are pretty expendable, but Nova Hellkite is going to get rid of one of those blockers.
Hellkite coming in, so we do have 7 damage coming in. The interesting part here is Sinway attacking face or is he attacking the Elspeth?
Judging by the writing that is going down, it does look like that, yeah, it's just going to be attacking face.
Yeah, because the unfortunate part is Elspeth is going to just kind of run away with this game if you leave her on the board too long. Because I think if I was in Simway's spot, because Charles is kind of in a spot where he has to try and tick up Elspeth every turn, there's a possibility where you actually go for Hellkite attacking Elspeth, take Elspeth down to 2. Elspeth ticks up again to 3. I think Boros Charm hits Planeswalkers, question mark.
I think it just says opponent. It's
Just opponent?
I don't know
always
if it's been
forget that.
errated or not.
Yeah, I always forget which cards actually get errata or not. Oh, it does say Planeswalker now.
No, it does. Target player or planeswalker. So there you go. That one has been eroded as of Foundations, it looks like. So you could wind up doing that. Or the Boros deck, also with the extra burn spells. If you present enough creatures to make Charles have to block, you could go face with 7 damage between a Boros Charm and a Lightning Helix, if you can get that far.
Yeah, more soldiers coming out for Charles here.
Swing for one.
We do still know there's the Hellkite. Hellkite's still out on Warp.
There's the Lightning Strike.
Lightning Strike going face, presumably.
And this is with Boros Charm in hand, if Charles remembers that that's there from being flipped over from the Emberheart Challenger. There we go, taking 3 down to 4. This could be lethal.
Yeah. Charles has so much open mana, though. I would think he has some form of counter magic here.
Ooh, we have land for the Hellkite as well. It looked like Boros Charm Lightning Strike in hand, so we could get Charles down to 1.
Yeah. If I was Simway, I might actually go for the Hellkite line first, but it depends on what else is in hand as well. Because if he has enough to do multiple things in addition to Boros Charm, I think Boros Charm is a good play here. Force whatever counter magic Charles might have. Otherwise, just go for lethal. And then you still have Hellkite as a backup plan.
Yeah, and that glowing card underneath the unfortunate spotlight on Sinway's side, it is a warped Nova Hellkite, which does have the 5 mana available now. If that resolves, it can take out a blocker. It can force Charles to use removal on it, but if Charles does not have any more get loss, he did use 2.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, I believe there's a singleton copy of Ride's End in Charles's list as well.
There is.
Otherwise, the spot removal isn't as good as the amount of just hard removal.
Yeah, let's see. I think someone was trying to force Charles to do something end step, but Charles says, no thank you, sir. Ultimately, Charles is very safe on board now. He knows what he has to deal with, the Boros Charm as well as the Nova Hellkite. So as long as he can keep holding up answers for this, I don't think someone's getting anywhere right now.
No, that's the little unfortunate part here. We got Surveil to the top from Charles as well. Probably doesn't bode well for Sinhui's side.
No, it really does not. Someone getting him down to 4, so close yet so far right now.
This is going to be a very interesting situation where any sort of burn spell that Sinhui draws... Oh, okay, Charles decided to actually surveil that in the graveyard. Yeah, No More Lies at this point is probably not where you want to be.
No, because Boros Charm, he does still have 3 mana to actually pay for No More Lies. Simway, I do think, is priced into just Boros Charming here. See if Charles has it, and Charles does have it, it looks like.
So depending on the type of counterspell, too.
1, 2, is it negate? Or is he digging for it with Consult? He's digging for it.
Ooh, consult the star charts to dig.
So, looking at top 7.
This could be pretty big, because like you mentioned, if it's just No More Lies in Charles's hand, that doesn't get the job done here.
No, it certainly does not. Oh, scooping it up here for Charles. Yeah, because I think in Charles's main board, the only thing he has for Boros Charm would be either No More Lies or 3 steps ahead. But if he, even if he finds 3 steps ahead there, I think it does leave him just dead to Nova Hellkite, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm gonna say there is a double get loss already used as well, and I think Charles's list, like you've mentioned, the counterspells kind of stretch thin, especially when you're playing the one main deck Essence Scatter in order to deal with a lot of the creature-based decks that are being played currently, and then the Singleton Ride's End, which I'm not entirely sure if he still has in the list. He had it in the list as of earlier this week on Thursday. Don't know if he changed the board up whatsoever. I was talking to him over the course of the last couple of days about his list and noted that the 1 Essence Scatter, 1 Ride's End may potentially be something that he could do 2 of one and 0 of the other. So I might have just talked him out of that Ride's End situation.
No, he does still have the Ride's End today. I managed to pass by while Garrett and Abby were doing deck check for Charles's round 2 opponent, I think.
All right, so good thing he didn't listen to me, I guess.
So Singleton rides on still in the main board for now.
This is a little bit rough for Charles too, because game 1 specifically, you have to imagine that, okay, the control decks are going to know that they have to play against mono red and Vivi decks, and when it comes to a control deck, you're about as strong as you are prepared for the metagame. So if you're
Yes.
coming in here and anticipating a lot of Vivi decks, you definitely have to then concede some of your amount of game 1s to the aggro decks and then decide what sideboard cards am I bringing in, as we see Charles just like flipping over 5 cards right there.
Yeah, Charles, I do think he just drew a little bit, unfortunately, there. Because he is also running stuff like Elspeth Smite, which actually we haven't seen much of this season much at all. In the main board as well. So there are ways to deal with stuff. It's just, I mean, the usual control problem, right? You have to have the right answers for the right time.
I think Charles was also skimping on Bezas in the main deck last time I checked. Like,
I think so.
I think he was up on Meringue River Region and Elspeth's, and then not very high on Mistmore, and then mostly sideboarding the Bezas again, because if you are playing against a non-aggro matchup, the Bezas are not really doing a lot against VVs and mid-range decks like Dimir.
No, they're not. If you go ahead and tap out on 4 for Beza, VV just goes, okay, kill you.
Yeah, pretty much. Meanwhile, on Sinhui's side, the Boros part of the deck does give him access to things that can deal with things like Elspeth a little bit easier. I'm just thinking Sheltered by Ghost off the top of my head.
Sheltered, Get Lost, some protection in the form of like Shard Mage's Rescue and stuff like that. But let's see what he has. I think I see Hired Claw, Lightning Strike.
And a Nova Hellkite, I think, was
Okay,
there.
yeah. Boros Charm.
That's a lot of cards. A lot of good cards. And Charles is going to start off by surveilling an Elspeth into the graveyard. Digging for land or redundant Elspeth in hand?
I think it's either that it's redundant or he doesn't really need it. Mainly because Elspeth coming down on 5, it stalls out the board, but I don't think it's the stabilization he needs in this matchup. Is that a Meringue?
I think that was also a Meringue River region that he popped in there. Yeah, it's got the Omen side there. So unless he's running a spicy one of something else, maybe a Horned Lock Oil. I don't think he's got one of those. But yeah, and then
Will it
just
be
Seam
pretty
Rip.
sick? Alright, Bolt Wave on Charles.
Double Bolt Wave.
Double Bolt Wave, holy, down to 14. This might be a really fast round here.
Lava Spike, but doesn't really have the Slick Shot show off to go with it.
Yeah, exactly. Charles starting off a little bit slow with triple tap land, unfortunately, but let us see. You were the Smite Snake Oil Peddler. Akira, this is all your fault.
And it does look like that Sinhui has kind of pivoted a little bit here with all of those spells in hand. Looks like he's gone more spell heavy and maybe cut a few of those creatures. I mean, the Higher Claw's just sitting in hand right now. Or it's like Higher Claw was exiled away, but Charles may have just sideboarded into heavy removal and is now facing down Boros Charm, Lightning Strike, and then Nova Hellkite, which I guess is technically like Ball Lightning.
Yeah. It's Ball Lightning you can get back.
I mean, it's Sinhui, right? So the only reason you probably cut Ball Lightning is for the other version of Ball Lightning. And yeah, there we go. Beza coming in from the sideboard here for Charles. That's going to gain him 4 life. And that's about it, though.
Yeah, does give him a board presence. Gain 4
Alright,
life,
gain
lose
0
4 life.
Yeah, the gaining life aspect from these Bezas, though, are going to be pretty crucial if the game plan from Sinhui was to pivot more into a burn-style deck. Screaming Nemesis is also going to help a lot against that Beza angle. Charles basically has to take 3 every turn now.
Yeah.
Oh, if you Nova Hellkite your Unscreaming Nemesis too, that just completely shuts off the Beza life gain, doesn't it?
Are you allowed to shoot your own thing?
I think so. Let me double check. Actually, it might be opponent's thing. I might be misremembering now. Yes, opponent controls. How broken would it be if you could do this to your own Screaming Nemesis?
I think it would lead to a lot of players forgetting, because it's not a May. So if you
Yeah.
can shoot your own thing, you start shooting down your own guys.
Hey man, the only thing it really kills in this list would be a Burnout Blastronaut, so
That's true.
that thing gives you speed. We do have a consult the star charts here for Charles, however, now has to find a way to deal with this Screaming Nemesis. Get Lost is obviously the most clean answer, but
Yeah. Unfortunately for Charles, Nemesis is not an easy thing to deal with. And now Beza's dead as a blocker, so you might as well attack with it.
Might as well, but just passive with 3 mana available. Could potentially be more start charts, some 3 steps ahead. Charles has a bunch of different things he can do, but taking 3 down to 8 might not be what he wants to do if Sinhui is playing burned out deck.
Yeah. Being at 11 and being at 8 are very, very different in this matchup because you can't actually just go Burst Lightning, Lightning Strike, Boros Charm.
And it looks like it's Sunspine Lynx and Lightning Strike in hand. Or, yeah, Lightning Strike, Sunspine Lynx there from Sinhui. Which, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. That's lethal.
4, actually. That's a basic.
Oh, that's a basic?
Oh, now it's 5.
Now it's 5. That's a lethal combination of damage that Charles is facing down. And with Sunspine Lynx in hand, Charles can't gain life.
Nope. So let's see what he's got here. Is this Elspeth?
I mean, he discarded one earlier.
Holy.
If he taps out for Elspeth here, he might be dead.
Might be dead to the Lynx, yeah.
There's Elspeth.
Oh, but then he gets 1/1 blockers for
Elspeth can remove Nemesis.
Oh.
The
shoots
hidden
Nemesis.
mode of Elspeth, which is exiles or destroy something.
Okay.
Here's Lightning Strike. And then if Charles has 1 mana available, I think this is just GG.
Oh no. Charles goes down to 5. That is exact C's for Sunspine Lynx.
Yep, that's it. GG.
GG. Somebody taking it down and probably locking up his top 8 spot as well.
Dang, that was fast.
Yeah, fortunately for Charles, he is XO, so even taking a loss here means that you more than likely can just draw in next round as well, locking up his top 8 spot.
And Sinhui showing, yeah, basically everything we were talking about. Shelter by Get Lost and Sunspine Links came from the sideboard. So pretty much everything we were thinking of. And yeah, showing a couple of creatures that wound up getting taken out of the board there. So that was fast. And that was the power of this Boros aggro, Boros burn style deck. I mean, we basically saw double Lava Spike into a 3/3 that is borderline unblockable. And then just basically 2 burn spells, 1 on a stick and 1 on a spell.
Yeah, basically. I will say this Boros style like burn/aggro decks have been putting up pretty good results against Vivi. When I travel for RCQs, I do end up facing them pretty often, and it is just, do you have removal? Do you have removal? Okay, no, you're dead.
Yeah, pretty much. So that's what we were talking about too. Like the configuration of the Azorius control deck is probably pretty good at fighting the Vivi and mono red decks. But you throw in the white angle of that and you wind up having like those Boros charms that are 4 damage, and you're just sitting there and you're like, do I tap 3 mana to prevent a 2 mana 4 damage burn spell? Do I have, my Beza now hits the battlefield, but my Beza is not going to be generating blockers or anything. It's just literally coming down and gaining me 4 life that got undone by a single Boros charm.
Yeah, seriously, that was definitely very, very rough for Charles. Like you said, his board very much set up for Vivi and mono red. Mono red, ironically, being a little bit slower here, just because of them having to pack extra tools to deal with Vivi.
Also, just I feel like the mono red decks are playing a little bit more creature heavy stuff. One of the things that I have noticed in these Boros lists are that you are like foregoing some of those other 1-drops. Like instead of playing Burnout Astronaut, you may just be playing legitimately Bolt Wave, like Lava Spike. You deal 3 damage to their face as opposed to dealing 1 to multiple damage over the course of a couple of turns. You're not necessarily playing as many threats to the board, which does mean that like some configurations of different decks potentially are a little bit better against you. Like a Dimir version of the deck, a Dimir mid-range style deck may be able to just tap down your singleton threat every single turn and then just hold up mana for like in singleton removal, then means you become just a spell-based deck.
Yeah, that is true. But congratulations to Simway for locking up his spot nice and quick here.
Yeah, but like you said, Charles is not out of it because being X and O and paired down in that circumstance, if you get paired into another X1, you probably are just able to draw next round regardless. He just was not able to double draw because Sinhui would have had to either play this round or next round to lock up top 8.
Yeah. I will say it's kind of interesting. I think this is the second time we've had Charles on stream as a pair down in round 4. and then him losing the pair down.
Then he winds up making top out anyway. So well, in Charles's words, he was just upset that he couldn't double draw and then play Legacy at the front of the store while he was waiting for top 8 to start.
Yeah,
So
he was
now-
gonna double queue it. Unfortunately not.
he did wind up losing in an incredibly fast fashion, however, so he may still have time to play a round or two of Legacy beforehand.
Yeah.
However, that does mean that that was our match for the round. I don't know if we want to see if there are any matches that are going into game 2s that we could potentially try to put on stream, or if matches are already underway and we do not want to disrupt anybody. But yeah, that was the fastest round that we have had so far at the event today. I know last
Yep.
round I saw you guys were in a Vivi Dimir matchup, which is not a fast matchup. So
It really is not. Even Ben himself was like, "Oh shoot, I'm dead." Draws the answer. Oh no, you're dead.
yeah, so definitely an issue with some of these things. But we need to see. We need to see if there are any matches that are going into game 2s that could potentially shift their way over. Doesn't look like there are. we're getting the confirmation from Kyle as he popped on in for a second just to hear what we were talking about. No, there are no matches that are currently in the middle of sideboarding that we'd be able to shift on over a little bit. But what we can do for a tiny bit of time then is kind of talk about a little bit more what we have seen in the room today. We've had a diverse amount of decks on stream, actually. We've had Red, Boros. We've actually, the only repeat deck I think we've had has been Azorius Control, funnily enough.
Somehow, right?
We had 2 Rakdos decks, but one was Dragons and one was purely based on Mayhem, the discard mechanic from the Spider-Man set.
Yeah.
That deck also, 3-0, was able to draw this round, as you mentioned before. Brandon Chen was able to draw. So another deck that we haven't necessarily seen a lot of before. Rakdos colors in general, kind of on the short end of the stick for a little while here in Standard. They weren't getting any love.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I'm just happy that Rakdos is making a big splash here during pre-release weekend. I myself was playing Rakdos Sacrifice for a little bit in Standard. Little bit sad that it wasn't ever like tier 1.5, tier 1 competitive, but lots of fun regardless.
Yeah, you end up having your what was it? The I can't believe I just forgot the name of the enchantment now. Disturbing Mirth. Was that what it was? The
Hopeless Nightmare?
no, Hopeless Nightmare was one of them. Yeah, but what was it?
Disturbing-
Disturbing Mirth was the one you could like draw
yeah,
cards
yeah,
and
yeah.
by just hitting something. What's up, Judge Abby? If there's any people that want to while they are sideboarding, just let us know. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we may wind up having a matchup that can be popped on stream here. Judge Abby is going to be trying to find somebody to move on over to the stream. Unfortunately, that means that you may have to eat your chicken a little bit slower. But what are so you've been out there in the room as well. Are there any decks outside of the Mayhem Carnage deck that are kind of more interesting than your standard VV red stuff that we've been seeing today?
There are quite a few. Unfortunately, a lot of them are not doing very well. I think especially because the field is really diverse today, a lot of the people who brought their brews thinking that there's going to be a lot of Cauldron and mono red ended up pairing into stuff they're not so good against. Like Bao, one of our locals, I think paired into his control 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and Bao is on the Landfall deck, if I recall correctly, right? The Golgari Landfall deck. So Ice Till Explorers, 1 or 2 copies of Sandman as well, making his way into that list.
Yeah, so like that would have been something I was really interested in showing on stream. Unfortunately, not a good matchup into control for him.
Yeah, especially when they're playing River Turn Monument type stuff as well. What is up, Kyle? We have a match. All right. What is our matchup going to be?
Versus his roommates.
All right, so we have a grudge match on stream. All right, so Tyler, I guess we're gonna have Tyler sit against the wall since we kind of know what Tyler's playing. All right,
Tyler was the other one I was kind of interested in. Unfortunately, he has also not been doing very well. But I think he's on the Battlecrier Railroad Brawler brew.
Yeah, I think he. What was the name of it? I have it brought up on this RCQ breakdown graphic. Jund Onslaught. That's what it was.
Yep.
So we're going to wind up seeing that list. What is the main win condition for this deck?
make a lot of right.
So it's a modern deck
Yeah, basically.
from a few
From,
things ago.
From a few seasons ago.
1-1 going into game 3. All right,
it's like,
let's update these records. Update our life totals.
I mean, we'll just hop in and update stuff as we go. But
Yeah.
Who's his roommate?
I mean, I don't know. I don't live with them, so it's not me.
Hey, exactly.
Let's see who we got going on here. Oh, man. We got...
Aw.
They're both 1 and 2.
They're both 1 and 2. All right. So this is actually an interesting matchup here because the winner of this one is potentially going to be playing for a spot in top 8, considering we've had some pair downs losing today. If it is anything like my RCQ experience yesterday, do not drop on your X and 2.
You should. If you do the math and X2s can't make it, you should play it through.
Yeah, that was an interesting experience from my RCQ yesterday. So we're going to see if Tyler and Jin are in any sort of similar scenario here. So Tyler going to be over on the left-hand side with this Jun Onslaught deck. Like you mentioned, it's just basically going to be making as many rhinos as possible. And Railway Brawler is the main one. And then, what is it? Unstoppable Onslaught, Devastating Onslaught here from Edge of Eternities is going to be the way that you make multiple copies of them.
If he's going to call it Jun Onslaught, I need to see some Valgavas Onslaught in there too.
We're going to be flipping on over cards and manifesting our destiny.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, Jin, I think Jin may be on Dimir midrange straight up. I'm just seeing a couple of verges over there. Or Jin may be playing the Sultai control list that we had floating around. But it looks like there's the land that makes spells uncounterable.
Of Mysterized Village?
Yeah, that's what we see here coming into play tap turn number 1. Meanwhile, Restless Cottage over on the other side here for Tyler. And yeah, I think this is going to be... I'm just going to say this is Sultai here because I believe that's a breeding pool in hand.
Ooh.
And I did not remember a Simic, and there is a swamp too, so... I think this is the one Sultai control list that we had in our breakdown graphic.
Alright, so Tyler having all his colors right now going... What is that?
Duress. All right, so we get to see here. What is Jin cooking with? We're cooking with 3 lands. And a bunch of spells that I am not familiar with.
Same. I think that's Caustic Exhale.
Yeah, Caustic. Oh, okay. So we're playing like Sultai Control, Meringue River Regent, and double Caustic Exhale. Oh man, we're taking us back to OG Cons block with something like that.
Amazing. That's what I wanted out of Tarkir. Let's say Tyler's play pattern's a little bit interesting here. He put in his Stomping Grounds tap before going to res.
Yeah, very interesting. I guess Tyler just playing a little fast. There's another tapped land here. We do see Railway Brawler in hand, but that one needs 5 mana to get cast. And it looks like just passing the turn back over to Jin. And if you're the Sultai player, you're thinking like, my opponent's going to draw go? Sounds good to me.
Yeah, looks like both players aren't doing much right now. Tyler may be a little overly afraid of the exhale here, but at some point you do have to make Jin use it. 4 mana, plotting the Railway Brawler.
All right, I almost forgot that Railway Brawler has plot.
Doesn't he look like a sneaky character?
Isn't he like holding like a wrench that he's about to bash me over the head with?
It's
a whip full of wrenches.
Yep.
Yeah, this doesn't look sneaky to me.
No, he's very sneaky. This is when you turn around and see him.
So whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put X+1/+1 counters on it, where X is its power. So when you copy this with your Devastating Onslaught, you get 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. Railway Brawler with Devastating Onslaught. It's reach trample. You just go in and kill him.
All right, and so here we go. Now, so Tyler has the possibility of pulling this off next turn. Plotting the Railway Brawler does mean that if you untap play a land, you have 5. So Devastating Onslaught could potentially be for X equals 2.
Yep.
But with that Caustic
10/10s.
Exhale in hand, that would potentially shrink them down to... It only shrinks 1 though, doesn't it? Because it would make the copies, you can only shrink 1 down to a 4/4. So you're still facing down 14
Yeah.
damage.
Ice Till Explorer.
That's interesting. I would not expect that from this list.
Same. This is Tyler's own brew as well, helped out with by our very own Garrett Chang. But I don't know what the upside to this actually is.
Oh, I think I understand.
What is that card? Oh, it's Debris Beetle, isn't it? Or is it not Debris Beetle? I have no idea what that is. What did he just play?
About to find out.
It's not Beetle. Because Beetle is the...
That's Siege Rhino. This one is just literally ETB destroy a creature.
All the rest? See what you got.
Mystic Snape.
Is that what that was? The Fangkeeper's familiar? Yeah. No, that's destroy target enchantment or counter target creature spell. Maybe another duress comes down here.
How likely is it that it's just like demonic junker?
We know it costs 4. Well, this is why the glare on the screen is sometimes not great, as is the amount of alternate art cards that we see. We see a duress coming out from Tyler, though, trying to clear the way just a tiny bit more. This thing also did 3 damage to Tyler, so we can we can literally try to figure this out with Scryfall clues. See, this is the other part of when you play non-meta decks. You don't entirely know what you're playing against or what to kind of expect from it either.
No way. You got Snails?
Seriously? Haven't
All
had
of these
this in a
cards just
while.
don't look like it because of the alternate art, so.
Yeah. That is the hard part for us, but the instant speed stock up coming out. The other one that I forget the name of. Rakshas's Bargain.
Yeah, Rakshas's Bargain is a very powerful card, and part of the reason why you're probably in Sultai colors.
Yeah, we had a lot of players playing this at the tail end of last season in, what is it, the Beanstalk Terror deck?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a Storm Brew.
Devastating Onslaught, access to
Oh, it
target.
could be a Storm Brew.
Yeah. I'll make 2 copy.
Oh, is this the Destructive Stormbird?
It's a copy.
It does not look like that
That'll
one.
be
Look like
3,
it, though.
2 triggers each.
We're going to keep our search going.
Combat.
However, Tyler is keeping things going because there is the devastating onslaught of the Railway Brawler. While we were looking at what this creature was, that snuck out there. The plot comes in, the devastating onslaught from hand, and the removal of any sort of interaction coming out from Jin's side was just enough to push that damage through. So Tyler coming out there dealing 20 damage with 2 Railway Brawlers, and Jin just not having anything to do because, well, you attacked for 3.
Is it not 40 damage?
Was it 40 damage?
Because the copies
Oh, they see each other. Yeah, correct. So 40 damage, not 20 damage.
The only problem is like
Yeah, that's a powerful interaction. That's basically Splinter Twin, right? That's what we say. Basically Splinter Twin.
Basically Splinter Twin.
my duresses were.
At this point, maybe we should just ask him what that card is.
Yeah, using duress to protect the combo is definitely a very powerful thing to do, especially when you can plot the Railway Brawler earlier on so that you don't have to worry about the fact that it's going to wind up being interacted with or anything like that. So being able to just plot that away, keep it safe from some interaction such as opposing hand disruption or anything like that. Very solid way for Tyler to get that combination off, and a very solid way for him to go up into 2-2 and potentially still be alive for top 8. It's not
Yeah.
guaranteed, but there is a small chance.
There is a chance. I do want to kind of give Tyler props for bringing this deck. He is normally a Gruul Delirium player, so a little bit outside of his wheelhouse, but he has been putting in the hours trying to make this brew work. And 2-2, obviously not the best of records, but he has been doing well where he's winning.
I really like, so going back a couple of steps when we were a little caught off guard by the Ice Till Explorer, I also noticed that there are a lot of cards like Molt Tender in
Yes.
Tyler's list. So not only is that going to be something that fuels the Molt Tender, but when you are milling over lands with the Ice Till Explorer, you're able to put multiple lands into play in a single turn, which then basically means you're increasing your X on your onslaught by 1 every single time because you're able to play 2 lands in those cases. I guess the only downside then is if you Ice Till Explorer, play a land, and mill your Devastating Onslaught, I don't think this deck has any way of getting it back.
No, unfortunately not. This is why you have to play both onslaughts. If you play Valgavoth's onslaught with Railway Brawler, you make 4 4s.
I need to double check that card. Valgavoth's Onslaught. Wow, I can't type from that angle. This is the manifest, right?
This is the manifest one. You manifest X times, I think. It's double green X.
Yeah, manifest
green
dread
XX.
X times, and then put X +1/+1 counters on each of those creatures. So if you manifest dread twice, you wind up getting 2 4/4s.
And then with the Railway Brawler?
They
Two
become 2 8/8s. But then they don't have like reach or trample.
Yeah.
So then they're just 8/8s that are getting blocked by Elspeth tokens.
And then you attack, and then they block, and then you flip into a Railway Brawler? Ooh.
10 mana?
Yeah.
Now you really need those Ice Till Explorers to
Oh, well,
get the
these don't
lands into
have haste, so
play.
you go the next turn.
They don't have haste. And this is a sorcery as well, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's a little unfortunate. Maybe that's why we only have one onslaught, not the other. Were there
Yeah.
other onslaughts in Duskmourn?
No, I think this is the only one, because we were searching standard onslaught cards, and only this and Devastating popped
So
up.
that's from Duskmourn, and then Devastating Onslaught is from Edge of Eternity, which means that Avatar is going to have Unsufferable Onslaught, which is going to be a bunch of Sokka jokes, so it's a mono blue onslaught.
Yep.
And then it's going to either maybe it'll what kind of creature shenanigans could that? Ooh, it'll phase out or flicker X things, and then they'll come back into play with an X1/1 counters on them. That's what it's gonna do.
Oh,
Then
you
later
flicker
on-
target creature X times. Your target can only be Sokka.
Oh, there you go. And it's going to be, for some god awful reason, it's going to be a lesson. That's how it's going to work. All right, we've cracked the code. We know exactly what WotC's going to be doing for the Avatar set now. We have another onslaught card coming your way. Oh man, what if we like go back to Dominaria and make onslaught?
Oh. What would that even do? You search up the best onslaught card from the deck.
I don't know. Like what onslaught block was in like onslaught and legions and torment and all that. So it's like a mono black block.
Yeah.
It just creates, you target a creature and then you create X tokens of it and they become copies of Laquatus's champion. So if you don't win, you lose. Because you sacrifice them at end of turn. So
just
you
go
hit
all
them for
in.
6 and then you lose 6. Oh man. All right. I've been playing Magic the Gathering for a little bit too long here if I can remember Laquatus's champion as a card.
Oh, God.
All right.
I barely remember that.
Honestly, OG Doc Ock, Laquatus's champion. This thing has tendrils for days. There we are. I'm like flipping back over to game for this. Look at this. Look at that. Nightmare horror.
Oh man, that'll give you nightmares for sure.
Yeah, look at this. You think like Doc Ock was the first card that should have been an 8 power, 8 toughness card? Laquatus's champion right here. But that just means that we need to take a break before we get into round number 5 if we're starting to talk about old cards like that. But if you are tuning in, thank you once again for tuning into CardArt's first RCQ season, RCQ event of the standard season. Yeah, RCQ of the standard. But this is one of 3, the first one that we're going to be doing around now. I know that there are some potential changes for how standard may look come the beginning of November. So CardArt is kind of waiting to see how standard is going to be looking before they book the other one. So if you have missed this event, do not fret. Before the holiday season, there will be more RCQs that you can enter.
Yeah, we are looking at doing the other 2 post bans, so hopefully it will be in a much less VV invested meta.
Yeah, tweet at me and argue with me about this one. Vivi will be there, but Cauldron will not.
Yeah, I think that's the reasonable ban, because even I will be the first to admit that VV is very overstated for what it does, but also I like casting VV. I started at VV Prowess before I moved to Cauldron.
Oh, I know. I got destroyed by that deck from you.
Oh, yeah.
But there are going to be more RCQs in CardArt's future, and if you are a standard player in the South Bay area that wants to come on down and sling some spells, Thursdays and Sundays are usually the standard days. Of course, we have an RCQ going on right now, so that means there's not going to be a standard event this evening. However, Thursdays, starting about 6 p.m., maybe 5 or 10 minutes later, depending on how traffic goes, you can wind up playing in a normal standard showdown event for 3 rounds, $5 entry pack per win, and at the end of every month, we bump up the entry fee to $8, go to 4 rounds, and you get additional prize pool given to the top 4 for that event. And this exact same thing happens on Sunday evening, except instead of 6, it starts at 5.
Yep. Yeah, because the store closed at 8.
Yeah, we close a lot earlier on Sunday so that everybody can kind of rest up and have at least a little bit of time off on their weekends. But that means that we want to try to get these rounds done as quickly as possible because there are still 1 more Swiss round and then 3 rounds of the bracket stage coming your way for this standard RCQ. So we're going to take a break. We're going to refresh the stream setup. We're going to refresh ourselves and we're going to refresh our casting pair as well. So stay tuned for round number 5 where we are probably going to have a win and in for top 8. So don't go anywhere.
It'll be exciting.
All right, everyone, we're back with our final round here during the Swiss. I'm joined by a wonderful guest who's playing the event. Is Ting Feng Wong. Look who it is. He's back in the room.
Hello.
Dude. So we have our match today, a very important match. We got Will Sandoval on the Vivi talent, and we have this one back on stream again with his very funny Rakdos deck. Rakdos Dragons, they're already in the game here, but Will playing their very strong artist talent list that can go off and win out of nowhere, and this one playing basically Rakdos good stuff, and what is that?
What is that?
We have this dragon that has a talent. What's it called? It's I'm trying to remember it, but it's a dragon. There's -1/-1 in your hand, and you. I forgot.
I believe it's a 7/7.
7.
The plot cost is only 3.
It's only 3.
Oh, that's impressive.
So we go down to 17 here for Will. Bismon playing on the beats, just swinging a 3 a turn. It's pretty good. Going down to 14 now. Wow. Looks like Will doesn't really have much going on his side. Bismon, though, it's going to be fine. Just going to be swinging left and right. And here we go. We're going to play hard cast one and plot the other one.
Oh.
No cards in hand?
Surely he's got some cards in hand at this point.
Yeah, surely, right?
I also wouldn't call turn 2 Prof, turn 3 Cauldron nothing going on.
Maybe.
Will is in for a potentially very explosive turn, and
Looks like we're going to be flood mulling that Stingerback Terror. Finally found the card. But, yeah, we do have a Winter Night Story, so is a potential VV Cauldron situation here if we have like a Mako or any real creature. Looks like we are going to play a Mako, though.
yep, Maple coming down, and then playing this Winter Night Stories. This will put 2 counters on the Mako without any additional use.
Yeah, Winter Night Stories here. A very strong card that's coming out for Charkier, and we're going to be don't really discard it here, but we're going to get 1 counter though on the Mako. Looks like it's like Vivi.
Is that double Vivi?
I think no, he
Or
only
is
discarded
that
once,
single?
so it'll be Vivi.
Looks like single.
Yeah, single Vivi like Cauldron here. We can have 3 mana right here if we really want to. Oh, sorry, 4 mana.
A little surprising that he only discarded 1 card.
I mean, if it's one, does
How
potential
good does his hand
have to
be
Yeah.
in order to only discard 1 there?
Looks like we are going to activate the Cauldron here. The Vivi under the go to combat is 6. So this
Going to straight to second lane, so we're not going to see a kill most likely, but Will is in a great position to set up a very wide, very impressive board, as this deck usually does.
Oh yeah, I mean the board trick can get really out of hand right now, especially with Bismon not having much answers. I think main board, really 6 blue, no red floating.
It's interesting.
Go down to 1, so we're gonna play Riddler for 5.
Hardcast Riddler.
Play Opt, okay, so get a little bit of digging off at least. But board state not too bad. You also have a nice little blocker for the Terror, sorry, for the Singerback. 6 does a good job.
In terms of everything that could have happened, this is probably on the more tamer side of things.
Oh yeah, if you're Bisman here, you're actually pretty happy that you're not going to be facing a Great Wall, potentially. Let's see here though, Bisman on his turn. I'm not sure how many cards is in hand, just so we know the power of this Terror. But man, Terror actually it's a 7/7 for 4. Well, I think it's minus one each card in your hand, but plotting it for 3 is pretty powerful actually, especially if like you're having a little bit more of a slower game.
And you're in Rakdos colors, so ideally you're trying to trade card for card, and you end up with a fairly low hand size a lot of the time.
Looks
Looks like there are 4 cards in hand, so this Terror is just a
3. 3/3, but swinging into a 4/6. Looks like
Something's fishy's going on.
yeah,
for sure.
making Will a little bit wary here. Something like Will.
Looks like Will just left. Or are they still
I
deciding?
think Will's still deciding here, and that looks like it's the 4. It's the 2 mana 4/1 from Edge of Eternities.
It looks like Will did let 6 damage through.
So we're going down to 8 here for Will. Could Will have an explosive turn here potentially? Cut out a lot of counters and Riddler and swing for 20? That's the real question here. So it looks like I think the card that Bismon did play is gonna be Sunset Saboteur, I'm pretty sure. Try to pull it up. Yep. 2 mana 4/1 with a ward discard card, and whenever this creature attacks, you put 1 count on the creature your opponent controls, which is not the best, but looks like we are gonna get the artist talent out here for Will. So there's actually potential to win right now.
We do have Artist Talon alongside Quantum Riddler, so Will is in no shortage of cards.
Oh yeah, especially with the Winter Knight in the graveyard.
You know.
A lot of
And
ways.
with a Vivi under the Cauldron, Will is probably not going to be in short of mana either.
And we're
Really,
torching.
the world's just his oyster at this point.
Oh yeah, I mean artist talent trigger with the torch. We're gonna be discarding a. Maybe you discard Stone Teachers. I saw. Looks like it's gonna be a creature. We're going to. Oh, he has to he has to discard another card for the ward. Actually, he's gonna be able to draw 2 cards off this then.
And we do see some AP NAP action going on here.
Oh yeah.
So here, ideally, Bisman would like Will's trigger to resolve first, but because the non-active player's effect goes on the stack last, so it resolve first, everything just works out perfectly the way Will wants it.
Oh yeah. Looks like Will actually missed a couple. Will actually missed, I think, 2 discard triggers for on the Mako, because Mako is still sitting at 6. So a little bit unfortunate here for Will, because that is a trigger you can miss.
I don't think Will is really worried about that right now. I think he's just looking for things that could kill Bisman in one big swing.
So we're gonna be Flood Mine, so you can do Artist Talent to draw 2 cards. So we have 6 cards drawn from drawn from the prof, and then we're gonna have 5. Well, this Maker should be a lot bigger than it should. But Will again missing Mako's triggers once more. Not the best look, but looks like Bismon here is pointing out how many cards were drawn.
Sure, he'll be fine.
Yeah, and it looks like Will might
Through
pick.
this counter.
Also, like Bisman's also tapped out here, so it's not going to be much pushback. We have trying to count here.
So we have 6 plus 4, 10, and 6 more counter, that's 16.
Technically, he would have lethal if you remember the
It would
discard
be
trick.
19, so he needs just a little bit more.
I mean, it's Winter Night in the graveyard, right? So
Yeah.
should be fine.
How big is that otter right now?
It should be 2 power.
Just 2 power?
We get 3. Discard. Draw 2. I mean, we have lethal here. Like, I think Bismarck's gonna scoop it up right here because more than lethal. Looks Will taking game number 1 with showing why R's talent is actually pretty damn good.
Certainly assembled the A plus B. The other A plus B.
Yes. A lot of things went right here, but Bismon post board does have a lot of that exile removal that we do know about. We got the Strategic Betrayals. We also got a little bit more of the spot removal package is in the board right now. So don't be too worried about it if you're Bismon. If anything, it's Will. You probably have to think about like what can you potentially bring in this matchup that can fight a lot of these really good value creatures.
And on Will's side,
Yeah, the Flood Maw, that's probably it. You maybe have Obolt.
I mean, Flabot Obolt. Obolt is probably not as reliable of an answer as Will would like it to be, considering the dragon is really big towards the mid to late game. We'll probably just. Well, if I'm in Will's seat, I would probably keep it fairly simple, board out minimal amount of card. Like, you have 4 Floodmaw already, you should be able to handle most of the things. And Sunset Saboteur and friends really tries to dissuade interaction from the opponent's side too. So I would probably not board into more removal. It will be interesting to see how Will plays through these post-board hates coming from Bisman though.
Oh yeah, I mean, Will, have his work cut out for him, especially going on the draw. I mean, I guess unless you curve out like how you did with Will, get the nice little discard real quickly with the V, get the Vivi in the yard with the Cauldron, then you assemble, then you get to assemble Artist Talent plus regular, and then go off the next turn without any pushback. It's a pretty good place to be, but I don't think Bisman's gonna probably allow a state like that again if everything goes correctly. Let's see though, Bismon though, one thing that's very exciting to see is Geological Appraiser discarded into Unstoppable Slasher many times today. And really neat to see. Slasher turns out to be pretty damn good to bring your opponent down to nothing pretty quickly.
Well, I've been sitting in the bottom tables for this tournament, so it'll be interesting to see that for the first time for me.
Oh yeah, I mean, Bismon is be able to like, oh, he's so far behind, wait, he's about to win the game next turn. It's like, oh, okay. It's pretty very interesting. Well, looks like the players are getting ready to play at game number 2 here. Will up a game. Bisman down 1. Also, achievement kind of a little bit impressed on multiverse passages. How flexible it's been. Just play a tap, choose a color, worst case scenario. Not taking as much damage as you would playing starting town.
And being able to come into play on tap after turn 1 to 3 is really important as well on that card.
Oh,
Also,
yeah.
let's not forget the Verges. Just being able to enable your Verges, like having that 4 additional basic land type sources in your mana base makes these Verges a lot more reliable.
Oh yes. Especially in Rakdos when you don't even have Blood Crypt, which is a bit sad.
Well, as starting town's #1 hater, I am happy to see a multiverse passage making a splash here.
Oh yeah, I really hate starting town too. That card sucks. Alright. Well, here we go. Both players about to get their hands.
On the opening side. Bisman taking a look. It looks like lands and spells, but are they the right spells?
Is that double Cavern Souls? Oh, brother.
Is that cavern or is that passage?
I don't know actually. Looks pretty similar. I think it's Passage. Passage, it's Passage Verge. I see 2 Geological Explorer. And, oh, it's actually Multiverse Passage. My bad. Multiverse Passage, we're choosing red.
Message on red.
We're gonna be land pass for Will here, so no turn 1 may go here, but we're gonna get a turn 2 Sunset Saboteur coming back out once more. Not too bad of a start. The 2
I know
mana forward.
most list plays both Storm Chasers and Mako, so not having a turn 1 play represents potentially some sort of interaction, a torch or a flood maul. So Saboteur's Bisman's turn 2 play is really heads up, just playing through potential interaction there.
Ooh, looks like a slasher is gonna be coming out here, and Will's turn 2 was not too impressive. Just having a turn 2 pass, turn 2 prof and pass is not the best place to be, but turn 3 is really see these VV decks start to build a pretty scary board state potentially, and double starting town, and take one, oh, and take none actually. Just,
Taking 0.
okay, not too bad, but facing the slasher across from you is pretty scary here, because we can potentially get a lot of damage here, and looks like we might get a geological appraise into slasher.
Yeah, if I'm in Will's seat, I would not be very comfortable with what's going on the board right now. These VV decks, like, they have quite, like, their mid game is
Go to attacks.
the best you could be doing in
Yes.
the format. But if you don't have a 1-drop, like, your early game is not that great. Like, people can, like, try to go under you, and you can kind of see these players trying to adapt to the VV menace and, like, playing either, like, mono red and going under, or, like, playing interactions that lines up better into VV.
Oh yeah,
And
look,
this game, even though Will is packing these additional 1-drops, he didn't draw them, so we get to see VV's somewhat of a weakness show up here.
oh yeah, looks like we are gonna get that Terror being played hardcasted here. Will's down to 7, and to answer Von Alberts in the chat, the last bad deck that Bisman played was VV Cauldron, which he has his invite on. That's when you know the format is really bad, when Bisman's playing VV Cauldron nowadays.
Oh,
Looks
blue, red, 1.
Winter Night Stories, so we can make
No?
Winter Night Stories here. What are we trying to dig for? A Mako plus Mako plus VV again? And Mako plus VV potentially set up a board main phase 2 and try to live it out. Seems like the best case scenario for Will. I mean, you just kind of have to go for it at this point. You're so far behind the board.
Desperately looking for a flood maul here.
Oh yeah, that's it. Discarding 2. Discarding a prof and a cauldron. Looks like we are going to be paying the 1, going down to 6. Playing Mako. So yeah,
Mako is a consolation prize.
put 3 counters on it. But no VV. So let's get the pass here. If Bismarck has any type of removal, looks like a Ghost Vacuum is going to be drawn. Looks like we have a Shoot the Sheriff in the hand too, which does not kill Mako, sadly. But we can get a Nova Hellkite be warped in, and that's just going to be
I think
game.
that does it. Alright, that's game. Moving on to game number 3.
Game number 3 is now on the horizon, with Will not having the best of starts, but Bismarck taking down that light tower pretty quickly with a turn 3 slasher down to 7 immediately.
Well, just practicing cards.
Yeah, this kind of just shows you how fast standards are these days.
I think Stan's a little bit faster than modern nowadays.
Go back to Oculus, but maybe like Oculus.
Sometimes.
No Oculus at all. Just like
That's a bit. That's a take for sure. But it's certainly not the standards of the bygone era where like a 2-mana interaction is considered like pretty efficient, pretty fast anymore.
But also in Series it's felt kind of worse just because there's nobody to get
Let's see here. Both players not deciding to making sideboard changes here. Running it back with the same sideboard, which is not the worst case. I mean, I saw in our previous feature match, Bitmon was actually boarding cards in and out on play and draw. That's against mono red, so it's a little bit more different. Well, though, needs, if he can start with Chora Mako to turn to Prof or like FOMO or even turn to Talent, I think we're like pretty on line.
Whenever you commit a crime, put it back in your
Bisman
put it back on the
and
battlefield.
Will both
I don't-
deciding
I
that
don't-
play draw
some kind of
doesn't really
some
change
kind of like reanimation
how good
pile
their
that,
cards
like,
are
you loop
Oh,
the
yeah.
in
same
this
thing
matchup.
over and over and over and
Good
over
cards are
again.
just good cards.
It looks fun. I don't know. I just want to keep using
See
it.
Will
Props, like,
all set and ready with that nice shuffled deck.
One issue is that it's
I think. Let's see here. I wonder if Bizwan took out Scavenger Regent or it's in the board
Well, I really do hope they announce
still.
Pioneer as the next
Okay, he doesn't main board Scavenger Region, so actually, sorry, I wonder if he added Scavenger Region, not board out. Because Region's not that great, but it is a dragon that does turn on a lot of your caustic removal.
4 cards.
Both players getting ready to start off here. Will taking a look at his hand. See if one will get none. We'll see. The only hand we can't see is Bismon with 7 lands. Well, that's not great.
Well, makes it easy on Bisman, I suppose.
Oh yeah, Will keeping a 7 here. Very nice, but 7 lands. You know what? If I'm in good control, I'll keep it. Oh man, like Bismon, if he can stick that slasher and it's unanswered, this game can get really out of hand. Trying to take a look at what's inside Bismon's deck. Can't really find anything out of the usual. Down to 6. Here we go. It's like Nova Hellkite. That's a lot of Nova Hellkite. But it's keepable.
We got, what, 2 land? 3 land, that looks like?
It's like 3 land, Nova Hellkite, and Island Pass for Will.
Island Pass.
And it looks like a Cecil coming out.
Oh, just an op.
Cecil the Dark Knight coming out for Bismon. Now, this is a card I did not see in his last feature match where we've seen him play throughout the day. Looks like we do actually have one drop in this deck, and it's a pretty damn good one. Oh, looks like we drew into the Sorcerer's Talent for Will. Oh, that is not a other, that is an island. But let's see. What's going to be Bismon answer to this? Seeing that Will has no red, so swing in. Both going to take 2. Both down to 18. And actually, wonder what type of hand does Will have to keep at 7 with only island.
Oh, it looks like that was not a multiversal passage.
It was not.
It's
It was
a different passage.
Yes, for sure. It is a Fable passage. You know, swamp here to try on this verge.
Oh,
And
and also, I think Bisman just doesn't really have a 2-drop in that hand.
no,
Just tons of 3-drops.
looks like we're at that op though. For Will, is gonna go off for end step, and we'll be able to find red mana here because what we actually we do get the Spire Bluff Canal. Spire Bluff Canal potentially into a Ars Talent would be pretty good, which it does come down.
Go to combat.
So we're slowly building the A plus B combo and swinging for 2, bring Bisman down to 16.
Go ahead.
So leaving up 1 blue. Not too bad. But Bisman,
Well,
I mean, if Bisman has Nova Hellkite here, it's pretty damn good.
no.
Hellkite,
Hellkite, pretty nice answer to a Power Soccer. Doesn't look like it though. Just swinging for 2.
You're 14.
Bisman's on the 14. Oh.
Interesting to see Bisman attacking here.
And looks like actually Bisman probably choose to plot that terror instead. Which actually might be the right call because you can probably get something. You probably can get a really good swing in next turn. And you can probably keep the Hellkite for if he does have a Hellkite for something else. It looks like we can get an opt. Discard Winter Night Stories to draw a card. Now we're going to look at this opt with the scry, keep on top and draw. Not too bad of an end step here for Will.
Drop her.
Wonder what can he need here. I mean, if anything, Will really needs a prof. Prof is really
Land off the top.
Maybe. Looks like we might actually have Prof here. Which is... Oh, actually, it does Riddler. Riddle, draw a card. Riddle, draw.
We have assembled the A+B, but is Will's hand small enough to really take advantage of it?
I'm not sure. Looks like we are going to be Winter Night. So we're going to do Artist Talent Trigger first. Discard a starting town. And
I
then
think it's a Cauldron. Or it could, it's a starting town.
And-
Use 3.
oh, you get to draw. You get to draw 2 cards off of Riddler from the Artist Talent. Apparently, let's see. And then we're gonna have that draw 3. So you can draw a lot more cards. And discarding 2 more lands looks like a starting town plus island.
He has already played land for turn, so we don't have to worry about something like Prof from Bisman's side.
Oh yeah, swing only in for 2 as well, and get warped out. So Will can potentially be set up for the next turn if he does have a next turn. Let's see what does Biswan have. If Biswan has an over Hellkite here, is pretty strong. You can probably swing for what, 4, 5, 6, a little bit more, but
Oh, Bisman is flipping his Cecil here.
I think actually flipping Cecil probably is the correct choice. Flip Cecil, get really nice strong 4/4 lifelinker.
I mean, he's been working towards that the entire game.
Nope, it untaps itself.
Oh, does it say untap?
I untap and then transform.
Okay, sounds good.
Untap,
If
that's
flip
not
now, there was just double checking. Is it untapped? Yes, it is.
On tap. Yeah, Bisman decided that he is the aggressor in the matchup with all those Cecil attack, and now it's finally paying off.
swamp tap.
Yep, looks like Bismuth said, I'm actually gonna build a wall of cards here with double terror, hardcast terror, play the terror from plot, and have the Cecil flipped.
Yeah. You know, this whole Vivi thing, all a little like
Ignore the trigger.
too messy, too complicated. Let's just keep it simple. Like, why use like all these props and card draws and like some like 2/2 flyer and just counter all that? Nah, let's keep it simple. 7/7 go.
Yeah, I mean, not very much you can do. I mean, I think the fact gets a flyer is really good because it stops Riddler. But let's see here. Looks like Will is finally hitting his stride with the amount of lands now. But does he have any other way to do? Can draw a card here. Any spell to discard the artist talent. Looks like we did find the prof, so it might get a little bit scary here. Prof trigger, artist talent trigger. What are we gonna discard? We're going to discard Winter Night Stories. Not a bad one. So we have 1 on prof right now. And then you have a trigger. Or ETB for prof. We draw another one. Maybe potentially Winter Night this turn. We actually have another spell, seems like. Maybe a talent. Mako. Okay, Mako's not too bad. This Otter is a 2/2 now.
Probably a little better than a talent would be here.
Maybe we're going to talent now. Yep, we're going to be playing talent now. Artist talent trigger. Get the discard trigger from the Mako to discard that prof. And then this is now a 3. Otter is now 3/3. Make another Otter.
Looks like 2 cards in hand.
You have 2 cards in hand, yes. 2 cards in hand. 1 does not have Summoning Sickness. We do have a Winter Night Story in the graveyard here, but it's not big enough, sadly. Looks like we're going to be going to combat. Put it on the Otter that can attack.
This town is big enough, sadly.
This town is that, yes, this town is big enough. We'll be swinging in for 3. Whoa, whoa, Will's thinking when it.
Well, it's 1 + 3 + 2.
Yes, 6. Swing for 6 into the 4/4, and I don't know how big the terror is right now.
I believe both are 4/4s. Maybe the dragon's a 5/5. Bismuth has at least 2 cards. Oh, 3 cards.
3.
Sorry.
Those are 4/4. Looks like Bismuth decided to do no blocks, maybe? Yeah, no blocks from Bismuth, seems like. We're taking 6. Down to 4. Bismuth Oh, draws an exhale a little bit too late. But actually, it's not too bad if this Mako tries to get the growing. And having the 4/4 lifelink is pretty relevant, but also you need to consider the potential crackback. I mean, you can swing with Cecil, bite, you can behold, kill the Mako, then swing it with Cecil, get maybe some lifelink, hold back the Terra. You can also plot the other one, or you can hardcast the other one. You actually can hardcast plus Caustic here. Hard to say though.
This board's a little hard to clean up for Bisman.
And what concludes to, looks like we are going to be doing Geological Appraiser. Here we go.
Get it twisted.
What did he flip? What did he just flip with Appraiser?
Targeting.
That's being only carried by about 3 or less. It was a Caustic X. Oh, it was Exhale.
It
so
was Exhale. So Geological Reserve flipping into Exhale,
Triggers. I will ignore the trigger.
dealing with one of the 3 creatures. There's another Exhaling hand, ready to clean up another thing, but this 4/4 Otter looks like it's going to be able to pressure Bisman still.
I mean, luckily Bisman does have a blocker like Geological Appraiser. He can probably sack to is just something at 3/2. Or he can block with a Terror, play the Exhale, trade profitably with the Big Otter, and then also trade potentially profitably with the other Otter if no potential counters get added onto it. Bisman thinking if you want to play Exile right now to even kill the small Otter apparently. But secondly, he can just double block the Big Otter if it does get any bigger. Try to trade off. Or maybe even play the Cecil in the hand right now, but taking your life down from 4 to 2 is a bit tough, but it does flip. But it's a little bit risky.
Interesting position for Bisman here. Do you play into the potential spell pierces that Will could have potentially brought in? Or do you try to catch Will slip up and maybe target the small Otter with a prof trick where you get to just eat a whole turn worth of counter from profs?
Looks like Will's top deck was a Vivi.
Oh, a
So-
Vivi, no Cauldron.
But Vivi plus Winter Knight. Vivi trigger, go down to 3. Ace trigger on the stack, we're going to be Caustic Exhale to Vivi, which is really good here not to die. We're going to Torch, the Appraiser, trigger, go down to 2.
Of note,
We do make 1 mana.
Cosmic does shrink Vivi down to negative power, so
Yes.
if Will wants mana,
Have to try.
either going to have to take his 1 mana here, or really go off and try to make the mana despite having 3 less power off.
Let's see though, we gotta decide what to even discard. There's currently a -1 VV right now.
Yep.
Trying to discard here is gonna be kind of complicated because pretty sure Will wanted to try to win this turn. But it looks like a VV did get discarded. So we're keeping 2 cards in hand. No Cauldron. You can probably put all the counters on the VV. You will have 2 mana. You can play Cauldron, and then you can maybe have a reset. And then level up talent, get like anything, level up dwarf talent, get any 2 spells essentially.
Go to combat. Put counters here. Just a 5.
I haven't gone to take a look at Bisman's deck, but does he have anything like, for example, Wild Ride register?
I don't
Is he able to, like, maybe play Second Dragon, Wild Ride it to swing the air for lethal?
I don't think so now. Looks like we're making 2 red with Vivi. Or is it being 1 red, 1 blue? Okay.
It'll just be 2, right? 2. Oh, -3, right? Oh yeah, never mind. It's -2.
Alright. Post combat 101.
It doesn't matter.
Spend both of
I'll
them.
make 2 mana. Cast the talent.
Talent,
Then
trigger.
Trigger.
Draw.
Discard last card. Which
Bisman is down to 1.
Draw card.
Bisman goes down to 1 here. Any spell potentially? And no, pass. Bisman on a lifeline here. Needs to get rid of this Vivi somehow this turn.
need to clean this board up this turn.
Needs to clean up a lot here. You can't even play.
A lot of work ahead of him. Looks like he did draw a Nova Helm Kite. Is that going to be good enough for him?
I don't think so, because there is Stormchaser talent in the field. When you activate Vivi, make 6 mana, 7 mana, activate that, and yeah, it looks like Will is gonna take it 2 and 1, and Bismon potentially might potentially bubble out of top 8 contention.
I believe this was the one match that's still yet to be decided. That's still like relevant for top 8 pairings in this tournament.
Yes.
So good run, but Vivi Talon takes it down.
Vivi Talon takes it down here. Hiya.
So what are your thoughts about on this format?
I mean, on this format? On this format, man. Not gonna lie, this format is kind of boring, personally. I don't think it's amazing. It's not great. Shout out to Curse Lamb for always being free. But, yeah, this format's a bit interesting. I mean, I'm hoping it changes a lot after November 10th. Kind of hoping for a not only just a Vivi, like something that hits Vivi, but also a red, something that hits red. I do think if red is left unanswered, it's kind of hard to have a open format, but depends if Wizards even want that, because realistically, you can get rid of the Nemesis, and then a lot of the green decks do become playable.
Yeah, this Nemesis card is
pretty good.
Yeah, insert match of it is just
unblockable.
Yeah, unblockable and can potentially solo. Someone who got soloed by a Nemesis. Yeah.
Yeah, Nemesis pretty good. 3 mana 3/3 with hang set with only upside. Pretty good.
Where's my turtle?
If only Age Turtle was strong enough to solo Nemesis for a billion years.
But it looks like these players are getting ready, preparing mentally for their top 8 matches right now.
Oh yeah. I mean, the top 8 here looks a little bit diverse with a lot of interesting decks in there. Luckily, it is not all Vivi, so pretty exciting here. Looks like we are going to at least have at least 2 Vivi decks in top 8 at least. I know we have Will, we have Oliver, Jan, and we also have we have 3 Vivi decks actually top 8. But one has Spider-Man in it though. I'm kind of excited about that one.
Yeah.
But we do also have Brandon Chen with the Rakdos Monument deck in top 8. So Rakdos Monument making it as well. Pretty nice. Might have 2 Rakdos decks potentially if Biswan bubbles in. That's what we get for round number 5 here. Next time you're going to see us and be in top 8. So we'll see you soon.
Oh, that's not us.
Wait a second.
Aha, hello everybody. I'm not Easton Feng now, and I'm Kyle now. I went to go change this. However, we are going to be starting the round of top 8 here, the quarterfinals. We're going to have the 2nd seed Brandon Chen going up against the 7th seed Sinhui. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup as Rakdos Mayhem takes on the Boros Aggro or Boros Burn from what we saw from Sinhui in the previous round's deck.
Yeah, looks like Sinhui's all going down to 6 here. This Boros Aggro deck is pretty impressive. It's impressed me to go out the entire day because we would have thought
Turn and standard, but goes down to 5. I'm not too impressed anymore.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little bit rough for him because unfortunately for what Sinhui wants to do, the deck really just kind of wants to stockpile a bunch of cards and kind of burn out his opponent. Although there is still like a lot of the aggressive red package. You're not going to necessarily miss like, you know, Hired Claws and Screaming Nemesis and Emberheart Challengers. Those are still in the deck, but Sinhui does have Bolt Wares, Boros Charm, Lightning Helix, and a lot more ways to kind of stretch that extra damage forward.
No, is that a no-lander?
Oh, no.
Down the...
Worst they ever seen.
All right, so
on the draw. Okay, well,
we thought this was going to be a fast matchup.
oh,
to
this is
begin
definitely
with,
going to be fast.
but maybe we'll get 3 games now.
Oh, you know what? On the draw here, you know, maybe...
It's basically 5, right?
I don't know. No lands here. The deck does not do any favors to Sunnyvale. Don't. It's okay though. As Ben K says, this man top decks like a god.
I mean, that's true. I mean, we did see him top deck his one of Sunspine links to Xaxis Charles in round number 4. So, man's looks like a hand that's Bolt Waves, 2 lands, and a Hired Claw.
I do feel like though, if there's any matchup where like Brandon, the guy can outrace Brandon, is probably this one.
Oh, yeah.
Brandon's deck does not seem like has the tools to deal with hit face with spell.
Yeah, Brandon's deck is not good at gaining life. It's also, I guess, not the best in the world at blocking, right?
Yeah, it's not amazing.
Yeah, for those who are tuning in a little bit later, Brandon is playing basically a Spider-Man Mayhem brew. So his deck is going to be playing a lot of cards such as Fear of Missing Out, Discard Outlets, and then Monument to Endurance, but then using the Mayhem mechanic to turn those discards into value.
Looks like Higher Claws will be coming out here for Sunnyvale. Not too bad. Looks like we have double Higher Claw in the hand as long as with the Nemesis, but Tragic Trajectory don't take care of this first one, and we'll swing in for once more.
I'm going to.
Yeah, Brandon playing here alongside with well, it looks like just removal spells galore going on here, as well as the discarding of the sacrificing of Masked Meower to Mayhem out. I think that's Kane is the Spider-Man card.
Listen, you gotta try hard carry this one. There's a lot of Spider-Man cards. I don't really know.
I want to say this is Scarlet
Kane.
Spider Kane coming out here from Brandon. The Mayhem cost of 1 of a split Rakdos color, and then when this enters, you can then discard another card to give it a +1/+1 counter. Unfortunately for Brandon, he discards a Bitter Triumph, is not able to with no mana available to keep chaining cards together. But then very quickly, I think that's just a Lightning Strike to take this out from Sinhui's side because unfortunately, it's only 2 toughness.
Another Spider-Man card?
Oh, this is Shadow of the Goblin or something like that.
Shadow of the Goblin is a pretty neat card actually. I like this card a lot.
I was talking to Brandon earlier about this card, and he basically said in his deck, this is an Unholy Annex for him. So you get to, at the beginning of your first main phase, discard a card, and then if you do, you draw a card, and then whenever you play a land or cast a spell from anywhere else other than your hand, it deals 1. So Mayhem allows you to cast if you've discarded it at any point in time, so long as the timing restriction works. You basically get to like cast it from your graveyard and it'll deal 1 damage. Like we're doing right here with, I believe that's Carnage.
Yep, Carnage will be coming out here. Another one. We're facing Spider-Man Tribal!
I mean, yeah, and Carnage having a Mayhem cost of only 2 is pretty ridiculous because it also unearths something else from the graveyard.
Yep.
So it looks like we are just getting back Spider-Man Kane. And this is going to chain here. Kane allows you to discard again, but we are just discarding a land, so no additional 1 mana card to discard here.
Oh, chain, huh? I didn't think we were playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Nah, we're chaining, all right. You know a thing or two about that. You played some Yu-Gi-Oh! The other day, now didn't you?
Yeah, I'm kind of addicted to Yu-Gi-Oh! right now. Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2. But looks like we have to take a read of Carnage real quick, too. This is a giant land of text here. As long as this card is pretty neat.
I mean, yeah, this is pretty powerful. It does make the card attack each turn if able, but then as soon as it deals combat damage to a player, you have to sacrifice it.
Ooh,
so,
Magic Trickery again.
Damn, all right. So Brandon is just...
having all the removal in the world here.
Yeah.
Soulstone comes out thinking. Let's see. Anyway, is he going to play a card in his hand, or does he want to pass, do end step Soulstone on his Brandon's turn. It looks like he has a pass.
I mean, if you think about it, Sinhui was on a mulligan to 5, right?
4.
Or mulligan to 4, right? And he currently has 4 lands in play and has played 3 spells. So I think Ben K may be correct in saying that Sinhui draws like a god, but I don't even know if god tier draws are going to be where we're at right now.
What's a god to a non-believer?
I guess a god to a non-believer is currently 10 points of damage that have been dealt to Sinhui's face here from Brandon.
Looks like we'll be swinging for 3 here from Sunnyvale. Got the 16. Looks like we're gonna have. Ooh, what is that in his hands? At the bolt wave. There it is. Got the 13 now. Not too bad of a race. Not that bad of a top decks.
This is pretty surprising board state for it to be in. However, Brandon is going to be in a very interesting spot here. We do have just the Shadow of the Goblin, now getting another Spider-Man Cane. Spider-Man Cane is now going to Mayhem off of that. That's going to deal 1 damage. It's going to enter with a +1/+1 counter. And now we have 7 damage on the board. It looks like a second Shadow of the Goblin as well.
Jeez. Looks like we have a response. Lightning Helix? Okay. That's what I like to see from Sunnyvale there. A little bit of life gain. They're almost equal.
All right, but now do you offer up the 3/3 into the 3/2? I don't think so if you're Sinhui. Like, you need to have that land as a blocker or mana at this point.
Okay, let's see here. Sunnyvale. Real hard. Looks like it's going to be a Where's Lightning?
Okay, so
Like, the guy is the god at top deck team. Being pinned down to 10, and Brandon's hellbent.
Brandon is hellbent. You do wind up having 2 copies of Shadow of the Goblin, but Shadow of the Goblin requires you to discard a card in order to draw a card. So yeah, Brandon is... This is the issue with the Mayhem deck, is if you get yourself hellbent, you can't really get these triggers down. So okay, you are going to cycle this Marauding Mako, and then you're going to discard Carnage off of that? Okay, so the double Shadow of the Goblin, he draws for turn, and then first main phase, trigger on the stack, cycles the Mako, gets Carnage, and then brings Mako back with Carnage.
Wow.
All right, so Brandon has now also gotten a godlike top deck, so I guess they're even?
No, watch this anyway. He's thinking. That's what you know is good.
Oh, right, because it's skipped. Okay, never mind. That is correct.
Counting damage, counting mana.
So maybe play through it all.
Yeah, sure.
Carnage is a
No.
4/4.
Nemesis, maybe?
Screaming Nemesis would be pretty good. Carnage is a 4/3. Ooh.
Gets its value immediately, shooting down that Mako. And you have a free 4 damage and a blocker for this Carnage.
I mean, this is going to get warped, though, so it will wind up going away end of turn, so it's just basically Ball Lightning, which is Sinhui special.
Same way, he was playing the actual ball lightning. He plays that in modern, he played in standard, but he said, well, there's a bit of ball lightning now. No point in playing the actual factual ball lightning anymore.
I'm actually interested here that Sinhui did not attack with the... Knowing that the Nova Hellkite was here, not attacking with the Soulstone Sanctuary as well. If you attack with the Soulstone Sanctuary and trade away the Carnage, that's pretty good for you. If you just get 3 free damage, all of a sudden Boros Charm and Lightning Helix are just draws to win.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, whenever. Oh, yes. Oh, right, it's legendary.
Looks like we are going to get a little bit of the discards here from Brandon.
There's an alternate art Spider-Man's card, which I don't know what it is, that was discarded, but it doesn't look like it has Mayhem.
Looks
If
like
it does,
Carnage.
he could. A second another Carnage? Okay, that would make sense, because then they're legendary, so...
Yeah. I think it's Carnage. Let's see, though. Looks like we're going to be doing that.
He's replaying the other Carnage to bring something else back.
Yeah, I mean, that has some value here. Bringing Samuels down to 8.
Yeah, so Carnage, replacement Carnage, and now we're going to wind up bringing something back. Do we bring back Spider-Man Cane? I think that's the play.
Yep, it's going to be Kane.
Especially if we have another Mayhem card in hand.
Yeah, and then now
Do we have another Mayhem card of those? Real question.
We get 2 Shadow of the
Monument.
Goblins. Oh, we discard a Monument. Okay. But then, yeah, we wind up getting the 2 Shadow of the Goblins, and ooh,
Tragic Deck is pretty good here.
especially because we wound up having the replacement legendary rule happen, so something left the battlefield. So that's full -10, -10.
no cards in hand, but you can draw.
Sitting right here thinking, this means the top deck is actually potentially something. Dead on board, but can we find a way to stall the game even longer? Oh, he's a wall of 4.
I guess I'd have to be
Pretty good.
Lightning Helix exactly, but no, Sinhui's not going to find it. Like you said, Mulligan to 4, extremely impressive. Heads up 6 life to 6 life total. Sinhui was drawing fantastically there.
Impressive.
But it is going to be the Rakdos Mayhem deck that takes game number 1 in this matchup. And thanks for sticking with us. Unfortunately, the internet connection at the store is a little bit wonky today. There are a lot of people on both sides of the store, so there have been a couple of disconnects. We are locally recording everything as well, so the VODs will be available on my YouTube channel at Optimus Tom TV later on, which means that they will be uninterrupted by any sort of lag or anything like that. But that does mean that we are going to get ourselves back to, just need to get our life total counter back. And then we'll be all hunky-dory as these two players are going into sideboards now. And one of the things you kind of have to think about from Sinhui's side is how much do you actually want to put in against Brandon's deck, and how much you want to change what you're doing against Brandon's deck. His deck in general is going to want to be playing that Monument to Endurance. So if you have cards like Get Lost, most importantly, does not hit artifacts. You're not necessarily going to be wanting to put as many of those in as potentially. If you're thinking you need to go after the discard creatures and the Mayhem creatures specifically, then you may be looking at targeting like those cards like Carnage and stuff like that in order to clear the board and get rid of the outlets that Brandon has to discard. Shelter by Ghost is like a very powerful card from Sinhui's sideboard that he has access to. That is basically a catch-all for absolutely everything that Brandon's going to be throwing at him. And on Brandon's side, if you're looking at what Sinhui was doing and looking at how many creatures versus spells he actually played, I would not be surprised to see Brandon bringing in cards like Duress if he thinks that he needs to hit the burn spells, if his creatures can just keep Sinhui's small things at bay.
Oh, yeah, I think, yeah, Shelter by Ghost is going to be the strongest card in Sinu's sideboard here. Actually, the life gain is really powerful. Can carry any of the Mayhem cards, especially Carnage, to be really strong. And just imagine, Shelter by Ghost and over Hellkite, game was pretty much over.
Oh, man. All right, so Sinhui, we'll see if Sinhui is able to keep a hand that is more than
4 cards.
fingers, not counting his thumb on his hand.
Yes, yeah.
But Sinhui will also be on the play this game too, since Brandon was the higher seed. Second seed gets to choose if you want to be on the play or on the draw. Picked on the play, and it worked out against Sinhui, who had to mulligan a bunch. Let's take Sinhui 3 lands, Lightning Helix, and something else, and that's not good enough.
If I don't do anything,
So at this point, you might as well just keep something like that.
I mean, depending on what Sinhui has sideboarded, right? You could be getting rid of a lot of your low drop plays in order to kind of play a little bit of a later game. If you think you need to board in like your Shelter by Ghost and your Get Lost, you're adding 2 mana spells, and you're either going to have to take out some of your lower impact burn spells like Burst Lightning. There goes one of your 1 mana plays. Or if you have any of those 1-drops outside of your hired clause, I don't know if Sinhui is on like Bastronaut or anything like that, but if he is, those might be coming out in order just to deal with threats from Brandon's side.
See here, looks like a Rest in Peace in Sinu's sideboard, which is
actually
pretty good. That's actually really good.
Yeah, Rest in Peace in general will keep cards out of the graveyard, which means that you're not going to be able to play the creature later on, especially considering you need to play them with the timing restriction.
Yeah, especially since as well, Rakdos doesn't have that many colors to deal with enchantment.
No, not at all. Like, I don't know if Brandon's thinking of putting in, you know, like Feed the Swarm or anything like that and from his sideboard, and there's no bounce effects here either.
Is Feed the Storm legal in Standard?
I think it's reprinted in Foundations. I know that there's the other one, the 3-mana one as well. Let's say Feed the Swarm, I think people were playing with Cecil because you lose life and flip your Cecil.
Oh, I see.
But Brandon here playing Bloodchief's Flail alongside what looks like a Masked Meower as well. We're going to discard our Spider Cane to equip here. That's going to give us not only a counter on our Marauding Mako, but then equip our Bloodchief's Flail to it as well.
or discard a card. Okay, discard a card.
So we're taking how much damage? 1, 2, 3? 3 damage? Seems like.
Oh, great. Okay. What are we doing here?
Yeah, we're taking a little bit of damage down the. 6 damage actually. Whoa.
Yeah, the Bloodchief's Flail is definitely a very powerful card in this deck. Not only is it... If,
4. Yeah, it's 4.
Okay, it was 4. I'm going to say, not only is it an enabler for the discard outlets, but it's also just a way to pump up your creature by 2 power, which is, for 1 mana, pretty solid.
Yeah, discarded card is not too bad because it looks like we can get that Scream Nemesis coming out here for Sunnyvale. That's why he has a good decision to either put down blocking duty or just swing. It looks like he is going to be on blocking duty for a bit. Looks like you do have a Noble Hellcan. Looks like a Song Opera, I think. The red mana song card from Final Fantasy.
Oh, Opera Song. Opera Love Song,
Opera
yeah.
Love. There you go.
That's a pretty interesting card here, as that will kind of impulse effect for you. We have Brandon just discarding these cards to continue pumping up his Marauding Mako, just re-equipping it to the same creature over and over again. And even though these cards are going to be exiled by that Rest in Peace, Brandon is just trying to present as much damage as quickly as possible here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Sunnyvale doesn't have any out to that besides SHUTAO, I guess. And looks like we are going to be blocking the Mako. And we're going to be doing the damage to...
Are we doing the damage to Brandon?
I think we are doing damage to Brandon's face since the Mako's still alive.
Play a land.
Interesting
Discard a
choice.
FOMO, counter,
Discarding FOMO.
and then I'll play a FOMO. Draw a card.
Not sure what that card is, but
Go ahead.
discard, draw.
discard for the FOMO?
It says discard then draw.
Oh,
Discard
okay, so
then
discard
draw.
for the-
Oh, FOMO.
thought you were doing something
Yeah,
else.
it's just a FOMO discarding a FOMO.
Okay.
So there we go, and it looks like Brandon did wind up taking the damage here. So Brandon actually down to 15. Let's say there's a little bit of discrepancy in the life totals while doing so. Nova Hellkite coming down, probably going to ping the Mask Meower.
Swing for 4. We ran down to 11. And that should be warped out.
It should, yeah, Brandon pointing it should be warped out. We did wind up having a 4th tapped land, however, that is not 5 mana.
Yes.
And is this just straight up?
Oh, so it's literally
Oh,
like the
Ultimate Green Goblin comes in here.
Ultimate Green Goblin.
This is a Rotting Regisaur.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we have another. We have Shadow of the Goblin.
I mean, Goblin dot deck.
And that's game? Not game, but 5, 6, 7 damage. 8, 9? Oh, no, 4, 5. 8, 9. Yes, down to 6 here for Sunnyvale.
Senway's in a little bit of trouble now. You really want to see like Lightning Helixes or maybe even, oh no, it's just Lightning Strike and Opera Love Song. So that's going to be it. Ultimate Green Goblin was presenting way too much damage there. And Brandon's deck is going to get the job done. 2 games to 0. Sinway's deck, unfortunately, on a mulligan to 4 in game number 1. And then game number 2, the pieces just didn't come together. And Brandon had one of the fastest starts that his deck is able to have with that flail in addition to the Mako.
A little bit unfortunate for Sunnyvale here. The luck was not on his side, at least on the mulligans. The top decks were fine, but man, unfortunate for Sunnyvale here. But very good run here, making top 8 with just basically a brew of Boros Burn.
I mean, the top decks from Sinhui in game number 1 were extremely impressive. We had both sides down to 6 life, and Sinhui was drawing the right mix of threats and basically burn spell removal to keep Brandon's board relatively clean. And then even though the Rest in Peace was there in game number 2, Brandon's deck just had the basically 1, 2, 3 curve that you were really looking for in that style of deck. The graveyard wasn't necessarily as potent that way because discarding was the action that we cared about. The Mayhem part of that was just inconsequential that game.
Oh yeah. I mean, be able to with that flare, just discard every basically be able to discard every turn to grow this Mako even more and more. With a lot of these release discard like Discarding Carnage, not gonna do much. Like get rid of your other cards and hopefully not get punished by Sunnyvale going all in on the game plan. Worked out pretty well. I think if anything, Sunnyvale kind of maybe misplayed by not shooting
the Mako
with the Nemesis and hitting face.
Yeah.
Because at least then you can at least stall for a little bit longer.
It looked like Sinway had 2 lightning strikes in hand at the end of that game as well. So maybe the game plan was to try to get Brandon as low as possible and get him into double burn range. Like we were talking about earlier, the Boros deck has more of this burn game plan that can kind of achieve versus the mono red deck where it's a little bit more creature reliant. But because he wasn't able to necessarily get Brandon low enough with the contents of his hand, having the fact that that Mako stuck around to deal basically an extra attack or two onto Sinhui's life total, and then the follow-up of having this 5/4 ultimate green goblin that was going to just be not only a discard enabler to keep that Mako growing every single turn, but also just be a way that presented an additional lethal threat. If Sinhui just got rid of the Mako, saved, what was it, 9 damage or something that the Mako wound up doing, then the ultimate green goblin would have just been a 1-threat thing that a top deck Get Lost or a Shelter by Ghost on top of the Nova Hellkite that he had and more could have potentially just dealt with.
Oh yeah. I mean, Brandon now moving on to
Semifinals.
Semifinals, which is interesting because your guys' invite. Let's see what he wants. I know he really wants a token.
Uh-huh.
That was his main goal. So let's see if he does get there. He says he wants a treasure token for Magda.
Yeah, he is a very big fan of the Magda deck that is just creating a bunch of treasures, and I don't exactly know why he calls the treasures like Magda's orbs or balls or something like that.
Balls.
The Magda ball. So he wants to have him as that specific treasure token.
Yes.
If you are just tuning in, this is CardArt's RCQ, the first one of the standard season for RCQs. And when you win here at CardArt, you wind up getting a token that of your choice that you can then use for the future streams. So we have RCQ winner John Hubbard, who is a Manifold Mouse offspring. We have Mlex, another RCQ winner, is the Everywhere token. Isaac is a food token,
Yes.
if I recall. So we have a bunch of different tokens you can pick for whatever format that you either win in or play more frequently. And as an RCQ winner at CardArt, you will be immortalized in your favorite art for your token card.
I mean, Josh Hubbard has the 2 right now.
Oh yeah, he has two.
He has
What's
two.
the other? Oh, the cat token,
Cat
right?
Warrior, I know his main goal now is to try to get every token in energy.
so he wants an
So-
energy token, the cat token, the
I think the order was Cat Warrior 1/1. He got that.
he got that one.
Then he wants to get the 2/1 cat.
Okay, the Ajani cat.
Johnny Cat, and then next would be Elemental.
Oh, from the Season Pyromancer. And then
like,
energy?
I think, and then Energy,
Okay.
and then Goblin Shaman.
Oh, from the Fable token. Okay, yeah. So there's no treasures that get made in that deck
There is
either,
treasures from
right? Yeah.
Ragavan.
Yeah, from Ragavan. So, okay, so you can get a treasure token after that as well.
Yeah.
A copy token from Reflection of Kiki
Yeah,
Jiki.
honestly,
So you just have to
so
win like
tokens.
7 RCQs, Hubbard, and you'll be fine.
he can do it here.
Yeah.
He definitely can. He just needs to borrow another deck from Oliver, and then yeah.
And then see. Yeah, maybe even Oko, Thief of Crowns in the chat saying, hey, can I interest you in an elk? You could make an elk token. You want to be an elk? You can be an elk if you want. And if not, Oko will make you an elk. Literally.
Oh yeah. Now, if you ever won RCQ here,
Ooh.
what would your token be?
My token would I have 2 tokens that I could think of. One would be a zombie token because that's what you make off of Waste Not.
Oh yeah.
And then the second one would be a pack rat token.
Pack Rat token. Not even use one stream just for the person.
No, I just want the pack rat token. I mean, the zombie token can get used on stream. I've also thought about becoming a planeswalker emblem and just putting my face on the planeswalker.
Oh god.
What about you? What would your token be? You can't make a rune crab token, can you?
I cannot. I thought about maybe Hard Evidence O3 Crab.
Oh, the O3
But
crab.
like,
Okay, you still get a crab in
I'm
that
actually,
case.
I'm like, no. Realistically, I would probably maybe be Clue.
That makes sense. It's very used.
Yes, I do play the Deuce in Standard, so I at least can use that.
I was also thinking maybe I could just be, because we have the tokens for when you're generating different amounts of mana.
Yeah, I thought about being blue.
I thought about being black.
Yeah. I was like, well, if I want to be used, I can do blue.
Yeah, right. It's like you want to be a blue mana token, you could do that as well. But one of these players here at the RCQ today is not only going to get an RC invite to either Portland or Milwaukee, they are also going to wind up walking away with the lion's share of the prizing for the evening, as well as their ability to be immortalized at CardArt on the stream as a token of their choice. Now, that was the quarterfinal matchup that we had prepared for you on stream. I do believe the other quarterfinals are still playing, most likely in at least game 2. So what we are going to be doing is we're going to be taking a quick little break. What we're going to be doing in that downtime is not only fixing up the stream a tiny bit, but we're going to be building out the bracket, so we have absolutely everything to showcase for you during the next cast and during the upcoming break segment as well, so you know who has made top 8, how they're playing, and how close they are to that coveted RC invite. Yeah. So without further ado, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be getting into the semifinals action here at RCQ number 1 for CardArt. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. We are back to bring you our semifinals, at least on one half of the bracket here, of our top 8 for our RCQ here today. Joining me will be Kyle. We keep switching off. You can never know who's going to be on next.
Hello.
But let's
I was
hop.
teamfing last round.
You were teaming last round. But let's hop over to the bracket. I don't know what the actual match record between SHUTAO and Ben was, but SHUTAO did take it. So we are moving on to the semifinals on the bottom half of the bracket here with Brandon versus SHUTAO. So let's hop on over to the game real fast. Oh, we froze.
Oh,
Did we kick it on accident? Let's see.
Maybe. We got a little bit technical difficulties here.
Uh,
Overhead, we're back on. Looks like we are going to get started here. We have Rakdos Mayhem versus SHUTAO on the Battlecrier combo, which I'm assuming this is probably standard team of Battlecrier, isn't it?
yeah, Temur Battlecrier. Froze one?
1 second.
Oh. Many technical difficulties today.
Many.
But we're gonna go get our life pad fixed real fast. But Brandon is off to the races here with a quick turn 1 masked meower. Looks like. Oh, I think Brandon went turn 2 Shadow of the Goblin. Oh, right into what I believe is Monument to Endurance, one of his favorite pet cards. 3 modes every time. Will deck lists be shared from the event? Depends on if our players are generous enough to share their deck lists with us. We are usually not publishing that information because a lot of people have their own special brews and stuff. We will try to do what we can though. But yeah, Monument to Endurance, I think. Probably one of those cards in the glare that we can't see.
We gotta get an umbrella. Actually, wait. We can use our rice hats.
We
as
could use our
umbrellas.
rice hats. This is what the rice hats are actually for.
I'll draw one and then
Yeah, so on one side we have Rakdos Mayhem that usually goes among the faster decks, like we saw last round versus Boros Aggro. The other being Temur Battlecrier combo, kind of like what Tyler was doing with his Onslaught combo stuff, except you use Temur Battlecrier to discount all the cards that you're playing. You're playing a bunch of 4 power or greater creatures, and then you chain them together. Either you go for a combat win or you devastating onslaught to make a bunch of copies. But yeah, this guy with the chubby horse.
A horse? I always thought it was like something else.
Is it not a horse? I thought it was like a chonk horse.
I don't know, but looks like we're gonna have Winter Night Stories being casted from SHUTAO here. The SHUTAO, get a little bit of value, a little bit draw 3, discard 1 potentially. Looks like those. I'm not too sure. Actually, I think it is Shadow. What's it called? The Goblin Shadow.
Shadow Goblin, yeah.
Shadow Goblin is on the left side.
Shadow of a Goblin.
Shadow Goblin on the left side for Brandon Chen here with his Rakdos Mayhem deck. Now SHUTAO is still debating what to discard again.
Yeah, this is where I kind of appreciate how the Battlecrier combo decks are. Oh, looks like SHUTAO played Multiversal Passage, I think.
Yes, Multiverse Passage choose Island.
Yeah.
And we're going to Floodmaw.
Yeah, because most of these decks are base teamer, but the specific card choices do let you have a little bit of skill expression in terms of how you go about playing the deck. Because some people prefer, like we saw with SHUTAO, Winter Night Stories. Will, our other buddy, enjoys playing 3 steps ahead as an additional copy effect, but also counter and interaction as well. So little bits of individualism here. It looks like Shadow of the Goblin got bounced again for another fish.
Yes. No, it actually was Monument.
Oh, it was a
to-
monument?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it looks like we are pitching Scarlet Spider Kane, 3 mana, playing playing the monument again.
Give away the discard here for Brandon, because Brandon.
Doesn't seem like. Oh wait, he played the Scarlet Spider
There
again.
you go. Fire.
Scarlet Spider.
discard starting
Spider. Discard. Starting town. Put a counter. Make SHUTAO lose some life.
I think he drew cards.
drew a
He is
card.
punching in with the fish.
Yes. Down to 8. No, it takes down to 8, so he did make him lose life.
7. Yeah. So Brandon's still very ahead here. The problem is because SHUTAO is playing a combo deck, Brandon can just lose at the drop of a hat, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, this plotted Trailblazer is kind of a little bit scary.
Yeah, actually, let's bring that up as well. Outcaster, Trailblazer, right?
So yeah, because Trailblazer is just a lot of value from a single card. Whereas as you play it, you make a mana, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you play anything with power forward, you draw a card. You play it for free from the plot, make a mana be net mana positive on that, and then drawing cards pretty good. And it's a 4/2 body, which is great.
Yeah, a lot of... So this deck usually will play Outcaster Trailblazer kind of as the main copy target every time it comes down, because you don't really need more than one Battlecrier. Once you have more creatures that are 4 power or greater, you just naturally discount stuff. But Trailblazer, every time it comes down, it will exponentially draw you more cards based on how many Trailblazers you have. So you get to draw out your deck and hopefully get all the relevant stuff. I don't know what version SHUTAO is on. Oh, yeah, that's what we were talking about.
There it is.
Devastating Onslaught.
Make 2 Trailblazers.
Yep, so he's gonna go ahead and draw 4 cards here, I believe. Because 2 off the original and then 1 off of each of the copies seeing each other.
Nice.
But this is what we were talking about. Devastating Onslaught. You make X tokens that are copies of target creature or artifact you control, and then those tokens gain haste. So it looks like SHUTAO pumped 5 mana into it, so X is equal to 2. He makes 2 token copies that can attack this turn, but will die by next turn. Unfortunately for SHUTAO. Actually, SHUTAO might be okay, because each of the Trailblazers also make 1 pip of mana when they come in. So with 2 mana, he might be able to do something here, at least to stop himself from dying immediately.
Yeah, you choose the mana on resolution.
Okay, cool.
I think there was a little bit of a judge call discrepancy trying to see if SHUTAO was supposed to name the colors of mana immediately.
Before seeing what he drew.
Yeah, which if he goes ahead and says this is how I'm ordering the triggers, then he can wait until trigger resolution and before deciding what color of mana. The thing is, I don't think he has a way of killing Brandon this turn.
I don't think he does, but he can have a way to maybe live.
Yeah, because he has 2 mana. He has 2 4/2s that he probably should attack with.
I mean, they'll disappear, right?
Yes, they do get sacrificed at the next end step. Yeah, because if he had 3 mana, at the very least, he could play Temur Battlecrier. And then if he has any, only colorless cost spells, like sometimes this deck will play Roaming Throne, that would be a way to pop off again after that. But I don't think he has anything. I mean, if he's going for attacks, oh, actually, he can Winter Night Stories here.
Which high here is pretty strong.
Because he gets to harmonize with one of the tokens if he chooses to.
Well, did he make blue mana? I'm not too sure.
Right, we're not sure what color mana he's got right now, which is a little confusing.
Oh, there we go. His green.
There we go. Okay, so spending the blue, harmonizing one of the guys, drawing 3, trying to dig for a way out here. Brandon kept lamenting to me.
2.
Yeah, but he can't cast it right now. Because if he had Temur Battlecrier this turn, that is a good way to churn through the rest of the deck. Because Battlecrier makes it so that basically your Trailblazer copies will be enough mana to cast basically anything you draw. I think discarding 2 lands again, because he already did make his land drop for the turn. Plays the elf, swing for 4. Pray that Brandon doesn't have a way to kill him.
I mean, it's pretty hard to, because you have Shadow of the Goblin. You have Shadow of the Goblin, you also have Monument, and you also have ways to...
Yeah, he also has 2 fish and the Scarlet Spider, right?
Yeah.
So, drawing for turn.
Discard.
Discard. Oh, Ultimate Green Goblin.
Draw. Deal 3. Down to 4. Tragic Trajectory on the Outcaster.
Ooh.
And then swing for game.
That's just lethal, yeah.
Alright, and the Brandon Chan's going to take game number 1. 1 more game away, potentially going to the finals.
Yeah, Brandon has been showing kind of the impressive power of this deck throughout the whole day.
Spider-Man Tribal.
Right, Spider-Man Mayhem Tribal. He was 3-0 in Swiss, didn't have to play any more games. and he did manage to win his quarterfinals game as well.
I mean-
A little bit unfortunate for Sunway, unfortunately.
Yeah, Mold of
Well,
4, unfortunately.
That's never where you want to be as an aggro deck,
One on the Mold of 4 is a bit absurd.
right?
It's like, as Ben, I'm gonna say keep it as many times, but I have to say it. Ben K says that Sunway is the best top decker in the room.
He really is.
Looks like we have a little bit of technical difficulties on our camera.
Ooh. Just unplug and replug it again.
Let's try to figure that out. There,
There
we
we
go. We're back, and I'm gonna get to the sideboard here. I know SHUTAO probably has a lot of enchantment, a lot of artifact enchantment removal potentially.
Yeah.
Being in Temur. Wow, Brandon, I'm not sure what's even in his deck that he would bring in versus Battlecrier.
I think for him, if he has like intimidation tactics or anything that can get creatures out of the hand, that would be really strong.
Oh yeah.
Because a lot of what he's worried about, sure, devastating onslaught, but if he can prevent Trailblazer from coming down in the first place, it means that SHUTAO has to really work for it to try and pop off. Because ultimately, SHUTAO's deck kind of has one big turn, and in that big turn, you either try to kill your opponent with enough hasty onslaught tokens, or sometimes they will play the plan B of having Cactus Folk Sure Shot, which is a 4-drop that gives your 4 power or greater creatures.
Oh yes, Cactus Folk. It's really good.
This
Four
card
mana.
is very good.
Hey, it's 4 mana if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's green red too. It keeps popping up every now and then. It is very popular in the Battlecrier decks though, because this was in the modern version as well that Aspiring Spike was playing. But so at beginning of combat, it gives all your 4 power or greater creatures +2/+0 and haste, I believe. I'm trying to pull it up right now, but our internet is a little bit struggling, busting right now. As is our stream, I think.
SHUTAO's still making a couple of side decisions here. Deciding what does he want to do.
Yeah,
It's
because
tough.
obviously he has stuff like Heritage Reclamation, which can exile some stuff from the graveyard, or just pop an enchantment, pop an artifact. So that's very strong for him. He could also play stuff like Annul, since he is in blue. Very common card to try and beat Vivi Cauldron. And then possibly just more removal, because Brandon seems to be playing a lot of small guys to try and get him for early chip damage as well.
Oh yeah, if he has any type of graveyard hate too, is also pretty strong. Being able to maybe deny any of the graveyard plans is always good.
That it is. But seems like SHUTAO is finalizing his sideboard here. I'm a little curious how the other half of the bracket is going. This half went so quickly. I can't believe we're already, an entire match ahead over here.
I know. I mean, other side of the record right now, we still have Blue Light Control versus
Versus Martin and Dimir, yep.
Dimir, and then Oliver waiting in the semifinals with his win over Will Sandoval.
Yep. They're having a fun little game over there where Will had 3 Quantum Riddlers out and started missing his own Quantum Riddler replacements.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Even in our feature match here, Will was missing. He missed, I think, 4 or 5 discard triggers for Mako.
Yeah.
He had to do a whole. He had to basically find a way to win, even though she would have had lethal if he didn't have it before.
I do not blame him, man. I have tried playing the Artist Talent version. There are so many triggers to remember. You start to overwhelm yourself. You're like, either I'm going to win or I'm going to die trying here.
Oh, yeah.
But looks like Brandon's ready.
It's like SHUTAO still trying to decide. Oh, she is shuffling him actually. It took a while.
It'll
It's
be
hard to decide war versus this, especially when you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, this is a brand new deck. I know a lot of the streamers have been playing this, and I have actually been trying to build this as well. It's a fun looking deck. But yeah, when you try to play against something that hasn't been in the meta, sometimes you're like, oh, how will my sideboard stuff line up in this matchup? Does this work? Does this not work?
Just came out yesterday.
It sure did. We've been testing for 2 days now. But
Instant mulligan for SHUTAO, down to 6.
yeah, because in this case, because Brandon is very comfortably the aggressor in this matchup, SHUTAO has to find the answers to try and deal with what Brandon is doing, or he needs to keep a combo heavy hand to try and just win outright. Because actually, Brandon was talking to me about this matchup before, and he was like, oh god, Ben, please defeat SHUTAO. I can't beat him. Because I guess they played this matchup a lot yesterday. But seems like he is very comfortably in the lead right now. Let's see if he can extend it and clinch the win.
Yeah, having the monument out is a pretty big difference in this matchup. We don't have monument. It's kind of, it looks like it's pretty tough to try to get through all the value pieces that SHUTAO is going to be making. But if you just have monument, you have a way to just win around it.
Definitely. What I do also like about Brandon's list is that he is playing like Bitter Triumphs and a solid amount of removal, which will actually help him very much in this matchup. Like when SHUTAO had tapped out for Devastating Onslaught, if Brandon even just had torched the tower to kill the Trailblazer, that was game right there. SHUTAO on 6. Looks like he's contemplating keeping it.
They're going to be balling a double face card here. And it looks like Botanical Sanctum, Legendary Elf has really. Oh,
tragic trajectory.
Legendary Elf getting killed turn 1 is actually pretty significant here because it ruins the tempo a lot. And
So this is Esper Origins.
yes,
SHUTAO is using the double face check cards.
That's Origins. Going to be able to gain 2 life, and they can several some cards to graveyard.
Yeah, this is really powerful too because it's a way of trying to assemble your combo pieces, but if you happen to flood out or anything, you just make a 4/4 guy.
Oh, top? Oh, top is not a good sign to see.
Top is certainly a power move.
Looks like we're starting time coming here from Brandon, turn 2. And looks like we can get a Mako, then a
Flail? Is it a flail?
I think it's a flail.
He's just gonna pass the turn here. Yeah, Bloodthorn Flail, I believe, is the card Brandon played.
Yep.
Very good enabler in the deck.
Ooh.
Oh, is that Scrap Shooter?
I think that is Scrap Shooter.
Scrap Shooter. Very good body. I think it's 3 mana 4/4. If you gift a card to your opponent, you get to destroy target artifact or enchantment. So this is actually better than what we were talking about before, Heritage Reclamation, because it's also a 4 power body that goes with the rest of your game plan.
Now, what's the gift? They draw a card? Yep.
So Brandon's up a card now, technically. But if he's just playing little Makos, I don't think it will matter.
A bit of Triumph. This card. Trigger the Mako. Both Makos. And then swing for 2. Bring SHUTAO back down to 20. Not too bad of a board state for Brandon here.
Yeah, because the ultimate thing, too, is SHUTAO, yes, he is answering a lot of Brandon's stuff. I think I actually see it. Heritage Reclamation at hand, too.
Actually, that's kind of a problem when you have hands like this where it's like, look at it's Floodmaw, Heritage, nothing on board. Brandon, I think, is very happy about that because that means you get to progress your board state and without really any answers. Even though he doesn't know that, but something like this can get out of the hand.
Yep.
But we have the Heritage Reclamation for that. We have.
So he had another flail. He is discarding the Carnage here. Oh, looks like Heritage Reclamation.
Heritage Reclamation on the triggers. We're going to be able to exile that Carnage, but still have the flare on the...
Right? This is still 7... Ooh. This is 10 damage?
10 damage, but SHUTAO does have...
Floodmaw for one of them. So taking 4 here.
14. And Brandon's not gonna... Oh.
Cycle. Is he doing this before damage? He is doing this before damage.
Yep.
Presumably.
Ooh, was that Sirach?
Oh no, that's the bear guy.
Oh, not Kubo. What's his name? The new bear, the doctor or something? Doc Bear?
I have no idea.
What's the card called? But I know this card has been the new hotness. I know on Twitter people have been talking about it.
No, it's not from Spider-Man. It's from OTJ, I think. Holy. So Brandon coming in with a 9/8 Mako.
Yeah, it's Dog Urlock.
Warlock.
Dog Urlock. Bear Druid. Plotting costs 2 less. Spell Spinning Graveyard costs 2 less.
Yeah,
2
that's
mana
what
for
I
2/3. Pretty good, actually. And you look at as for Origins.
6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So when you flash it back, you get a 4/4.
But
Esper. I'll do it.
But the problem is, this Mako is pretty massive.
It sure is. It is a 9/7 or 9/8 right now, since it also has the flail on it. And Brandon has FOMO. If SHUTAO doesn't have an answer here, I think he just has it.
Let's see.
Although I guess the plus side for SHUTAO is actually he just flashed back another Esper Origins.
What does that mean?
I can't see. What is that card?
We need to get these lighting fixed.
Yeah, seriously.
We need the umbrella.
Yeah.
We need the
But
rice
when-
hat.
the rice hat diffuser.
Rice hat diffuser, but looks like to go. I'm not sure what it is, but it costs 36
6 mana?
mana. Cycle. Make it from the top. Card's face down right now. Can't really see it.
Alright, Brandon.
That's what I'm saying to you. Brandon's boring to watch.
Nah, we love Brandon.
But it looks like Brandon, we have a 6, 7, 8,
10/9 now?
10 now.
Because it's 8/8
Is that
plus
trajectory-
2 plus
is that
1.
trajectory in the hand? Ooh, we don't want to discard that.
Ooh.
Well, the post combat you have to do it. So Brandon, there's no real way to really get anything off your.
Oh,
board.
2 mana, not tragic trajectory. Oh, FOMO 2.
Oh, discard. Now we have value.
Discarding a land.
Double checking for trigger FOMO.
Making the biggest Mako he can. So Mako currently 11?
6, 7, 8, 9,
8 plus 1, 9, 9. 9, 9 plus 2 plus 1. 11, 10.
11, 10. Interesting. SHUTAO has to block. That's
SHUTAO has to put everything in
It's
front
trample,
of it.
right?
No, it doesn't have trample. Flail does not give trample.
Okay.
Yeah, this deck would be insane if Flail gave trample. But yeah, it looks like SHUTAO put all his creatures except for whatever that 6 mana thing he played in front.
And Temur Battlecrier off the top here. What the? Oh,
Oh, it's Railway Brawler.
the Brawler. What the? What is that?
That's Ultimate Green Goblin.
Ultimate Green Goblin. Equip the Flare. Flail. Oh, what a top deck.
Oh, he had the Onslaught.
the devastating onslaught off the top, but regular brawler was the swing. But oh, this matchup, Brandon was so close.
Yeah, unfortunately, he ran out of gas a little bit at the end there. Not getting any Monument Endurances to try and refill his hand, definitely a little bit tricky. And this is kind of the issue we had in testing as well. A lot of the cards in the deck really just discard cards. You're not drawing anything. So at a certain point, you're just going to run out of gas. But this time, Brandon will be on the play. Hopefully, this will make the difference for him.
Hopefully.
Yeah, because it did feel like he was about 1 turn off.
These games are always so close.
That they are. SHUTAO looking at his sideboard again to see if there's anything he wants to side in instead on the draw here.
I think Brandon is making a couple of changes for being on the play. Looks like actually quite a few.
Yeah, because I think for Brandon, he's able to play more sorcery speed removal if he's on the play versus on the draw. Because on the draw, if he's waiting for that, he might be dead. Aside from that, I don't really know what's in his sideboard right now. I'm sorry.
SHUTAO, thinking about all his options here. You know what SHUTAO should play?
Which one?
SHUTAO should play Corellia. Or Corella.
Which one?
Corella. I think that's how you spell it. It's the 2-mana 08 from.
Oh,
It's Kalia? I don't know. It's Coral something. There we go. Coral Tyrant. Kalia Coral Tyrant. Now think about it, right? Devastating Onslaught copy.
it's legendary.
So
You might as well
Wait,
make
it's
Aegis turtle.
legendary?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I might have been cheating at one of my RCQs.
This guy admitting to cheating on our televised recorded.
Listen, I might have put 3 out. Didn't know it was legendary. My opponent didn't know it was legendary as well.
I mean, it just looks like an octopus.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought vanilla legendary creature? My bad. This is actually worse than Aegis Turtle.
It just is.
Damn, was Brandon really worried for you that much?
Nah, maybe.
Maybe.
Nah. But yeah, Ether Drift just had that cycle of vanilla legendary creatures. We had Sundial.
So
we had
many.
the 7/2 crocodile. Just vanillas all around. Let's see what they have in store for us. Shuffle faster, you two. Come on.
God, they're so slow at shuffling, especially this Brandon Chen guy.
Now. We are on cast. You're not Brandon's biggest opt right now.
Well, everyone's Brandon's big shot. But Brandon here with Spider-Man Tribal. Will he get there with little gobblies? Or SHUTAO get there with a nice devastating onslaught combo? If anything, it's pretty nice is not any Vivi.
Yeah. I think our RCQ being very diverse meant that we got to see a variety of decks here, unlike what I was expecting, which would have been 50% VV Cauldron, 10% VV Prowess, and about 20% some flavor of mono red.
Oh yeah.
Those are the kinds of RCQs we've been to recently. So
I mean, there's flavors for red at least.
there are flavors to red, but it's kind of like, would you like to die to Volt Wave, or would you like to die to Slick Shot to the face? Or
We do have an elf and Here's Reclamation in SHUTAO's hand, at least from what I saw. Can't really see where Brandon's hand is, but looks like both players are keeping their 7. And here we go.
Ooh,
Like
Restless Vents.
Restless Vents tapped. Really good card, actually. Big fan.
Yeah, Brandon complains about that one a lot, but I do think it is one of those necessary evil manland type things. But
Chalk, elf, or SHUTAO. You have an instant elf. Healing elf here is pretty good, and nope,
Shadow. Since nobody on stream can see it, I'm gonna bring it up.
Shadow of the Goblin. We have a character reclamation. Get rid of it. I'm pretty sure. Or no, it's the gift of fish. Not gift. Gift of
Scrap Shooter.
capture. There we go. Capture shooter is gonna be getting that there. Oh, I don't like how this board state is already here. Looks like he's falling kind of behind already.
This definitely is not good for Brandon.
Town, huh?
Yeah, I do think this like SHUTAO's deck and what he's playing in the sideboard is able to very effectively start to take apart what Brandon's doing. Do you know what that card is?
It's 1 mana card. I don't know. Not too sure, but I do see a FOMO in Brandon's hand.
Oh, Railway Brawler.
Plotting Railway Brawler already is kind of concerning. Down to 19, we're going to
Bitter Triumph. Discard FOMO.
Interesting. Looks like we're going to get Multiverse Passage. Take 2.
4 mana here.
I know what I named.
I think red, yeah.
Oh, no,
Discard Carnage. Okay.
Getting started here.
Brandon's getting back into this game a little bit.
Get
Casting
Carnage,
Carnage, get FOMO.
Trigger? Let's get the discard torch, draw. And that's a pretty intimate board state here. But if we can get we don't have Onslaught in the hand for SHUTAO.
Yeah, SHUTAO. If SHUTAO had land Onslaught, Brandon would be dead.
Oh yeah.
Because that's exactly how Tyler Pham killed his roommate on stream.
Yeah.
Land.
Oh, it's
Okay.
Cactus guy. I don't know.
Oh, sure shot.
Sure. It looks like you'd be playing the Railway Brawler, tapping 3 the play Outcaster Trailblazer.
Why didn't he do that in a different Surak?
Sorak. Interesting.
I think.
It's a 4 plus close encounters?
Yes.
And looks like SHUTAO.
Oh, Brandon's scooping it up.
SHUTAO making to the finals with Battlecrier combo and BGen. It's not going to get there with Spider-Man Tribal, sadly. Unfortunate.
Yeah, after a day of excitement, this is unfortunately where Brandon's tournament path will end. Now, we do have SHUTAO waiting in the finals for whoever is on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah.
Currently, I do believe we are still waiting for Charles and Martin to finish. Martin did take game 1 from what I know, so hopefully they're in game 2 or game 3 now.
Oh, yeah.
Oliver did beat out Will, so they are waiting for that match to happen.
Potentially SHUTAO in the finals with Battlecrier combo, potentially going to face either Cauldron, Midrange, or Blue Eye Control. I think worst matchups are going to be probably the Blue Eye Control or Midrange.
Yep. So we'll see how it goes. Temur Battlecrier is made to try and beat Cauldron. It does have a positive win record against it. So I mean, a little bit worried for Oliver if he does make it there. But we will go see what is going on with the rest of the bracket and hopefully come back with the other semifinals match.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, Tom here joining you guys on in between rounds because we have actually finished that previous semifinal that you did wind up seeing on stream not that long ago, where Brandon Chen and the Rakdos Mayhem brew full of Spider-Men was unfortunately beaten by SHUTAO and the Temur battle deck. The other semifinal did get started partway through that last matchup, and unfortunately we aren't going to be able to move them on over to the stream, so while they are still playing, we are going to wind up seeing if we're just going to be filling a little bit of downtime in order to, just get all set up for the finals and everything. Now, at CardArt, what we do wind up doing is while we love having people get on stream, showcase their decks, and then have it out there so everybody at home can watch and learn alongside everything, we do not force people who do not want to be on stream to play on stream. So if they decline playing on stream for one of the bracket matches, we are not going to force to move them over, which is, in this case, they were already in the middle of a game. They didn't want to stop afterwards and move all their stuff over. So we're not going to force them to be on stream for the final, the last semifinal going down. However, either Oliver or Martin, Vivi Cauldron versus Dimir Midrange, is going to wind up being the other finalist here. So we could wind up having a Temur Battlecrier versus Vivi matchup, or a Temur Battlecrier versus Dimir Midrange matchup. And if it is Dimir versus Temur, I don't think that is the result that anybody who came into this event today was thinking was going to happen, especially when we wound up having 3 different Vivi decks that were in the top 8. Oliver is on the more traditional Vivi Cauldron deck, although I do believe he does have the one of Spider-Man 2099 in his list that Ben was running similarly as well. Will was playing the Artist Talent version of the Vivi Cauldron deck, and then Ben was playing a version of the deck that went up a little bit more into the Spider-Man aspect of things, playing Spider-Man 2099, 2 copies of Hide on the Ceiling, and then multiple copies, I think up to 4 he mentioned, of the Quantum Riddler, because if you hide on the ceiling a Quantum Riddler, you essentially scam that card onto the battlefield. So Ben's version of the deck doing a couple of different things that some of the other versions of Vivi were not doing. We saw SHUTAO and the Temur Battlecrier with the devastating onslaught and just a multitude of backup plans, including like the Smuggler Surprise plan from that one, beating out against the Rakdos Mayhem deck that was using things like FOMO and all the Spider-Man cards to get these discard synergies going. And unfortunately for Brandon, not enough real interaction in that matchup to deal with the plotted pieces. And then if they are plotted and you get to, draw a card and create mana off of some of those plotted, the 4/2. Oh man, it was in the mono green Devotion deck and Pioneer, so I should actually Outcaster Trailblazer. There we go. You already kind of get the value out of that creature, so even if you kill it and they don't draw extra cards, you've already kind of done a bunch of stuff. Additionally, the Dimir mid-range deck, I know that Martin is using some interesting tech. I saw a Lazav Wearer of Faces on the battlefield in his matchup against Charles. So being able to create a couple of clue tokens in order to generate some extra card advantage, but also becoming a copy of a creature that gets exiled with it when it attacks. So being able to turn itself into like an opposing Quantum Riddler is pretty powerful because it's from any graveyard, as well as making itself a Vivi or any version of the cards that you have in your deck, like an Enduring Curiosity type effect or something like that. So while Oliver is facing off against Martin, SHUTAO is waiting in the finals, and of course this is an RCQ, this is RCQ season. Sometimes people who do not want the invite will scoop to the person that does want the invite. So if we don't wind up having a finals matchup, we will come back to announce our winner and let everybody know what is going on with the stream from there. However, we are still waiting for our finals matchup to be decided. If it is going to wind up being broadcast or not, we'll let you guys know as soon as possible. As far as deck lists being shared from the event, I am going to try to grab them from Judge Abi before we wind up leaving for the day, and we'll hopefully be able to convert them online slowly but surely. I may only do the deck list for matches that were played on the stream, because typing up 21 deck lists and then also editing 8 rounds of potential footage is going to be a lot of work to do, and I would love to get this into the hands of the players as soon as possible. So deck lists will hopefully be available for the decks that were being played on stream, and then anything extra will be a little bit of a bonus further on. So pay attention to social media at OptimusTomTV. It's where it's going to be on YouTube. Pay attention to our Twitter accounts, or the CardArt Instagram or Twitter account as well, to see when deck lists and videos for VODs wind up getting posted. You could of course come back here and watch the Twitch VOD as well. I know we had some internet issues, however, so the VODs may be chopped up a little bit because of the connectivity issues here. So like I mentioned, we are waiting on our last semifinal here between Oliver and Martin. SHUTAO is waiting in the finals. We're either going to have Vivi against the Rogue Team or Battlecrier deck, or we're going to wind up having two unknown decks in Battlecrier and Dimir coming on into the finals matchup. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit. Hey everybody, I'm not Eric, I'm not Kyle. What just happened was the semifinal between Oliver and Martin just ended. Oliver did wind up winning that semifinal. However, the players in the finals are not going to be broadcasting the match, unfortunately. The players have decided they do not want to be on stream for their match, and that they are going to be playing offline for the actual invite. So that means that if you want to know who winds up winning the matchup, you'll have to stay tuned to the CardArt social channels at SVCardArt on Twitter, Instagram, etc., etc. They will have more up-to-date information on the results, as well as picture of the winner and all that kind of jazz. It is a little unfortunate that we don't get to actually broadcast the final, but as I tweeted out a little bit earlier, and when I came on to talk about the semifinal matchup in and of itself, we are not going to make any players do anything that makes them uncomfortable here at CardArt. If they choose to decline to be on stream, which we did wind up having happen during the Swiss portion as well. It's just we had 21 players to choose from at that point, so there are much more players to play on stream. However, this is a high stakes tournament. A lot of these players are playing as grinders that really want to go to the regional championship, and we want them to have the most optimal conditions and feel the most comfortable and safe possible while they are playing Magic in our store. So that does mean that unfortunately the stream is going to be over for the evening. As I mentioned, you can stay tuned to my socials or the CardArt socials as well in order to see who actually wound up taking home the RC invite. It is a Vivi Cauldron against a Temur Battlecrier head-to-head matchup, so that is going to be something that could potentially be pretty explosive, and it's basically the sort of quote-unquote bad guy of the format against the quote-unquote de facto good guy of the format, since it's not the Vivi deck versus the Vivi deck. So best of luck to SHUTAO and Oliver as they wind up playing the matchup. I want to give a big shout out to all 21 players who came out for this RCQ. There are other RCQs in the area that are struggling to get double-digit players to attend, and here our players at CardArt have come through for a one-slot RCQ, the first one of the season, and come out in droves in order to support the store, support Standard, and just support local gaming in the South Bay area. So thanks to everybody who has come out. Thanks to Kyle, thanks to Eric, and thanks to Tinfang, who had come in and helped with the casting as well. Shout out to CardArt, of course, for hosting the event, and Garrett for TOing the event throughout the tournament. moment for our judge Abi, who has been here the entire time and is still judging the final right now. Thank you for coming and basically being the voice of law when it comes to Magic the Gathering, well, especially here at the store. If you've enjoyed watching this standard coverage, now that the CardArt store has opened its second store, there will be a bunch of streams that are going to be coming up. We personally will be streaming Pioneer on Tuesday evenings. That starts at roughly 6 to 6:15, depending on traffic. It's 3 rounds of Pioneer Swiss play with $5 for entry and a pack per win. Same thing happens all throughout the week for different formats of Magic the Gathering. Modern on Mondays and Saturdays, Standard on Thursdays and Sundays, although there will not always be a stream for those formats. Also, keep your eyes and ears peeled to the CardArt social media channels to figure out when they're going to be scheduling their second and third RCQs of the Standard RCQ season. This is only the first one of 3, so there's still 2 to go before we wind up actually having wrapping up Standard RCQ season here. So check in as when they're going to be. I do believe that with the ban announcement coming up in November, depending on how the players in the area feel about the format, they may wait until after the ban announcement to do both in like a back-to-back style kind of thing, but otherwise stay tuned in case you're looking for a place to play in October. So if you want to tune in for the stream on Tuesday for Pioneer, we'll be here 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you want to find the VODs from this RCQ, they will be on my channel at Optimus Tom TV after I do a little bit of movie magic to them to get some of the cards a little more visible, since there have been some glare all throughout the day on the cards, as well as just cutting things down to make it as palatable as possible so you don't have to watch through a bunch of dead time on the actual VOD. So if you want to tune in for those VODs, they will be posted throughout the week. Again, stay tuned to my social media channels to figure out when I get them posted. Hopefully I'll have as many of them posted by Monday evening / Tuesday morning as possible, just depending on what my day-to-day work looks like for work tomorrow. But of course, if you want to see deck lists as well, I'm going to be talking with Judge Abi and Garrett from the store in order to get those deck lists to see if I can post as many of them as possible online. I would love to attach deck lists to every single match that has a VOD, and in addition to that, we may wind up having the other deck list posted as well. I can make a folder on Moxfield of all the deck lists that I do wind up taking home with me, and then seeing if I can type those up as quickly as possible and just put them in a folder so that people can access all the different deck lists that they saw on stream today, as well as that were just in the room, in case you want to get some inspiration for your own standard brewing. So once again, thanks to everybody who participated. Thank you for tuning in and sticking with us, even though the semifinals only had one of the matches displayed, and unfortunately we cannot broadcast the finals for you this evening. But thank you for tuning in, thank you for supporting an LGS, and thank you for supporting Standard Magic the Gathering. We will see you on Tuesday evening for our Pioneer stream, and until then, keep on slinging spells.